Okay, guys, we are back. We are back. We are back. Welcome to Berean Babes Being the Know. I'm your host, Vale Chikuni. I hope you guys can hear me fine. Okay, so let me know if you can hear me. Just put a, these days we say put a B. Okay, it's B. Put a B if you can hear me. All right, ladies and gentlemen. They're taking a break at the SBC right now. So when they come right back in, well, we're just gonna continue with the stream. Yeah, it's been like a very, very busy day. So so much stuff to work on. But I had tweeted out that I wanted for them to abolish the ERLC, so that one has failed. I'm disappointed that that one has failed. I didn't want that one to fail, so to speak. I didn't want that one to fail in any way, shape, or form. Okay, so I'll keep an eye, see what time they're coming. So just stay tuned. Just stay tuned. Let's share what they're doing right now. Okay. Hey, what's up, Q? I just got in here. I just got in here because they're on break right now. So I guess they'll come right back up after the break. Oh yeah, it is a change of scene. It's been a long day. You don't even want to know. Yes, they're doing they do their commission. Man, I was hoping they're going to abolish the ERLC. Come on now. These people still want the ERLC after everything, like it's just like, man, it's so unbelievable that they still want the ERLC. Okay, and that again when they unbelievable. So, but what was your take? What was your take today? I mean, I just thank you for following me on Twitter. Yes, it's just a matter of time. There, I was there like this morning, but today I had so much of a busy day, so I wasn't like I haven't been on Twitter like that. I haven't been on Twitter like that. But yeah, man. So okay. All right, I did it well. Oh, look at good Mama SBC. Look at this one. Thanks, babe. I appreciate that. Thank you. So, which means you guys can see me. You can hear me. That's perfectly fine. They're just taking a break. We can wait a little bit for some folks sort of like to hop on here. So I did not believe, let me pull this one, because I thought like these people are taking us for granted, man. How come they gave Rick Warren, I mean, like the free range on the mic? Let me share, because I think other people didn't see it. So I have a video. Let me share that one. Oh man, this is man, I don't know what's going to happen this time around. I wouldn't be surprised people will be leaving. So let me know if you can hear it, okay? I know other people didn't see this one. Let me put my headphone. Hold on. So I thought this was crazy.
We're going to take a moment to extend a courtesy to a pastor here at Southern California, Rick Warren.
His heart. This is the VIP, okay?
So, Rick, would you come? Sorry. Rick is at microphone number 3. I recognize you to speak.
Thank you.
This was
first, everybody, welcome to Orange County. Southern Baptist of
He
149
acted like he
Southern
owns
Baptist
the
churches
SBC,
here.
okay?
90 of them started by Saddleback Church.
Q, you can hop on if you want to hop on.
You know, it's customary.
I put the link in there, Q. If you want to hop on, you can hop
for
on. You're
a
welcome.
guy who's about to be hung to let him say his dying words.
Because I thought,
I have no intention of defending myself. I have taught my kids and grandkids for years. I am most like Christ when I refuse to defend myself. The Bible says Jesus spoke not a word unto them when Pilate accused him of all kinds of things. So I have no intention. I have most of you on my mailing list anyway, and I can write you and tell you what I believe about the gift of pastoring as opposite from the office of pastoring. But I'm not here to talk about that. Lunchtime,
I did see
I wrote
Tony
you a
Evans
love
or
letter,
something else.
and I'd
Yeah,
like for
I
my
have him.
possibly,
I have him here.
likely last convention to read it to you.
Oh, thank
Kay
you,
and
Vaughn,
I
for coming through to
Could
support
have
us
not built Saddleback Church
with
to its size and
SBC right
influence
now, showdown.
in any
But I
other
appreciate you for coming
denomination.
in.
I love Southern Baptist. I am a fourth-generation Southern Baptist
Yes,
pastor.
Rick Warren,
My
we know that.
great-grandfather was led to Christ by Charles Spurgeon and sent to America as a church planter. Saddleback was sponsored by the North American Mission Board. I served on the staff of the California State Convention and the Texas State Convention as a teenager. Billy Graham picked me up when I was 18, and for the next 52 years mentored me because I started at 16 years old, hired by the California Convention to preach youth revivals, and I had preached over 120 Harvest Crusades before I was 20.
I see your question, Vaughn. I'll give you an answer
Billy
shortly.
took this long-haired, skinny Californian and mentored me for the next 52 years. Here's my love letter to you, because I really am grateful. If this is my last convention. Because of Southern Baptist polity, I was allowed to serve one church for life. That's not possible in most denominations. And grew it to become the largest church in this convention. Because Southern Baptists gave me a passion for evangelism and mission, we baptized 56,631 new believers. And as a Southern Baptist Church, sent 26,869 members overseas to 197 nations. Because Southern Baptists taught me the value of a membership covenant. 78,157 members of our church signed our membership covenant after taking a 4-hour membership class. Because Southern Baptists taught me to emphasize the priority of Bible study. We now have 9,173 home Bible studies in homes in 162 Southern California cities. Because Southern Baptists taught me the value of church planting. As I already mentioned, we planted 90 in Orange County alone and literally thousands around the world. Because Southern Baptists taught me to honor and love the local church, I've had the privilege for 43 years.
Welcome, Eric. Welcome, Montana.
1 million pastors.
Yeah, even
sorry, friends, that's more than all the seminaries put together. I owe you all so much.
I forget this guy.
So I sincerely
the one who was in Mars Hill.
Thank you,
he does
Baptist,
baptize people on the spot.
for shaping my
Remind
life.
me, Q. Remind me. I'm having a senior
I want to ask
moment.
you to consider a couple questions. You're never going to find another Baptist who agrees with you completely on everything. There are Baptist brothers here today who don't believe
baptizes
Jesus
people on the
died
spot.
for the whole world. But we imagine somehow get along with them. So as Western culture grows more dark, more evil, more secular, we have to decide, are we going to treat each other as allies or adversaries? Second, since this is the year 2022, that means we are 2022 years from the birth of Christ. Now, we know Christ started his ministry at 30 years of age. Luke tells us that. Had a 3.5-year ministry. Christ died in AD 33. He was resurrected in AD 33.
You can hear that, huh?
He gave the Great Commission in AD 33.
History
He
lesson.
sent the Holy Spirit.
Christian
and
history.
started the church in AD 33. That means 2033, just 11 years from today, is the 2000th anniversary of the Great Commission. I hope one of you, because I won't be here next year, will make a resolution that Baptists take the next 10 years to finish the task of the Great Commission in our generation before the 2000th anniversary of the church. Are we going to keep bickering over secondary issues? Or are we going to keep the main thing the main thing? We need to finish the task, and that will make God smile. Thank you, everybody. I love you.
So that was our the Pope of the SBC. Okay. So that's Rick Warren. I don't understand why they hold on. I don't understand why they pretty much gave him a free range on the microphone. Okay. They actually did you hear how President Litton made it? So Q, keep an eye on my behalf, okay? When the thing starts, I'll bring it back on so we can watch it together. So hey guys, thank you guys for hopping in. I know there was a question. Van had asked a question. No, this was previously Savage Cabbage. This was previously. Right now they're taking a break. They're not they're having a lunch break because they're in East Coast time. They are on East Coast time, so they are not yet. So this was just like a highlight. Like I could not even believe that Rick Warren went up there, pretty much lectured everybody on church history, okay? And somebody made a calculation. I need to find that because it's not true, because it will mean like he's training like 71 pastors a day, something to that effect. So I'm like, oh man. Hey, Montana, what's up? What's up? What's up? They're on break right now. That way we can just use this time to catch up with everything that they were talking about before I had hop on. So I think, I don't know why I have lost. Van had asked me like if I'm an SBC. No, Van, I'm not an SBC. But I do follow SBC. I like SBC. Why do I like SBC? Q is SBC. She's an SBC. I do have a lot of friends who are SBC. And the thing that I do like about the SBC, they do actually first the second largest Protestant non-denomination here in America, but they're actually a biggest organization across the globe who are able to plant churches, schools and everything. And they do have like an infrastructure that's proven, tried and tested. So the things that happen in the SBC, whether you are SBC or not, it's going to affect you one way or the other. So how does it affect you if you're just like a Christian? You just heard right now, my resolution that I wanted for them to abolish the ERLC. So just think of like the ERLC as a Democratic Party inside a Christian organization, because that's exactly what they are, okay, for all intents and purposes. So, they shake hands with all the politicians that you can think of. But whatever they're advancing, it's nothing to do with the biblical values. Is everybody bad at ERLC? No, it's not. So, like, for example, one of the president, I was surprised that, people did ask the questions like, okay, where do you guys stand on the pro-life? They will give you lip service. They'll tell you everything that you want to hear, but they will just act the opposite. So they are the movers and shakers the largest evangelical. So I don't want to miss anybody over here. Before I admit to something that could land me in hot water. Or what group do you speak of? Oh, I didn't see what you have asked. Yes, Q. We love Q. We love Q. We need to be praying for Q right now. Okay. They have said until they come back. Okay, so that's good. Okay, then so it's a party. We are on right now. Okay. So you remind me, I already have it up here because I had written some notes previously. And let's see. You guys, if you have any questions, you can you can pop them in over there. Okay. I just did not because I was writing. So Pastor Tony Evans. Pastor Tony Evans made it to the mic. Tony Evans, he's a senior pastor in Texas, Oak Cliff Bible Church. It's pretty much like a mega church. I used to like Pastor Tony Evans. You know, it's just listen to where I just stopped kind of like listening to Pastor Tony Evans. So you know, he has this thing that he had put, it says like the 3 A's: address. So they want to have pretty much an international prayer, right? One day, once a month, in international prayer and fast. Okay. These guys, they already have the prayer breakfast. They already do like the prayer breakfast. Is this a bad thing to do? No, it's not a bad thing to do. We want churches to be able to pray and to fast. So he also had another one. It says the other A is for act. They want to do good works collectively. And they'll be handing out, they do hand out kindness cards once a week. And you should adopt a school. Okay. So now, so on the surface, is it wrong to adopt a school? No, it's not a wrong thing to adopt a school. But we already know, like, these are public schools, right? Like, there is this agenda that's going on right now. It has infiltrated the public schools. So first of all, like, you as a pastor, you need to be encouraging your members not to be sending your children to those public schools. That's just a fact where things are at right now. So if we want to go to those public schools and reach out to those young people and everything, yes. But, you know, you need to be letting know your congregation that these are not places you can be sending your kids, you know, like in a good conscience. And also, okay, do one act of kindness once a week. I don't think that should be a starting point for a Christian. Like, kindness should be, that's like your lifestyle. So if anything, it should be like, we need to be doing these values, right? As Christians, exhibiting kindness. We shouldn't be waiting once a week. So like, if you clock in a quarter that you did once a week kindness, that's it. What about the following week, right? So I don't like things like those. You know, the suggestions in themselves, they're not bad. I also didn't like he didn't push out like, okay, you know, we need to be what's going on here, telling these people pretty much to repent. And what else did I was surprised when the VP, the first VP, the other guy, his name nobody can pronounce, Shaya Cinnabon. I don't know. Like, you can see how these people, the way they're so friendly with Ed Litton. Nothing wrong that they should be friends with Ed Litton. But this just proves the point that all the establishment candidates, okay, are the ones who are just cruising, And, you know, obviously he won, and everybody knows it's just like, okay, it's just a formality to have the first you know, vice president of the, you know, of the SBC, but nothing. But I did like Juan Sanchez preach. Is the one who opened the program today. I thought he was spot on. Okay, he preached a good message. He was exposition, And he actually told his people, like, what you win them to is what you win them. What you win them to is what you win them for, right? So if we are just planting the churches for the sake of planting the churches, that is not the point. So I did like that, because you know how the North American Mission Board, they, that's they tout the numbers, right? Like, okay, we have planted these churches, okay? So they will tell you exactly who they are based upon the numbers. Okay, let's see what's over there in the chat before I go any further. Okay, I thought so. I was thinking I was being refinishing redundant. I guess I might have missed what Cabbage has said. Savage Cabbage. I don't know how you have that name. What are you saying, Jimajo? Oh yeah, I mean it's different right now. Oh, so what's your valid? We all like to know we have done God's way effectively, but why does the church become utter boy driven with be nice cards for character traits, almost like children, huh? Yeah. So this is this is where things are at, right? Like, almost like, okay, the talking points. This is what you have to do today, right? As Christians, just like, no, these are the things that we should already be doing, right? We should already be doing. It's just not good enough. You know what I mean? Your act of kindness. The atheists do act of kindness. Muslims, they do act of kindness. But what sets you apart? What sets you apart? So the other one, I could not believe over there when Danny Aiken is the president of Southern Baptist Seminary, and he was out there saying that, I actually wrote it down because I was just like, wait a minute, is this coming from Danny Aiken? He says that is what they're teaching, right? Complementarian theology, okay? And they also, sign the Denver statement, the Chicago statement. So this is what they do. They check all the boxes. And he affirms that the office of the pastor belongs to who? For men, right? Women don't belong to the office of a pastor. And he is the same guy who is enrolling women who are graduating with a pastoral ministry, okay? We do have women in the seminary. There is nothing wrong with that issue. But how are you going to be giving the tools that are for preaching, okay, to a woman? And then you turn around saying that, oh, you know what I mean? You're not teaching women to. It's just, I can't even believe it, because he just graduated some of the women, right? Like, women, yes, nothing wrong with theology, nothing. Nobody will be discounting that. That's not the point. But they tell you that's not what they're doing, but behind the scenes, this is what they're doing. So I didn't understand why Dan Aiken was there. So, okay, I did like what they're doing over there. They did shout out that they're doing a master's degree in Farsi language. I think that's good, so other people can get help. So also, this is also the dangerous part, right? Like, they are teaching not just here in the US, okay? In fact, one of the other schools, they actually over here, this one, Midwestern, okay? Before we go to the Midwestern one. So they are in East Asia, okay? So they are in East Asia all over the place. So if they are having issues in-house here, nobody will care. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like, okay, that's fine, you can deal with it. So trust and believe that all this thing is being exported outside America. So those people don't have the convention like you people do over here. You know what I mean? They don't know that the ERLC pretty much shut down to abolish abortion. You know what I'm saying? So like, what fellowship has Planned Parenthood with the ERLC? That's why people want it to be abolished, because it's like, you guys have all this money, you're not advancing biblical values. So what's the point of having it? And these messengers, they voted like, no, let's just keep it. Okay. And so having just having the ERC for the sake of it, it defeats the purpose. Oh, you did. But from the womb. Okay, so let me go. Let me see if I can open up because I was on Twitter earlier on. So yeah, it's just talking points. So like, those are the entity heads. So they'll come there. So everybody is going to tell you their highlights, the things that they're doing at their seminaries, right? Because these are the flagship seminaries of the SBC. But then there was another pastor there, who pretty much came in saying like, okay, you know what I mean? Send us these men so we can teach them how to be ministers, to be XYZ. And yesterday they just show a stage full of church planters. So if you're showing us a stage full of church planters, why is this pastor out here crying out that they still need pastors? That their churches, like in the rural areas, that they don't have pastors. Why don't they have the pastors? I just didn't understand what was the issue there. Okay, we welcome Van Sanders Ministries. Okay, Van, if you have a channel, I'm going to you can put your link in there. I'm going to subscribe to him. So that was that was something else that I didn't understand. And then enter Allen is a president of Midwestern Seminary in Kansas City. Okay, I thought this guy gave a jab to Tomasco and Owen Strand, because Owen Strand, these people, they do have Grace Baptist Seminary, and it was famous. It's actually a beautiful seminary, by the way. So like, people were just making fun of them, like, oh, you're out there opening your seminary, like a strip mall seminary. So they just run with it. Like, they made the t-shirt strip mall seminary. They were giving them for free at G3. I actually got one myself. So they're what they're doing, they want to just train men for the work of the ministry. You know what I mean? They don't want to be backed down by, okay, you need to be accredited. So this is where, the SBC, takes a jab with other institutions that are not accredited, because the SB institutions are accredited. So he was there like, okay, we are just not opening seminaries just on a strip mall, just so we should pay our bills. I was like, okay. So if you follow, like, okay, that was a straight up jab. Hey, James Bond. They got a jab on you. Yeah, saying like, they're opening these seminars at the shopping malls. Okay, so if somebody opening a seminar at the shopping mall, what's wrong with that? Is that an issue? So what if the seminar is at the strip mall, shopping mall? But they didn't like that because they actually have, the infrastructure. You know what I mean? So that was like, yeah, a shout out. What are you saying, Eric? It's biblical and God instituted in the Old Testament. I guess I'm missing something here. You guys, Kiana Shume asked what your stand is on the death penalty. Oh yeah, well, Q support death penalty. I also support death penalty. The Bible teaches an eye for an eye, right? So the punishment, the crime must fit the punishment, right? So this is how you have the issue with Sharia law, right? So like, if you are out there in Dubai, if you steal, they do chop off your arm. Why? Because you're never going to steal again. But is that proportionate for you to lose your arm because you stole like a loaf of bread and everything, But the biblical law is what it's restitution, right? Biblical justice is restitution. So you stole, like, okay, you stole someone else's car, right? And they use their car to go to work. So they miss out on work. So you're going to give them back the car, and they miss 1 week pay work, then you're going to give them the 1 week pay because you stole a car that person uses to go to work. But over here, that's not what we do, right? We say like, okay, you stole a car and we're just going to send you to jail, right? Whatever, 2, 3, 4 years. Nobody's going to give you back your car. If anything, your insurance might replace it. But what is the insurance going to do? They're going to jack up your rates. So, and where is that person at? That person is in prison. So who is paying for that person in prison? You know what I mean? They're having their meals, stuff like that. Like, what does Paul say? Is like, he who steals, let him no longer steal, right? But they should what? Work with their own hands and provide for what? For their families. So, yeah. So biblical justice won't be that. Okay, did I miss anything? Kiesho, but what would you say we are wrong to call ourselves pro-life while being in favor of the death penalty? Ribo say it's contradictory, but of course overlook that. Excuse me, hold on. What is it, Eric? You say one pro-life while being in favor of the death penalty. People say it's contradictory, but of course overlook that. And I don't think it is contradictory. If I'm kidding it, right? So just like, okay, so even in the Bible, right? If you intentionally kill somebody, then once the investigation is done on an account of 2 or 3 witnesses, independent witnesses, then the charge will be established and you'll be tried, and that's it. You know what I mean? No more wasting time in prison. So it'll be your head on the chopping board. But if you accidentally kill somebody, like manslaughter and everything, so that would be also the same thing. Like, okay, you pay restitution and everything. So yeah, the law of God is good, but people don't they don't. When you talk about the law, oh, that's the Old Testament, we're in the New Testament. Yes, we're in the New Testament, but the law of God still bears, right? Not everything, but there's the ceremonial law, we no longer believes in that, right? But the moral law is always bearing to every Christian, to every Christian, to every Christian. It's not being pro. No, it's not, because being pro-death penalty is protecting innocent life, which is what Scripture calls us to do. Unless okay, Van Sanders, has this been hard for you and your congregation of very mentioning giving the minimum to keep? Oh, so Van, your church is an SBC? So your church is an SBC? There are good churches inside the SBC. There are good churches inside the SBC. But I just think, I think, like I was saying, I don't know who I was talking to like yesterday. I do think, yes, this is what we're seeing, whatever is happening on the conventional level. But I don't think this is not the whole picture of what's going on. We do have, like, I do believe that the majority of people are out there, they are pew sitters. If they were voting even just for the ERLC, they would have kicked it out, they would have abolished it. But your vote only counts, you have to be present. So you need to be boots on the ground, you have to be present in order for your vote to count. So come next year, if these people are able to go and vote at their local church, some of these shenanigans won't be happening. You know what I mean? So it's exactly what happens when people show up. So one of the things that was actually happening quite a lot at the mic was the sex abuse task force. Okay, these people don't want to answer questions. I did not get any answer from the floor whenever anybody was asking anything that had to do with the tax abuse question. So Corey went up there and started talking. And then, like, Ed Litton, they always, come on the mic. That issue is true. Thou shalt not speak, the 11th commandment. Okay. So they don't want you to mention any names, even if it's a matter of public record. They don't want you to do that. Everything, they want to keep it on the hush hush. Like, no, people know exactly what's going on. Okay. So whenever he was given an answer, Alan is the one who was giving an answer. He was asked, like, okay, so what is it that you're going to do at your seminary? These women, right, who have been abused and everything. This guy just says, like, oh, these things that have happened to women is so bad and everything. I'll do everything in my power to make sure whatsoever. Answer the question. And just like that, he ran his clock. He didn't give an answer because he's the president of an institution. So he should be able to tell you, okay, we're going to do, I don't know, mandatory background checks. You see what I'm saying? Or we are going to expel once somebody is found to have committed these things. So they are giving you tangible, exclusive examples what they're going to do about it. They just run the clock. And, once the clock is gone, because you can only ask one question, right? And that's just about it. So I thought, like, these people, they are very slick. They know how to run the mic. And, that's why I was surprised. Like, okay, so how come Rick Warren was given this main sermon, okay? And nobody else didn't get this VIP treatment. So I could not, I did not get that. So as you, if you remember, most of the issues that was going on was, they had, let me see if I find it here. The tax abuse, the sex abuse situation that had happened. Okay, so this, is it on here? Let me. Okay, here's a video. Okay, let me see. Let me share this one. Let me share. So, but Jesus addresses the iPhone here in Matthew. Oh, thank you. Yeah, in Matthew, yeah. So an eye for an eye. So like, okay, you pluck your eye, and then I pluck your eye. That's just like, proportionate, right? Like, okay, you've heard in the old, right? Thou shalt not commit adultery. But I've told you, if you just look at a woman with lustful eyes, you know what I mean? You have already committed adultery. So Jesus is raising things sort of like on another level now. You know what I mean? It just doesn't take an act, just you doing the act, right? It's your mind, like looking. So those are the things. So yes, thank you for sharing that. So so this was the issue that was going on at the mic. If you remember, there were so many people who kept going on the mic trying to make these people talk about this sex abuse situation. So let me share this the video. Okay. So one of the person who was implicated, okay, let me know if you guys can hear. Okay. Okay, if you can hear, give me a 1. No, B for Barrier Babes. Okay, we no longer do a 1, so I think
here today by saying that this is not about the comfort level of Karen Pryor or Keith Whitfield or anyone else who has not willingly come forward with the information they have regarding the wicked and sinful distribution of my private information. That's information that included the sexual abuse that happened to me prior to ever meeting Tom. The action and inactions of these people have led to me being outed in an arena I was not ready to step into. I have had to endure the flashbacks of things I had laid to rest years ago and now once again permeate my thinking. I had to sit with my 90-year-old mother who, because of things that were laid to rest so long ago, there was no need for ongoing conversation. She had forgotten. It was as if she was hearing it for the very first time. She cried that she had not protected me, afraid that others will assume it was my dad and taint his memory and his ministry. Her generation has not yet caught up to the fact that society now understands these actions are most often committed by those outside of the family. I have not screamed through this. I have not lashed out, and I have been patient for the process to unfold. Not only have I had to once again go through the process of laying down my memories, I have watched other people who have caused my affliction get to bemoan the uncomfortableness they have had to endure due to their own participation at various levels. This assessment is not limited to one person, but to the several people we know have information that they continue to conceal. Karen has stated she has determined Tom to be an ongoing abusive person. And because of that, she sees and receives anything he says or does as threatening her. I can confidently say Tom.
Okay, so just to bring you up to speed, right? So this is Jennifer back, and she made it to the microphone. I mean, oh, Jennifer girl, I don't even know how you did that. Proud of you. So that's her husband, also made it to the microphone. And what had happened to Jennifer, she had a story, and she had given the story to Karen Swallow Pryor back in the day. Okay. So, but this story ended up making it to public domain. So, there's some things there where, Jennifer was abused and everything, that it wasn't supposed to be like a public thing. Okay. So, yeah, exactly. So now they did an internal investigation. So they had asked that, okay, we need to have an independent investigation. So what's going on over here? They're having she's able to express herself to who? None other than Dan Akin, who is he was right there on the stage. So every time these people are going on the mic, they're actually asking, they want to know, okay, you guys, because we've seen you're not doing anything about the sex abuse situation. So now they took it to the mic to ask them. That's why right now, when everybody goes on the mic to ask about the sex abuse, they're shutting it down. Why? They're saying like, okay, this issue is not debatable. Because to them, they're making it like, okay, it's kind of like, okay, they can sort it out privately, so to speak. But no, they can't sort it out privately, so to speak, because the people who are involved are the entities. Not only that, they had guideposts, right? This is the responsibility, what they did, right, with this sex abuse task force. So it's man. So let's continue to listen. Okay.
Tom and Karen have had ongoing conversations, and they have been pleasant and bantering in nature. But no one is correcting her or calling her to put aside her personal feelings and deal with the issues at hand. I feel I've been used as a weapon against my husband and further abused by my personal information being leaked because others determined smearing Kim was of more importance than protecting me or the witness of our great testimony. When we have sought answers instead of getting honesty and truth, we have been repeatedly met with dishonesty and lies. But I am still here, willing to face those who I believe have promoted this painful process. I am very unhappy with the summary of the last meeting, and because of that, I have no confidence any truth will be discovered today. Not because truth is not known, but because I think some have they've reached a level that people are willing to lie to protect themselves. They have evidenced very little concern for truth or the people they squash in the process of taking out who they deem as a threat to their own agenda. The very fact that someone or a group of people would take my story, which is a redemption story to highlight and reflect the great glory and grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and twist it in an attempt to quiet and destroy Tom's ministry and character, is evidence enough of the callous, deceitful, and sinful nature of the people we are dealing with. I have had to sit by and watch as Tom has been maligned. I have been made fun of, and the intention and purpose of my article has been twisted by an intentional hit piece, and not one acting leader has publicly spoken in our defense. We have been hung out to dry by the very people.
So that's why they decided to take their story now to the SBC, so to speak, right? And Michelle Leslie did a good job by introducing they are treating, she is also like a survivor, right? But she's not being treated like as a survivor. Why? Because the people who did wrong, Karen Swallow Pryor, she's a professor at Southeastern, and Dan Akin is the president. So it's almost like, okay, you in a bigger scheme of things, like you are a nobody, right? So now you want to fight with your boss or whatsoever. So it's very disheartening to see. It's very disheartening to see. So like, yeah, but everything's coming out to light. So I'm glad that they recorded this and they just made this public. because one of the lady who was also involved leaking this story, that's the one, Erin Harden, and she denied the whole thing, but the David Baumgardner ratted her out. So this is the drama that goes on inside the SBC. Yep. Yes, it was definitely blackmail. Definitely blackmail. Okay, so let's just finish listening in.
People who have the power to change the conversation and the dynamic of the game. But instead, we have gotten silence, and one of the only two known players from Southeastern to appear in this call cries trauma and is excused from the discussion. I am deeply hurt. I am deeply angry. I am deeply disillusioned with this process. I don't want to hear any sentiments about my pain. I want to see evidence that somebody is willing to actually do something more than lip service. Dr. Aiken, I do believe you want to see this rectified. You were the only person who was willing to listen to me when I cried out for help on April 2nd. However, you knew the nature of the information I wanted concealed, and you allowed yourself to be satisfied with the word of mouth guarantee without any of the information you asked for being given to you. You clearly trusted someone who has been proven to be untrustworthy. Keith lied to you for 15 days. He did not come forward until more information was supposed to surface publicly. And that cover-up was not revealed to us for another 15 days. I desire to see a determination from you and the rest of these men here today to be willing to do the hard things to reveal all the players in this plot designed or devised to destroy Tom, and in the process has outed my private personal information. The appeal is for things to be dealt with privately and quietly. But no information was revealed to us until we went public. Private dealings have become the means by which to excuse and do nothing.
So, let me just finish it then, because I think it's just a little bit. Karen Swallow Pryor was, these people were friends with Karen Swallow Pryor. They gave their draft article to her. And instead of her being present on this meeting, she wasn't present in the meeting. According to her, she was overwhelmed. So she did not attend the meeting. Okay, let's just finish. Then I have one more.
I believe we have been mistreated as fellow believers in Christ. I believe I have mistreated as a survivor by the leaders at Southeastern Baptist Theological Seminary. And I believe the testimony of Christ has been damaged. And this entire situation has been mishandled in egregious ways.
So, yeah, man, that's what happened. So on this one, she wasn't, what are you asking, Q? Did she say she thinks Akin wants to make it right? That is nice. Oh yeah, I think, like, whenever you're talking to somebody, right, you want to kind of like give them a benefit of a doubt. No, because like when she went on the mic, they ended up muting her mic because they didn't want to discuss her story anymore, right? Because they say like, okay, we want this story to be handled different. So like, somebody put a resolution like, okay, we want this entity to be investigated. And I did like that resolution where I said like, oh no, turn all these reports to the police, right? That way the police can investigate whatever it's criminal. They have the power of the sword. They can execute judgment in that manner. Okay. So that's, I know, but I was, yeah, because, she went there, on the mic. I also did like how, pretty much her husband, you know what I mean, stood by her over there, because he also went to, to present, actually just asking questions, and his questions were not even answered at all. His questions were not answered at all. So I had done, I did a poll because I wanted to find out, who is this poll at? I did a poll asking people if they thought the elections were stolen. So right now it's half and half, right? 37% of people say that okay, it was stolen. Some people think like okay, it wasn't. 50-50. I was looking for it, I just can't find it. So that's exactly where we're at right now. So let me share another screen. Q, you're keeping time for me, right? You let me know when they come back. Right now we can go through some of the stuff that didn't make it. Okay, so this was the stream. So this is what I had asked, you know, because I think you guys can see it, right? I don't know, because I so many stories how the pastoral went down, right? The president of pastoral went down, you know. So it's dead right now, you know. 50% think it was stolen, 50% think it wasn't. Then 25% says not sure. So you guys make that what you will. So yeah, I thought that was kind of like interesting. That was kind of like interesting. Oh, 39 minutes. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I already sort of like have a habit here. So right now we're just gonna, I mean, like there's just so much stuff that happened. So they did change the lyrics to the song. I think it was a sin, and they replaced it with mistakes. Did you hear about that one? Q. Let me find it. I was just like, man, they were just doing too much. But everybody could see that okay, Ed Litton was in charge. Okay, so here he is. I'm gonna share, because this is most things that people are complaining about, like okay, what's happening with the what's happening with the microphones, because people were not getting their fair share on the microphones. So this is an example.
For the Credentials Committee.
All right.
If the Credentials Committee found that a pastor of a church seeking affiliation were in the habit of, from time to time, plagiarizing sermon content, which is prohibited by all
Sir,
6
please.
seminaries.
Sir, that is not the point of this. That is not the point of this discussion at this moment.
Yeah, so those are the things that were kind of like going on every time somebody goes to talk about plagiarism or talk about the sex abuse. They were just shutting them down, because those were just like, okay, you know what I mean? We don't want to hear it. We don't want to hear it. You know what I mean? We don't want to hear it. So like, but even some of the stuff had nothing to do with the plagiarism, so to speak, right? So but people just find a way, to sneak in the plagiarism situation to it. So I thought that was very, very funny. I thought that was very funny. Okay, so yeah, right now they're having a lunch break. So when they come back on the oh yeah, you remember it? It was at the cross, yeah, say the burdens of my heart. Thank you, Q. Yeah, but they repress it. Okay, so they say yes, but the original lyrics don't say mistakes. Yes, the original lyrics don't say mistakes. So I don't know why they would replace it like with the mistakes. At the cross, way. And they say there's no workplace inside the SBC. Why are they changing the lyrics? For who? For what? So I don't understand why they did that. Yes, they did throw aid on the mic, but you know what? I think they knew that thing was going to happen. That people will be coming on the mic to talk about plagiarism and everything, because you can see that the leadership, they were united. Okay, they were united. They quickly came in to take care of business on his behalf. So but I mean, like I thought, like as a chairman, like him with with everything that has happened, I think he did put a good face for himself. So I think I think that was good. I think that was good that he did put a good face for himself. I thought that was good. Okay, all right. So, man, a lot of stuff. Okay, so let's do an because there was another one for over here. What happened with the bug? What Shepherd did with Crystal? Okay, let's just see what are they up to.
Risking their very lives to present the everlasting story. As their names remain hidden from the their work echoes throughout eternity. As thousands confess Jesus as their Savior.
Okay, so I guess this is how they're just showing things that are going on, right? On the mission field.
God knows their names.
Okay, so they'll begin in 30 minutes time.
God calls all of us by name to join His mission. These are the names
that gives
of those
me a clock as well.
Who said yes. And behind those names are countless churches like yours who sent them, equipped them, prayed for them. We have a collective idea.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, you're right. He actually did it handled well. You know what I mean? He just carried on as if, hey man, no big deal at all. Yeah, man. And yeah, that's why they didn't want to, talk about it. They didn't want to talk about it. These people, they know each other, okay? They know each other. So it's a good old boys club. If you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. Yeah. If you know what I mean. Yeah, so that's okay. So right now we are filling up the time. Let me find some, some stuff that have already happened. Man, I'm like, I even can't keep up myself. I'm just like, man, this will just make you get a headache. It's so looking at his independent, and because like the guy who came to the mic, right, they shut him down because he wanted to say like, okay, what about these seminaries, right? So we need to push that we're not going to be entertaining plagiarism in these seminaries. So I thought that was excellent. That was excellent. That was excellent. Okay, so that
Te encanta ver crecer la familia.
There's always room around la mesa.
Y somos sus vecinos,
Tus compañeros de trabajo,
sus compañeros de escuela.
Y nuestras iglesias están creciendo.
Elijo ser bautista del sur porque creo en el cumplimiento de la Gran Comisión. En mi vecindario, en toda esta nación.
Our nation. Y en cada nación más allá de estas fronteras.
Elijo ser bautista del sur porque podemos hacer más y somos más fuertes cuando estamos juntos.
Porque es
you asked me a question.
Part of God's bigger plan.
Estamos llamados a dar y a ir y podemos hacer.
You could listen for me speak forever. You can hear what I'm saying.
Damos porque queremos que el reino de Dios venga a la tierra.
Vamos porque queremos que cada lengua, cada tribu,
cada nación
llegue a conocer a Cristo.
Let me
la adore
put
y lo
this
siga.
on
el programa.
That way you. Maybe I can just
contribuir a ese esfuerzo.
Down. Don't worry.
porque queremos ver iglesias en todos los idiomas y culturas.
So I can speak over it. So you ask me where I'm from. I'm from Malawi. Malawi is in Central Africa. So most people don't know where Malawi is, but this is where Madonna adopted her kids. Where Madonna adopted her kids. So when I say that, people are like, okay, they know where exactly that is. It's in Central Africa. That's where I'm at. Some people don't understand when I say something like after some time, then people will be like, oh, we understand what you're saying because of my accent. People can't hear what I'm saying. I couldn't put MC. Oh, I know. Like, so this is what the SBC, this is what they do. You see what I'm saying? So these people, they have no idea that they, people are, are winning elections. There's some, gentleman handshakes. They have no idea. You know what I'm saying? This is what they do. So they, this is good work for mission wise. This is good work.
I'm a pastor's kid. Ako po ay pangalawang
This is good
henerasyon
work.
na sumunod kay Kristo sa aming pamilya.
Okay, thank you. If you can hear what I'm saying, because if you didn't hear, you'd be like, oh man, this girl, she's so annoying. She keeps talking, but I can't hear what she's saying. And so if you can hear, that's good. That is good. Yeah, so we are just on the clock right now.
온 나라에, 온 세계에 복음을 전하며
Wow, so the volume was actually
upang
high.
ang lahat ng bansa
mọi tiếng nói
모든 언어로 말하며
说每一种语言的人
ay tatayo sa
That volume
harapan
was
ng
actually
trono.
high.
南部バプテスト
Okay, so let me, more, they will be, back like in 20 minutes time whatsoever. Oh, Corey.
We can do
You said
more
you were-
together than we can.
Oh, you did? How come you never asked me, Corey, if you wondered where I was from?
私は南部バプテストのクリスチャンです
Malawi,
Southern
Malawi,
Tôi là
Malawi.
người Baptist Nam Vương bởi vì
Yeah.
tôi muốn
Thank you, Corey, for
hoàn
stopping by.
thành đại
We're just
mạc.
waiting for them to come
私は
back.
南部バプテストの
Right
大
now,
会
they're
の
just
会
showing,
員でもあります
the things that they're doing.
남침내교의 이러한 유산에
Yeah,
일부입니다.
so
My name is Hyung Lee, and I'm
yes, it
Southern
is an
Baptist.
African
我的名
accent.
字是陈宝生
But not all
我是
Africans
美南
sound the
浸信
same.
会的
People
成
think that we do,
员
but
Ako
we
po si
don't.
Henry Amarola at ako ay Southern
But we
Baptist.
Tôi
don't.
tên là Kiên
Yeah.
Thắng và tôi là người
Yeah.
Baptist Nam Phương.
제 이름은 양현승입니다. 저는
Yep,
남침내교회입니다.
yep.
私は林
Yeah, so
ジョナサンです
this is whatsoever. So let me just find another video that happened prior to this, right? So we can see, some of the backstories that have been going on right now. Okay, let me find. I can make that one big. Okay. Yeah, I mean, to
For
be
me
honest with
personally,
you,
I wake up every single
Corey,
day
it is
asking the same
disheartening, to be honest.
And I'm asking,
Hold
Lord,
on.
how can I be maximized for you?
It is disheartening to me. Am I surprised? No, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised with what has happened. So if people have been, if people have been paying attention, this has been going on for quite some time. But right now, this just puts so all the people who've been saying things that there is the downgrade inside the SBC, there is a drift inside the SBC, like this more progressiveness that has been going on inside the SBC. You know what I mean? Even at the top level, people just think like, you guys are exaggerating, right? Like, I remember especially during like Russell Moore, who is the former president of the ERLC. So, but now, like, people can see this thing on display now. You know what I mean? People, you follow people on Twitter, you can see it for yourself. Then you'll be like, okay, now we understand what these people have been saying for quite some time, right? So just even like, having Vodi lose the pastoral conference, it's just like, what happened? You know what I mean? So then that tells you exactly what's going on. Yeah. So to me, it's very disheartening. Like, I don't, if people are going to win, let them win, right? But how can we be having the plagiarism scandal? And when people go to the mic, they'll be like, okay, we need to eradicate this. They don't want to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, why? Why don't you want to talk about it? And they say, okay, they want to do this sex abuse situation. Then they have a sex abuse survivor on the microphone. They're muting them because they don't want to talk about it. They say it's not debatable. You see what I'm saying? So they've been exposed themselves. They'll be like, okay, yes, we are pro-life and everything. But the ERLC, the stuff they're doing, now say, okay, if they are not doing the stuff that we want them to do, we need to abolish them. They'll be like, oh, no, we don't want to abolish them. So they say one thing, they do one thing. So for those reasons, it's so bad because this is like the SBC. I mean, if this was like, the I don't know, Clifford Dollar, Kenneth Copeland, Joe Austin, it would just be like, you know what, keep it moving, right? But this is inside the, you now you have to wonder if somebody wants to go like to an SBC church, you want to make sure like, okay, is it a legit? You know what I mean? So this, like you heard what Rick Warren was saying over there. It's just like, come on, Rick Warren, like right now, should we be investigating if they say like, the SBC should sit down, find out what an office of a pastor means? Honestly, inside the SBC, why? Because they want to ordain women. Rick Warren already did it, by the way, but other churches, they want to do the same thing. So now they want to let it get like, oh, you know what, the pastor doesn't mean the same thing, you know what I mean, as an elder and everything else. So it's just like, these are the games that they're playing. They would have us to believe that the Bible hasn't spoken. You don't need a committee to tell you that, we have a book, as they say, right? Sola Scriptura. So if the scripture already says this, why do we need a committee to tell us otherwise? Yeah, James May said that the election of Baba proves that there's no drift. SBC. Well, anybody can see for themselves. We've all watched, you know what I mean? We saw the stuff, the stuff that they're saying on the microphone, things of that nature. Can we still say that there is no liberal drift inside the SBC? And James Merritt of all the people, the same one who was co-signing about his son's message. So yeah, that is what they do. They stand by each other, all these stuff. The hypocrisy in that room is so thick. You can cut it with a knife. Yes. Yes, exactly. This is exactly what, yeah, man. This is exactly what they're saying. I'm telling you, it's not good. It is not good. It's not good at all. All right, how are we doing on the time? We're just waiting for these guys to come right back. They'll be back in 20 minutes. Okay, they'll be back in 20 minutes. I know that's why they're Amber Heard and everything. Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? Like, the word Amber Heard did this thing, did her thing. Everybody was supporting her. They went to court. They asked her a question. She had no answer. She had no answer at all. And everything, she was exposed. Watching it last night, I think it was Jesus said, they honor me with their lips. Yes. Yeah, but their hearts are far from me. Correct. Yep. Yep. So guys, they'll be back sort of like in your brain. I feel like my brain is gonna melt. Your brain is gonna melt. Like right now I can't even get to the stuff that I was just like, man, what about this stuff? What about this stuff? Okay, because there was so what let's see. Let's do okay, so they'll be back sort of like in 20. So I'm gonna make the screen bigger. I can take a break. Come right back within 10 minutes over here, okay? Don't change the dial. Stay right here. Be in the know. Be right back to bring you all the latest. I know, Corey. Everybody's feeling it. Everybody's feeling it. Let me just grab some water, guys, okay? So I'll make the screen bigger. So you stay right here. Don't change the dial, okay? I'll be right back. Commercial break. Let's make this as a commercial break.
Cooperative program. This is what happens.
When they give, they are not just giving money. They are putting money in someone else's life, in someone else's eternal life. And that means a lot.
The word together means more today. In these moments of isolation and fear and turmoil, together means more. As Southern Baptists, we are churches dispersed across the country, varying sizes and locations and cultures, and we share our generosity. In good times and bad, through wars and depressions, through terrorism and disasters, we serve side by side. We give for a common goal. We sacrifice together for the only mission that truly matters: the Great Commission. We are drawn not by the events of the day, but by the events of our shared King. His gospel story changed our own story and promises to change the story of the world. And so we pray, we give, we go. And although today we are physically apart, together we stand. We didn't ask for this moment. We didn't seek it. But in this moment, we choose to come together because the Great Commission cannot be thwarted. Disease and pestilence will not stop him. Economics and markets have no control over him. Fear and anxiety doesn't affect him. Distance cannot hold him. Death did not defeat him. God's plan cannot be stopped. It will not. And his plan is for us to join him. These times are challenging. They feel isolated. They put the true value of the cooperative program on full display. We are better together. And together we bring the good news for the whole world.
You can only do so much by yourself. But when you think about the cooperative program, I see myself and our church locking arms with 46,000 other churches with one thing in mind, and that is what Jesus told us to do. When you give, a portion of those dollars are going to support things all around the world, not just international missions. I'm talking about church planting right here in the United States. And so we get the opportunity to be a part of that. We get to give towards something so much bigger than ourselves. Thousands and thousands and thousands of men and women, boys and girls representing us around the world, preaching the gospel, baptizing new believers, making disciples, equipping the people for the work of ministry. I mean, it's exciting. You get the chance to give to something that is huge, something that God is using and blessing in supernatural ways.
I was baptized here, married here, ordained here. I got a sense of the importance of missions.
We came to this church when I was an infant, and I stayed here until I graduated from high school. So this really was the church here in Pawnee that really molded me. I had a neighbor when I was about 6 years old that started taking me to Royal Ambassadors on Wednesday nights. And then I was sitting just kind of right over there. I just remember hearing sermon after sermon about the gospel.
The foundation for why we ended up going to the mission field started here.
There was just always this stirring in my heart. And I started thinking, I think I want to do missions.
Jerry Rankin was speaking, and he said, have you ever asked God why he's allowed you to live in a place where the gospel is so available? Could it be that that's his way to prepare you to go and to share with others?
Because the Bible says, go and make disciples. And so maybe we should assume that we are called to missions, called to go, unless God says not to. And I heard that and I just kind of sat back.
So we went in 2001 to Thailand,
And that is where we really planted our lives. Those first couple of years obviously were very hard. Anybody we shared with about Jesus, they didn't know who he was. They never heard of the name of Jesus. Really, it was hard, for us to realize how many people do not have a clue of who he is.
My primary assignment is to be a lecturer at the Baptist Theological Seminary of Malawi. And ultimately, our big goal is to see Malawian Baptists becoming a mission-sending place to other parts of the world.
The Fulani are the largest nomadic people group in the world. There's about 30 million.
To be a Fulani is to be Muslim. And they just can't see separating themselves from the faith of their fathers. We're seeing some groundwork laid that more and more are beginning to believe. Few in this village or few in that. In the past, historically, they are the champions for Islam. It is our prayer that one day they will be the champions for Jesus, spreading Jesus across the same area that their ancestors spread Islam. I remember as a little kid, there would be, the offering plates coming, so you'd hold your hand out to get money from mom or dad to put into the offering plate.
Growing up as a kid, I can honestly say the offering, it wasn't something that I really thought too much about.
I don't know that I had any understanding of where all it went and cooperative program or missions or anything of that nature, but had no clue it would ever have anything to do with me personally.
We grew up hearing the words cooperative program, but as far as the global impact that makes, we had no idea. I had no idea as a 9-year-old kid.
Mm-hmm. As that plate is getting passed, just realizing the money that goes into that plate is being used for kingdom purposes.
What you do matters, and we are just representatives of the larger body of churches that are in America that send us. And if we don't give, none of us can go.
The realization that the people in these seats, their faithful giving, it makes a difference in the lives of the people that need to hear about Jesus.
It's worth it to see people step out of darkness.
And we've had the opportunity to see people's lives changed. Thank you so much for giving.
So that we can continue to be a witness for Jesus among unreached people.
When you put that offering in the plate week after week from places all over the nation, joining together to do God's work across the whole world.
That's what the cooperative program is. It's everybody working together to make Christ's name known among the nations.
We could not serve if it weren't for your giving. And we just want to say thank you for that.
Hey, Chris. Hi, welcome.
Let the church say amen. Let the church say amen again.
Every Sunday morning, we choose to come together. Scattered across the country, we gather to worship, to pray, to grow. And as we join our local body of believers, we join a much larger network of churches. We come from different backgrounds, different places, different perspectives, and different lived experiences. Our churches, our languages, our cities, our communities, they are all different. But our Savior is the same. Our mission is the same. Our calling is the same. So while we choose to come together in our individual churches, we also choose to come together as Southern Baptists. For 200 years, we've decided that our differences do not define us. Jesus does. We decided that what unites us is greater than what divides us. That what matters then and now is the Great Commission. And God has called called us to go and make disciples. And so we continue to choose unity. And God has used that choice to create generations of missionaries sent to the far corners of the earth. We've baptized and made disciples. We've planted churches where there were none. We've raised up one generation of leaders to lead the next. We've met people in their deepest and most visceral needs. We've taken care of the widow and the orphan because we chose unity. And today, we are the next generation. How will we answer the Great Commission? We have the opportunity to choose to cooperate together, to give and to pray, to go, to work together, to bring the gospel to those who have never heard it, to bring hope to the hopeless, healing to the sick, belonging to the lonely, joy to those in despair. And that happens because every Sunday morning, we choose to come together and support the Cooperative program. The Cooperative program, the financial fuel for reaching every person for Christ in every town, every city, every state, and every nation.
We are for the church and for the kingdom. This vision drives everything we do. There are many noble causes and institutions in this world, and we care about the future of seminaries, academies, governments, social causes, and parachurch ministries, but they are not fundamentally why we exist. We exist for the future of the church and the advancement of God's kingdom. With God's help, our students today will be the pastors, ministers, and missionaries of the global church tomorrow. We teach the Bible in the classroom so that generations of churches will be sturdy outposts of Christ's kingdom. This is how we serve the church, and this is how we bless every other good and noble endeavor until God's glory covers the earth like the waters cover the sea. Will you join us?
Jesus said to his followers, "If they persecuted me, they will persecute you also." And to this day, all over the world, they still do. But Jesus promised more, that those who suffer for his name's sake would not be forgotten. Today, Voice of the Martyrs operates in 68 countries around the world, reaching out through persecution response, through Bible distribution, and through frontline ministry. We will share their stories. We will mobilize the body of Christ to stand together with our brothers and sisters who face persecution wherever it happens. We will serve our persecuted family through practical and spiritual assistance. And we will carry on the mission of the one who called us, Jesus Christ, who said, "Go and make disciples of all nations, no matter the cost."
Back from the commercial. Can you see? So things like this, like that's why I am so concerned about the SBC. If they didn't have a single international minister, I'll be like, you know what, forget about it.
A place where food and language and music and art
So
are not like other places.
Is why SBC
a place
matters.
where people say, "You're not in Latin
plus
America,
the 20 billion
but you
they
can
have.
see it from here." A place where
You
even
don't
an
want to
innocent
lose that
question
money to
like,
walk
"Why
this
did the chicken
agenda?"
cross the road?" has cultural implications.
It's not a thing to see a rooster crossing the street and you don't know if that's dinner or if that's a sacrifice. You just don't see.
Muchi and Diamond Yukebu learned all about chickens and voodoo and Haitians and Colombians and Russians and Cubans when they came to this uncommon place called Miami.
Miami is this beautiful, complex collision of people.
I like how they,
Miami's
kudos to them. They did put together
because there's no other place like it.
4 years ago,
they did a
the
good job
Yukebus moved to
in
a Miami
putting,
neighborhood called Little Haiti. They came here to start a
in
church
putting these
because this was
videos
just
together.
about the most
You know what I
diverse,
mean? Like they're
strategic, unchurched
showcasing
place they could find.
the,
It's not
like
just black and white.
I don't
like-
want to call it. I don't want to call it like. Oh, sorry guys. Let me lower down the volume.
There's an international route here that you're just not going to escape. Where now those cultures are colliding.
If tension and colliding cultures are what helped make this a very uncommon place, What the UKBOOs did to make it better is what makes this a very uncommon story.
Okay, sorry guys, I keep forgetting to lower down the volume. So I was saying that the videos that they put together showcasing the things that they're doing across the globe, they're actually good videos. Like the message is coming across, like, you know, like the SBC powerhouse.
Into the same room as Jesus. He brings different people not just into the same room, but into the same family.
Now, every Sunday, this very uncommon place sounds a bit like heaven.
Where's
That's what
Richard?
people
Is
here
he
say when
is he
everybody's
live
worshiping
also?
in their own language. Your giving through the Cooperative program helps make this happen. You help start churches where God writes uncommon stories on the hearts of uncommon people
Yes,
in
they
uncommon
are.
places.
Stories of people we've baptized who now have a burden to go overseas.
Malawi, there
so when you are
is so
giving,
like, you know,
you are
Malawi
coming
it's a
alongside
Christian
multiple
nation,
churches
right? Like
because this area,
you know, on paper,
doesn't just
right?
touch this
Also,
area,
if
it
you
touches
ask,
different parts of the globe.
oh,
As you are
nice,
helping
we
to
have a
shape South
guest.
Florida with the
This
gospel,
is
you are
nice.
literally also shaping the world.
Yo, excited.
What's going on? So we got some minutia.
I can't hear you. Hold
You
on.
can't. All right.
Hold on.
Testing. It is using
Is
my
going
microphone.
To live forever somewhere in a real place called heaven, a real place called hell. And so when we just walk through this life aimlessly, I think we're missing what God intends for us as believers to be focused on. He's saying, don't look at the person, man, look at their soul. Being soul conscious ought to be a part of our everyday
All right,
lives as
how are you doing
believers.
today? You're
As we
able to
look
hear me?
around the world saying, okay, this isn't just my waiter, this isn't just my friend, this isn't just my
Well, I
family
think the
member.
volume
These
is
are
too
real
loud.
people
Let me
that are
just
gonna
lower
go
the
to
volume.
heaven or hell.
That way I'll be able to hear you
So how are you
fine.
doing the?
Okay.
Here's what you do. Full screen the
All right,
screen.
Ray. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad you made it.
I'm
But
happy
for
to be
some reason
on.
I cannot hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hold on. You can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay, so well, that's fine. The audience can hear you, so I think that's good enough. So,
Is
like,
there a live chat? Okay,
I
we
mean,
do
the
got live
drama
chat.
that has going on inside the SBC. What was your take, especially when the presidents were talking?
Hold on. So full screen when you're in share screen mode, it should actually allow you to switch back and forth between your StreamYard browser, the tab that your StreamYard's on, and then the other one. Does that make sense? So you can full screen that and still switch back. So it's larger. Does that make sense?
No.
I don't know if it's a StreamYard thing or something.
Okay. So is this, unless if I'm doing something wrong, guys, the audience can hear you. For some reason, I'm the only one who cannot hear you.
Okay. Unmute me on the thing.
How about now? I know my husband is freaking out right now.
Audio,
but anyway,
test,
it's fine, right? If you cannot hear me, as long as the people can hear you. What was
well,
your
you need to
take
hear me.
on the when the president of the seminaries were talking? Because I thought that was especially when Danny Aiken was talking.
Yes, so if you want to follow me on YouTube, the reason why I'm not doing this stream on my own YouTube account is because when I tried doing this live stream, I got nuked by YouTube because someone did not like what I was doing at Evangelical Dark Web on the YouTube channel. So you can subscribe there. I'm going to plug myself while there's a absence. And the reason why I'm super sweaty is because I've been door knocking for a political campaign all day in the
Lower your
90-degree
volume,
heat.
Jess.
So
I can hear him.
okay, you can hear me now. So
No, now I can hear you. So
I was totally talking about you behind your back.
No,
Glad I stopped in
because
time.
I have. I know my husband is having a heart attack wherever he's at. I had my earpiece. I left my earpiece behind, and then I'm busy with the headphones. You know what I mean? So the whole
Right.
time it's So don't worry about it.
Do you have
But,
a Bobby
I'm
Lopez?
glad that you're here.
Do you have a Bobby Lopez, Bobby Gilstrap, David Morrill, or anyone else coming on?
I did ask David, but he said he's flying out today from there. But I sent him the link, so I don't know if he'll come on.
So
Ask Dr. Lopez to come in.
So one thing we can do is I can host a stream, give you the pairing access, so you can rebroadcast it on your own channel. I can bring those people on. We can have multiple channels. If I give you a link that you can restream on your own channel, it's on Restream, so I don't know if.
Yeah, so
it should work a little bit easier because
it should
that
work
way
a
we're
little
not.
bit easier. I'm using StreamYard right now. Would it
Right.
work?
But at the moment,
Okay, so no, we still have some time before they come back on, so we can
how much
check
time
out
we got?
the
I heard
links
that
and
we got
everything now.
I heard we got 30 minutes before that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
I'm just wondering how this should work. Because
So if I send you, so like if I send them the link, they can just hop on,
StreamYard's
'cause
being
like a
pretty
StreamYard,
weird
you
right
can have.
now. Is kind of what I'm thinking. It's like they're looking pretty weird. Oh, you got StreamYard Pro at that?
Yeah, I do, because like
Yeah.
I can
Okay,
have more than 10 people in one setting.
Okay, so here's
we're good. These people are not coming anytime soon.
okay.
So
So
I just
here's
have to send them the link. They can hop on, and if he's on YouTube, he can stream it on over there. It's fine. What were you thinking?
okay. So no, I'm just. It looks like StreamYard's acting weird. So go to share screen. Dang, it's weird not being in the console of the
No,
driver.
I can share the screen. I'm on the share screen right now.
Okay, bring the Southern Baptist Convention. Go to the Southern Baptist Convention tab.
Okay. All right. So here I just have to add. It's ready.
So we got 30 minutes before.
Yeah, we have 30 minutes before they come. So the screen is right here.
Okay, full screen that screen. And you
It
should
is full screen.
No, on the screen.
Oh, on the screen right here, full screen.
So like go to that tab and then full screen it.
This is the full screen I have.
Why is there a banner at the top that says Voice of Martyrs?
This banner has been here all along. I don't know why.
Huh.
Yeah, that
Full-
banner has been
Okay,
here.
so can you go to the video player?
Yeah, I think that's the SBC banner that they already had.
Right, but the video player should be full screenable.
You think the video player should be okay? So let me just
Let's see. This is not WebEx or Microsoft Teams
so
or
this
Slack.
is
so
now I'm exiting full screen. Okay,
You just
this is
exited?
the full screen.
It's not making a difference on my end.
Yeah. So unless this is the full screen that I get. This is the full screen that's there.
All right. Maybe Restream's just better. I don't know.
Slides, extra, video, stop screen. Yeah, so like if I do that, then I've exited like the full screen. But that banner is already there, like on their on the streaming, because I just on their actual the one that I had. Yes, the player is the full screenable. Okay, so all right, fine. I'm gonna get some help. So how do I get it full screen? Be careful.
I don't know. It's StreamYard
This
versus
one?
Restream. No, that's not it.
This one?
No, So the goal is that when the Southern Baptist Convention is on your screen, it's the whole screen. You
It's
know
the
what I'm
whole
saying?
screen.
It's not taken up by other things in the background on that
Okay,
page.
so if I do that, that's just me.
How about I pull it up on my screen and I can share my screen?
Okay, so you should be able to share a screen with me. So if I do this, that's just you and me, right? Because it has different templates. So this is another template, this is another template, and this is another template.
What the? Okay, it just screwed me over too. You're right. It is doing that. No, I just want this. Okay,
so you should be able to.
No, Restream is officially better. It actually knows what I mean when I say full screen.
Okay, so the problem is my.
It's Restream. How about we restart the stream on Restream? That way we don't have this Sabina, I don't know, some banner at the top. Hold on, I think I got to hop off for a second because I think I'm getting a delivery.
Okay, so come right back and then we'll take it from there. Okay, guys, hang on. You know, we've tried to have the best guys inside the SBC. Inside the SBC. So what were you saying, Jazz? I think we figured it out, Ray, if you're there. I think something like that.
If that's what you want. I don't know if that's what you want.
Okay, anyway, I'm back live. I need to be entertaining my my guest. Guys, sorry about that. Okay, I think we figured it out, okay? I think we figured it out. All right, where we? Whoop, 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 whoop. Okay. So we're just trying to figure this out, okay? Because, you know, fingers crossed, because this is the last leg. You know what I mean? Is that the people who've been there, done that inside the SBC, okay? You guys can hear me fine? Can I see a B, please, for barrier B? Oh, man. Oh, okay, great.
All right, I'm back. It looks like we figured it out.
Yes, we figured it out.
How do you figure it
was
out?
Actually...
How did you figure it out?
So this is what you wanted, right?
Yes.
To put it like this. So when the other guests come in, we can do that. If we want to do the whole screen, we can just do that. Then we can do this.
And do it, the three of us on this.
Okay, the three
panel?
of us right here.
That's not the three of
no,
us.
it automatically give us the third person like
No, it
that.
doesn't
on
do
the
the
side.
three square or three rectangles that are evenly
Yeah.
sized.
Yeah, you like this, right? This is what you prefer.
That's the preferred for watching. You need to mute
Okay,
your
when
screen.
we're watching, we can do that. If not, but we
There
want
we
it to
go.
be on the screen. Is that what you want?
Okay, so let's just make us on the screen since nothing's going on at the Southern Baptist Convention.
Yeah,
at
for
the
now,
moment.
nothing is going on. So
Uh,
once they come back, we'll do that. Then we'll be able to hear, we'll be able to see, and
Okay, and
yeah. But I think you also have you're able to control. So you know
do
what
you
I
have
mean?
Bobby Gilstrap's number or email?
Uh,
If not,
I don't think I have Bobby's, but like you can just forward him the link that I sent you.
Okay.
Yeah, just forward him, like the email I sent you. Just forward it. It's the same. It's the same link. So he will just click that, and he'll be able to join us, and we'll just add him up. Yep, and we'll be able to add him up. So
There's a link.
That's
and then
yep.
and I'll get
And I don't
Bobby.
know if Professor Lopez wants to come, and then Pastor Gilchrist. They are welcome. This is the last leg of the SBC. It's the last leg of SBC. So we can do that. What are you saying? You would hope you could understand.
And then I'll get David Morrill. He popped on our
I did
stream
text David. If David can come, David, come show up over here, protest here. Come on now, because he said he was flying out today, so I don't know that he'll be able to come. So I was so like, yeah, what was your take so far with with everything that went down today?
I don't know what's going on today. I've been door
today
knocking
you did.
for my
You didn't do
political
anything.
campaign.
You didn't watch?
No, so I'm pretty behind. So I'm
you're
hoping
pretty behind. You're pretty
I'm hoping
behind.
you can catch me up. So
I'm done aching, man. Like
okay, so let's take the Southern Baptist Convention off screen for
we'll
a
bring
second.
it. All right, fine. Just
Since
just be the timekeeper.
We
When
have
it's
like
time,
15
put it
minutes
out
before
there.
that comes, so I might actually get some
Yes,
food
let's
and
start.
start eating it on the stream because some people are really into that.
Oh yeah, I know.
Just the slow eating. So anyway, I focused on last night, but honestly, I was under the impression not much has happened during the day today other than the election of minor officers. First vice president, second vice president, third vice president, like the offices that no one really cares about, because we've already got the president underway and the president has been resolved, and the resolutions are still coming up. So that should be pretty interesting.
Shoot.
And then have they done a vote on and Bobby Gilstrap told me that they're going to vote on an audit for NAM. That has not happened yet. That I believe is coming up at 6:00 Eastern, where we're at. So 6:00 Eastern, they're going to do the audit NAM vote. So I'm looking forward to that. So man, I want to. I can't highlight some of the questions here because I'm so used to being the person that hosts the stream, not the person that's a guest on the stream, because no one ever invites me anywhere. So I listened to A.D. Robles respond to KSP and was actually surprised to hear that she was pro-life. Were you expecting that? So is this the idea that she's not that pro-life and is probably one of the worst pro-life advocates ever, other than Russell Moore? So that's actually going to be a huge fight coming up in a moment, is that Russell Moore the ERLC is getting celebrated in a pro-life resolution, a supposedly pro-life resolution on the anticipation of the overturn of Roe v. Wade. That's a resolution on the Southern Baptist Convention. It's resolution 7. And I don't believe it's been voted on today. I believe that was set for later in the afternoon agenda. So it will be interesting to see if there are any amendments to that. David Morrill, our friend on the ground over at the over in Anaheim said that he was going to offer an amendment to strip the ERLC language from the resolution and to hopefully buff it up because it is a weak pro-life resolution. So that is on the floor for tonight. We also have so resolution 7 is going to be a big fight tonight. We got I don't know if they've done the ERLC vote. So it was also supposed to be voted on whether to abolish the ERLC. That would need 2/3 majority to pass. I don't think we've had that vote yet, but I could be wrong. It could have already happened. Violet, how about you let me know? Has the vote on the ERLC already taken place? How did that go?
They shut it down. They shut it down. They brought it on the floor for the ERLC. No, it did not pass. I didn't think that it was going to pass.
I didn't think it was going to pass, but like how much debate or what was any highlights from that discussion? Like, did they even have a discussion or?
So, the guy who brought it up, like, we need to abolish it because they're not doing whatever they're supposed to do. So, but the time had run out. So Ed Litton ended up saying like, you know what, to be fair, wait a minute. I don't know what is going on, but you can hear me, I can hear you. So Ed Litton ended up saying that, okay, yes, the time is up, but to be fair, we need somebody else on the microphone to counter the, the debate, which is fine. And, he said the good things like, okay, SBC, blah, blah, blah. I mean, the ERLC. So they put it to the vote. So, I mean, the vote was loud and clear that the people didn't want to abolish.
I mean, they needed 2/3. How many would you say they got?
Oh, I think,
1/3?
They did have more than 2/3.
No, they had 2/3 to keep the ERLC, but did they have 1/3 to abolish?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or maybe higher. I'm just trying to get a gauge for whether abolishing the ERLC is more popular than Tom Askell.
To be honest with you, Ray, what I'm seeing, the people were allowed in the room that they did not want to abolish it because, that was all those in favor, and so I think when the guy actually went to the mic to debunk the ERLC debate, right? He actually had applause. People clapped, like, okay, we don't want it to be abolished, so to speak. So they did the ballot voting on it. Just the raising the hands. It's not like they counted the.
Wait, they actually did a ballot?
No, they didn't do a ballot.
They did hand raise.
They just raised the hands. So I think there was no need for anything. So I didn't think that they were going to. People would vote that they should abolish the ERLC. I didn't think that. But I was I was happy when it was brought because I actually tweeted it, defund the ERLC. Yeah. What you're saying is the ER necessary at this point? I don't understand its function.
Yeah, we're all feeling that way.
No, I don't think so either. But it's too. Yeah, I think also the other things, the things that happen, like the ERLC, you have to keep up with it in order for you to know is it necessary or it's not. I just don't think it is because they are way too much compromised. They are way too much compromised because they are having their January, right? They are having their pro-life, 2 days on the 18th and the 19th. And
to
yet
celebrate
these people
50 years of Roe. That's what they were going to do at first. It was celebrating 50 years of Roe, which I use that term facetiously.
But what would they be doing?
Now it's like, let's make abortion unnecessary. So you're saying that it's necessary? So that's the ERLC logic.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't understand why they decided to use that terminology again, because when the Roe v, when the leak happened, Brent Leatherwood tweeted the same thing, like, oh, let's make abortion unnecessary. So when they received backlash, they ended up, writing all over again. They're like, oh no, the reason why we are saying this is not like we don't believe in abortion, blah blah blah. And then the next minute he shows up on the letter that was issued that killed the HB 13 in Louisiana. And the acting president, Brent Leatherwood, signature is there.
That's why Resolution 7 will be a key fight coming up here when they do the resolutions. I assume they've not moved on to Resolution 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. Or any other resolutions. And do you happen to have the resolutions that were rejected by the council? I've not seen that. If there is a bulletin for today, I've yet to see something.
Yeah, so like the bulletin, let me because I had taken a picture of the bulletin. Let's see what else is left for today. Okay, because they like I thought that was funny when they the guys keep going on the mic, talk about the plagiarism issue. He was just shutting it down. He wasn't entertaining that one.
Being trolled and didn't like it.
He's not having it. But that I felt like he did a good job, you know what I mean, given with what happened. So let's see what else is left. All right, because I did have the bulletin that I had put it down because they'll be coming from lunch. Okay, so we have Monday, Wednesday afternoon, but they're behind 1 hour. They're 1 hour behind.
They're 3 hours behind. They're in Anaheim.
No, for us we're 3 hours behind, but their schedule, they are 1 hour late. So when they come back, it'll be committee on order of business report third, committee resolution report, then the previous scheduled business. The ERLC are coming back again. Acting president, I guess you have a talk over there. Then Lifeway, then presentation of officers.
Okay, I found it. I found what I was looking for.
Okay.
Very untransparent of the resolutions committee to not. Oh, seriously, is that not even it? Okay, hold on. I think I got it.
If you find it, that's good over there.
I won't be able to share it with the crowd, with the class, but let me actually see what resolutions were rejected by the committee.
Yeah, go ahead, because I remember, I was listening to it. I wasn't writing down. Because I know the
actually, let me see if I can get this on my computer because that is far easier. Let me get this on Gmail. Message saved as draft.
Okay, you'll be able to share it. Okay, while you're doing that. So, yeah, Corey, at this point, to be honest with you, the ERLC is just like, okay, before it was good because they actually,
I kind of don't think they were ever good, but that's just me.
No, it's never going to go away. But so especially, they're definitely connected with the politicians. So at least, having an opportunity to have a voice to the politicians, so to speak. But these people are pretty much, I don't know if they still have their office because they did have their office in DC.
Okay, so we're 5 minutes we're 5 minutes to showtime.
Oh, 5 minutes to showtime?
Yes. So let's go through some of the resolutions that were rejected.
Yeah, go through.
Oh, we got a Tom Buck resolution on the office and function of pastor. So let me stop sharing the Southern Baptist screen and
if you do share, go ahead.
Start sharing a different screen. Share screen. Brave tab. Okay, so here we got some resolutions. We have one resolution Oh, wait. We got 3 resolutions on plagiarism.
Oh, yeah, it's not going to happen. So why
So we
why
have,
wouldn't
on the
we be able to
sacredness
share
of the
this?
Southern Baptist pulpit. Okay, that seems pretty boilerplate. Number 2, on plagiarism, while
You
the
can
committee
add it to the
affirms
stream.
what? Am I not
Yeah,
adding
there
it?
it is.
Yeah, so while the committee, and just to read it out loud, while the committee affirms the thesis that preaching is sacred from God, from which preachers are held accountable, we do not believe the convention has yet reached any informed consensus on the many specific burdens placed upon pastors with the text of this proposed resolution. So we have a resolution on plagiarism, beholding the majesty of God. I don't quite know what this one is. Seems boilerplate and doesn't given the number of resolutions of a more specific nature we received, we determined that this one was too broad. Resolution number 4 was the treatment of post-abortive women. Okay. See resolution 7, so they declined it for that reason. And then we have number 5, gift of evangelist, declined
for the pastors.
On queer theory and gender identity, decline the they used resolution 2 from last year, which to as a reason to reject queer theory, which resolution 2 from last year was incredibly weak. That was a terrible resolution. So it should have been rejected by the convention, but they rubber stamped it like they usually do. On the sufficiency of the gospel for the individuals with disabilities, on the mission field, so this one was accepted. See resolution 1, so it wasn't declined. Christ-centered addiction rehabilitation. The committee commends the convention. Committee commends to the convention our resolution from 2006 on alcohol use in America and on 2018. Okay, so that's redundant. On lament and repentance for sexual abuse, this one was accepted. On plagiarism in gospel ministry, so we have another one on plagiarism. On honesty and integrity, which could also be another one on plagiarism. Oh, wait. On Baptist unity and public witness, and on Christ-like communications. So they used the resolution 1. I think that was the Be Nice to Democrats resolution from last year. On rejecting pedophilia, see resolution 8. Resolution 8 is pretty interesting. Maybe we can go over that in a few minutes. We got 2 minutes to go through the rest of these. Tom Buck's resolution on title, office, and function of a pastor. The committee has chosen to decline this resolution because it is not the prerogative of the committee to present an interpretation of the Baptist faith and message to messengers. Really?
Yes.
Since resolutions only reflect the opinion of messengers to a particular annual meeting, they are of limited use when it comes to determining how best to interpret our confessional statement. A resolution on disfellowshipping churches with women pastors declined. The committee did not feel that it could consider this resolution.
They weren't going to do that one.
Yeah. On the gospel, prosperity gospel and its promotion, resolution 2, this was accepted. On the gracious attitude and heart of a gospel reconciliation of all, see resolution 7. On support for needs of laws, this was resolution 5. Griffin Gullidge recommended he's a bad guy in the fight.
Oh yeah, he had already started something.
Here's another one on transparency and accountability in pay. The committee did not feel whether it could consider this resolution because we believe it came in the form of a motion and was called for action. On the incompatibility of critical race theory and intersectionality with the Baptist faith and message, another Tom Buck resolution declined, and it cites last year's pathetic continued independence of Ukraine and Taiwan, resolution 3, the Great Reset resolution, because Ukraine's not exactly fighting for independence. They're fighting to be a puppet of the European Union and NATO. On mass shootings, see resolution 8, which is kind of a weird resolution. It talks about mass shootings and protecting people, but then it also talks about we need It looks like they're doing a worship session at the.
That's the first
so
one. They'll pray and then they'll.
Let's just run through the rest of these.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So again, adoption is the hope and future of the children saved from abortion. See Resolution 7. Again, Resolution 7 sucks. Equal protection of the law for preborn children. Bill Askell, if you remember, Bill Askell last year was the same guy who got the Southern Baptist Convention to pass the resolution on abortion that was actually
but they gutted it, you know what I mean, because they didn't want to call women. And then that's when that woman came on. That's like, oh,
they didn't want
victims.
Exactly. It was a pathetic resolution. Resolution 7 addresses these concerns. No, it does not. Resolution 7, I don't think talks anything about equal protection under the law for unborn children. It does not really focus on legal fights at all. It actually focuses more on social services, on health and medical care. And then, of course, patting the ERLC on the back for doing such a good job in fighting pro-life legislation. On health and medical care, while the committee believes that Southern Baptist Convention messengers would agree with the language of this resolution, due to significant time constraints, we regret that we are unable to bring this resolution forward this year. On repentance towards and appreciation of Krista Brown, see Resolution 6. I don't know who Krista Brown is. I guess she's a sex abuse survivor, given that it says see Resolution 6. On proper Christian love for neighbor and nation decline, the committee believes that these Southern Baptist Convention messengers would agree with the language of this resolution. Another time constraint, moral leadership, and the Walt Disney Company. So this one was rejected. Again, Resolution 8 is very weird. It talks about a lot of things, but it is not very concise on any particular matter, in my opinion. And then on clergy sexual abuse, Resolution 5.
Yeah.
So that is our rundown of the and I just want to say I am disappointed because no one submitted a resolution on vaccine mandates. No one submitted that?
No, remember when what's his name? Was it Kevin Ezel, the one who came in, pretty much promoting that it's so people
Paul
should
Chitwood
be vaccinated. It was Paul Chip who did. It was him.
Well,
so I just
you still send a resolution condemning it. I don't know whether health and medical care was the one, but none of these really address the particular issues that we're looking forward to.
I didn't see. What about the Dwight McKissick one? Is it there? I didn't see it.
I don't particularly see. So let's just pull the Southern Baptist Convention up again. So I will let the volume go on that when it is ready to go. Someone has made a motion, so let me see how far
they're
behind.
Still singing.
Let me see if this is behind or not, so I can.
And the things of earth will grow strangely dim in the light of His glory.
Oh, you're saying about vaccines? Yeah, vaccines. Someone made a motion of, but shouldn't there have been a resolution condemning it? Condemning vaccine mandates? That's what I'm looking for. So again, I expect more out of these people than I really should. So how much time do I have before the next item of business goes?
I think after this they'll pray and then they will start.
And that's a 5-minute block, or
I think so.
Okay, let me see if I can get some food in the meantime, because I know all you guys in the chat love some eating.
No, I ate before.
And let me promote your stream as much as I can.
Yeah, bring your people. Because your people are always out there in the chat. This is the last leg of the SBC.
Okay, so let me Let me share it.
Thank you, Ray.
Oh, no problem. That's why I exist, is to promote other people's stuff. Someone wants to call me. Scam likely, as always.
Oh, I don't even answer because sometimes it shows who it is. Like, no.
All right, so
yeah, man. So, but all in all, I think people are going to leave. But I think that one passed remote voting. I mean, like, for next year. So I don't know. I think that one. That one passed.
there's no way they're going to allow remote voting.
Because I think somebody did bring it up. I think I didn't follow it up. I don't think there was.
It was brought up, but I don't think it was going to a vote.
Hey, didn't make it. I think no. Anyway, they wouldn't want it, right? Because if they were to have it, then the people can go to their local church and vote. It will clean house.
Yeah, because they're never going to allow remote voting. Proxy voting they should never allow. Like they shouldn't allow.
Yes, I agree. Proxy voting,
but they shouldn't allow proxy voting. But remote voting should be allowed.
Yes, I agree. Remote voting should be allowed. Like, okay, go to your local church and then vote there. That to me, I think,
or
that's
at least
fine.
a local convention wouldn't be terrible either.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, because you do have access to your local convention, right? You do have access to your local convention than you would if it's in another state. Because I mean, California is expensive. Not everybody will be able to come. So I do think remote voting would never happen. Remote voting wouldn't happen. Like, if I were them, there's no way. You want to control the establishment, right? So if you do remote voting, you have no control. So why would you do that? So I understand why they wouldn't want remote voting. But the other thing that I was thinking was, like last time when Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, everybody thought, Hillary was going to win. I do think this is the same thing that's happening is like in the SBC. Like the people who make it to this convention and everything, they don't care, they just don't care because there's no way. To me, I'm thinking like, okay, everybody knows who Vodi is. So at the bare minimum, people will just be voting by, you know what I mean? Like by the name. So if he didn't make it on a pastoral thing, to me, I was just like, forget about it.
I thought that they would win that and then get a false sense of confidence going into the next day. So I was actually like doubly cynical. I was pretty cynical in my prediction on that one. Like I thought that would give them a false. Was gonna make it. I thought that they would get a false sense of confidence because I didn't know who else was in that race.
I didn't know. I mean, like, yeah, I was just like, okay, so Daniel is the one who won, right? I've never heard about him. And his church is Friendly Avenue Baptist Church. I was just like, okay. Friendly Avenue Baptist Church. So, yeah, I thought to me, that just led me like, you know what? They're going a different direction. I mean, bad Baba, okay? And he won.
I mean, Bart Barber is status quo. So if you want status quo, you want Bart Barber. That's the appeal of Bart Barber.
As they say, the house always wins.
House always wins.
The house always wins. The house always wins. Oh yeah, Corey, are you in the SBC? But I think people are going to leave this time around.
I mean, people left last time around. Like,
yeah, people left last time around. Yeah,
it was an embarrassing outcome with Ed Litton.
Yeah, man. But you know what? You know one thing that I've noticed this year, is worse than last year. At least last year they were so close. This time around, they were not even close. Not even close.
I mean, I didn't think they were that close last year.
Compared to this year, I think this year
comparatively, yes. But last year, 40% of people or 60% of people weren't awake. 36% voted for Mike Stone and 4% voted for Randy Adams, which makes 40%. So those 40% were awake. Although let's be real, even the people that were in favor of Mike Stone weren't awake. They didn't know how to do motions. They didn't know how to politic. They didn't know Robert's Rules of Order
Yes.
quite well. So they were on the right side, but they weren't necessarily awake. And then you had 60% vote for Al Mohler and Ed Litton.
Yeah,
Yet
but I
you
was-
had a 20-point gap to recover from, and they did not even come close to that this time around.
Yeah, that's yeah. No, they did not. So like, but I don't know. Maybe these people just don't like somebody with a name recognition. Even like last time, because Al Mohler, everybody knew Al Mohler. I didn't think he was gonna make it, but for him to have not even make it to the second ballot. So I think this is the same thing that
Al Mohler getting upset
happened.
there was proof that Kevin Ezell just checkmated him and said, "I'm in charge now.
Yeah.
This is
yeah.
Look at me. I am the captain now." That is what Kevin Ezell did to Al Mohler last year, and he is the Phantom Menace. I call him the Phantom Menace all the time because he's the one. He's the banker. He's controlling the strings.
Yes.
All these SBC presidents are his babies.
Yes.
Ed Litton was a NAM staffer, I believe. J.D. Greer got a lot of love from the North American Mission Board. His church did. So,
even weird. I think even
and
if,
I'm sure it goes way back too.
Yeah, but you know what? To me, the fact that the way Bad Baba won, I mean, to me, Bad Baba, Willie Rice, I'll take Willie Rice. And I think if Willie Rice stayed, he would have still won, despite whatever the shenanigans.
I am going to slip and get some food, bring it back here. Because I have not really eaten much all day. So
eating. Okay, come back.
Yeah, so let me stop my can.
So somebody had asked also Corey. So I just with the ERLC, right? Like I just say, like, okay, so the ERLC are pretty much the political arm of the SBC, lack of the better word, right? So they are always involved with so there was things that are going to be involved politically speaking. I don't know how else to best put it. So for example, there was a bill in Louisiana, HB 13, to abolish abortion, okay? And they had the numbers. And in Louisiana House, the majority is pretty much Republicans. They outnumber the Democrats 2-1. And they, the bill passed in the House committee. So all they had to do, went on the floor to be voted. And it failed on the floor, okay? And so the people who opposed the bill were pro-life activists. It wasn't like the pro-choice. I don't call them pro-choice, I call them pro-death. So the ERLC, they call themselves, they are pro-life. Obviously, they are SBC, right? But these people did not believe that a woman who kills her baby should be prosecuted. They commit murder. So those are the things that the ERLC would do. So it's so disappointing. Like, wait a minute, you guys are a Christian organization and you are inside the SBC. You believe that life begins at conception, and you believe that thou shalt not murder. Why are you voting things like this? So you see right now the president, the acting president, he's gonna show up. Is Brent Leatherwood, who took over from Russell Moore. So if Russell Moore is the one who said, if the Southern Baptist Convention doesn't have a place for Beth Moore, then it doesn't have a place for anybody, And Beth Moore preaches to women. It's just people who are compromised. That's just the truth. Welcome, Deborah. The majority are not going to vote in anyone aligned with the CBN. Yes, correct. Yeah, exactly. So, so if you're associated with the CBN, people are just going to go vote the opposite. So at least the CBN will be considered as if they are conservative, so to speak. But the ERLC, that's why people are saying, okay, there is a liberal diff inside the SBC, and the ERLC is one of the examples. Be sure I will like this video, yo. Okay. Man, I'm freezing over here. You are what? I'm funny. I'm entertaining you guys. I need some offering plates. What you guys are doing? I thought the SBC are so famous at putting something in an offering plate. Huh? Preaching over here, women pastors. Huh? Oh, cute, man, cute. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome, Corey. You're welcome, Corey. Yeah, they are the movers and shakers, right? They are the ones who connect the SBC church to the political realm, so to speak. But what else? There are good things that people are doing. There are the things, good things that they're doing. Even like the videos that they were showing, right? These are the missionaries that are happening, outside America, places where you and I will never be able to go, right? But the SBC, they are able to do such things because they have, you have money, you can do anything. So they have the infrastructure, they have the means, and they have the money, right? The CP, the corporate. Oh man, that's yes, the movers and the shakers of the big Eva, the evangelical world. Yep, and also the 6 seminaries.
Oh Lord, my eyes on you. So be magnified. Oh Lord, we say, oh Christ be magnified.
What time? The
Oh God be magnified.
I think it's in 5. They're coming back in 5 minutes, right? I think after this song, and I think they get started. Don't change the dial. Don't change it. Stay right here. Oh, man. Okay, guys. So I think I'll be wise if I do the same thing. Okay, let me get a drink. It's down here from here on out. This is the last session that they will have. Okay. Oh, okay. It's starting now. Okay, fine. So I had the chance to do it.
Will you bow your heads with me for prayer? Paul wrote his Philippian friends this prayer. And I pray this, that your love will keep on growing in knowledge and every kind of discernment, so that you may approve the things that are superior. Heavenly Father, this is our simple prayer this afternoon. Increase our love. Increase our love for you and increase our love for each other. And as you increase our love, will you then give us knowledge that grows out of love and discernment to use that knowledge well. And Heavenly Father, as we grow in love, gain knowledge, and practice discernment, will you then enable us, especially in the decisions of this convention, to approve what is superior, to find an excellent way forward.
Oh wow, you got your own
and to pursue it.
link tree or whatever.
We humble
I
ourselves.
put over there. I think some of.
We pray this simple
Yeah.
prayer from Scripture.
I don't know. Maybe 1 or
In
2
the
things I
name
need to change
of our
on
Lord
it.
Jesus. Amen.
Ed
I don't
Litton
know
is
what time it
back
is.
in the house.
Yes,
I
the
want to take just a
SBC
moment
president.
to acknowledge this worship team and the amazing job that they have done. I have the blessing of every week being able to worship under their leadership. I thank God for Chris Springer and for Abby Maggio and the work that they do. The beautiful young woman on the cello is my daughter. I'm just a little proud. I want you to meet somebody. These on this side of the stage, they're from this area. They are here serving the Lord in California. Tell us who you are. Introduce yourself.
Oh, wonderful. I had no idea this was happening.
Of course you did.
Oh yeah, what are you doing up front?
My name is Trenton Mueller, and I'm a church planner going to plant a church in Los Angeles.
In downtown LA.
Yeah.
Amen?
Yeah.
What you need to know is that Trenton had an opportunity to lead worship or to go out and meet pastors and sell his vision. And he gave up selling his vision to be able to lead you in worship. So there are pastors all over this room. You need to meet this young man. You need to get him on your prayer list. And you need to start looking for ways that you can financially
Look at that
support him and
endorsement.
encourage him. He's going into a place that desperately needs the gospel. And I'm just going to ask you to do that. God bless you, Trenton. Thank you so much.
But is
This
smooth
is
talker?
the Bunyan gavel that we gavel in our last session together in this Southern Baptist Convention. This historic gavel was made out of oak piling in the foundation of the prison that John Bunyan was imprisoned when he wrote Pilgrim's Progress. The last session of the Southern Baptist Convention in 2022 is now in session. I want to recognize the Committee on the Order of Business for them to come for their report. The chair recognizes Steve Bates, the chairman of that committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I would like to recognize the Vice Chair of our committee, Joyce Hall, to bring a portion of our report.
Thank you and good afternoon. It's been a pleasure to serve you on this committee this year. The Committee on Order of Business brings this report regarding the disposition of motions that were made on Tuesday afternoon or those from Tuesday morning that were not yet dispensed. The committee determined that the following motions deal with the internal operations or ministries of convention entities under the SBC bylaw 26B and should be automatically referred to the appropriate body for consideration and report to the 2023 Southern Baptist Convention. To all seminaries, Ryan Ogle of Tennessee moved that the formation of a library science program be examined by the Council of Seminary Presidents.
Is there any question related to the automatic referrals?
What got referred?
Mike 1A, does your question refer to the automatic referrals?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, that was
Are there
quick.
any other questions relating to the automatic referrals? I'm sorry, 1A?
I'm sorry, I was just queuing up for the next order of business.
Thank you. 8A, you have a point of order?
Yes, I do have a point of order. It's regarding bylaw 8C2A
Excuse me,
and B.
would you please state your name, your church,
yes.
and your point of order, please?
My name is Brian Aurelio. I'm from the Fields Church in Arlington, Texas.
Thank you. Your point of order.
Yes, my point of order is regarding bylaw 8C2A and B. Following the executive committee report and recommendations, it is now clear that this was not followed. While I've attempted to bring this point of order since the executive committee chair stated that its report was concluded during the EC business portion, I believe that this point of order is appropriate at any time after the conclusion of both the Credentials Committee and Executive Committee reports. This point of order is needed to provide clarity to the convention, not just for the specific 2021 motion that was not handled according to the bylaw, but for understanding the convention's authority in the future for determining if a church is in friendly cooperation with the SBC. Bylaw 8C2 is specific to when an issue of whether a church is in friendly cooperation with the SBC arises
What is
during
a
an
pastor?
annual meeting. The motion is referred to the Credentials Committee, which is required under this bylaw to either A, follow the processes in 8C3A and, quote, recommend any action to the Executive Committee, end quote, or B, quote, at the earliest opportunity, recommend to the convention whether the church should be considered a cooperating church, end quote. Now that the Executive Committee has given its report and recommendations, we know that neither A
I think we
nor B
understand,
has been
sir.
followed.
Brother, I think we understand the point of order. I'm going to ask our parliamentarian, Barry McCarty, to speak to this.
Shut it down.
Bylaw 8 is relatively new, and so we've not had
but a couple of conventions where we've actually had bylaw 8 in front of us. There's a very important provision in bylaw 8. It says that your credentials committee will report out a challenge to a church when they are prepared. One of the reasons you entrust motions to committees is so that they can gather all of the necessary information, take time to weigh the issues, and you elected them to do this when they are prepared. Your bylaws protect that process. When they are prepared, they will report either to the executive committee if they are prepared before next year's annual meeting, or they'll report at next year's annual meeting. But that bylaw protects that process. And so the parliamentarians have advised the chair that the messenger's point is not well taken.
And the chair rules this order.
Shutting it down.
Point of order is
Yeah.
not well taken.
There.
Now, back to the
Yeah.
question of the
It was
automatic
another
referrals.
battle over Rick Warren.
Yeah, but I don't understand why, because it's already
Those
a Baptist
motions are
faith and
referred
message.
under bylaw 22.
You know?
Okay.
Thank you. It is the convention's long-standing practice to refer complex motions, including motions which affect the Constitution or bylaws, to the Executive Committee for its consideration. On behalf of the Committee on Order of Business, I move that the following motions be referred to the Executive Committee of the Southern Baptist Convention for consideration and report to the 2023 Southern Baptist Convention. Scott Smith of Indiana moved for an internal evaluation of the SBC Executive Committee organizational structure. Parker Roberts of Alabama moved to amend the Baptist Faith and Message. Timothy Livingston of Oklahoma moved that there be a change in the bylaws relating to the timeliness of release of resolutions and nominations. Bill Tackett of Oklahoma moved that bylaw 26B be amended. Scott Frady
I can address
of
that
North Carolina moved to
viewer
require
question in a
all
second.
churches to adhere to the Baptist Faith and Message. And Craig Hartzog of Georgia moved that messengers be vetted at the local association for participation in SBC annual meetings at remote locations.
You have heard this motion to refer to the Committee on Order of Business. Is there discussion? To
Let's
refer,
discuss
the
this.
Committee on Order of Business is referring this to the Executive Committee, to be clear.
You need to overrule the
All those
remote
in
voting
favor,
thing.
would you raise your ballots?
Oh, people are still
Not-
there. I thought people left. It's good.
They needed
Would you
to
put those down,
fight
please?
the
All those opposed,
executive
would you raise
committee's
your ballots?
willingness to handle the remote voting thing. They were
Yeah.
not going to handle that. You
And
you
the
wanted to
motion
overrule them on that.
passes.
So just to go back to that viewer question, this was a motion
Committee on
submitted
Order of
last
Business
year on
recommends
Rick
that the
Warren's church.
following motion be referred to the Abuse Reform Implementation Task Force. Greg Davidson of California moved that the convention support care for the sexually abused.
You've heard the motion to refer. Are there questions? Those in favor, would you raise your ballots? You may put them down. Those opposed, would you raise your ballots? Thank you. The motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, the Committee on Order of Business recommends that the chair rule the following motions are not in order as they direct an entity or are in conflict with the convention's governing documents. David of Massachusetts moved that a task force be formed to audit NAM's use of funds. This motion is in conflict with SBC Bylaw 32 and Article 4 of the SBC Constitution. The president nor a task force external to the entity has the authority to conduct a forensic audit. That authority lies solely with the entity trustees. William Hester of Oklahoma moved that a more transparent vetting process be developed for trustees of the executive committee. This motion asks to create a process that is already established by the provisions of SBC Bylaw 15. Mike Haynes of
Probably
Oklahoma
true.
moved that executive salaries from all SBC entities be disclosed. The information required is
That would be good.
included in the business and finance plan. Furthermore, the convention itself does not have a salary structure. Corey Smith of Louisiana
How is that out of order?
moved that Lifeway provide teaching resources related to the covenant sign of the rainbow to counteract the promotion of the LGBTQ. This
I don't want people know
motion is
the-
actually
the- where the-
directing an entity. John Jones III of Missouri
that what
instructing the
motions are supposed to do?
IMB to provide a method for exempting missionaries from actions of conscience.
Exactly.
This also is directing an entity.
That's what a
Matthew
motion's supposed to
Morrill
do.
of South Carolina moved that the convention develop and fund a mental health commission. This is not within the ministry assignments of the executive committee, who cannot create an entity. However, the committee would encourage you to explore resources provided and highlighted yesterday by Guidestone Financial Resources. Jacob Jackson of Virginia moved that the SBC take the necessary steps to support the sidewalk ministers supporting pro-life causes. Bylaw 2 prohibits the presentation of outside causes not already provided for in the convention's work.
Can't really argue with that one.
Mm-hmm.
These motions are not in order for the reasons given.
Ask 2A why he's seeking.
Microphone 2A, why are you seeking to be recognized?
David
I believe this guy's
Baptist
a
Church, Cambridge,
conservative.
Massachusetts.
Thank you.
I believe so
filed
too.
That motion at the very first session. In fact, I was the first one, but
What do you wish us to do?
I make a motion to give us enough time to amend that motion so that it can be considered for this SBC.
It's
Good
already
call.
been ruled out of order, brother. Sorry.
Oh,
Thank you.
that's it. Yeah, they don't want people.
Microphone 3A, what purpose do you seek to be recognized?
I would ask that he would repeat why the motion to reveal the compensation structure was out of order. I did not fully understand what he said.
Okay.
And then I would like to address that, if at all possible, with a question.
Yeah, they don't want you to look down.
They don't.
The reasoning is the information required is included in the business and finance plan.
Yeah, you go
Furthermore,
look
the
it up
convention
yourself.
itself does not have a salary structure.
So they can just write a blank check for themselves, yo.
Brother, the motion has been ruled out of order, so there's no more discussion on that.
Yeah. Keep it moving.
2A, why are you seeking to be recognized?
That's
Dan
ridiculous.
Cho of Antioch Baptist Church in Cambridge. I wanted to know, is it possible to make a motion to overrule a decision?
I
for
don't
out of
think
order?
so.
Which motion?
A transparency one.
The motion made by David about the audit
Yeah.
of NAM.
People are giving you money. They need to know where the money is going.
I thought the audit on NAM was being
I'm
brought
going to
forth
ask
to
our
a vote.
Associate Parliamentarian Al Gage to speak to that.
So basically, the motion as written was to direct the president to conduct a forensic audit of another entity. They're separate corporations. They cannot, the convention does not have the power to direct an audit of an outside entity.
But the entities are inside the convention.
7A,
They're part of the
microphone
convention.
7A.
Yeah, how's
What
the
purpose do
cooperative
you-
program an outside
I have,
entity?
I have a point of order, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jonathan
So,
Whitehead. I'm
wow,
a
man.
messenger
So
from
these guys
Abundant
cannot
Life
be
Baptist Church in Lee Summit,
investigated
Missouri.
financially? What's
This
that?
motion was a copy of last year's task force motion. And so the ruling of the chair would put this entity beyond the control of the convention to do what it just did with the executive committee last year. So I would either move to challenge the chair or offer a substitute motion.
Like they can direct the executive committee or they can make a motion to refer to the Credentials Committee to disfellowship Saddleback Church, but they can't make a motion to the Southern Baptist Convention to disclose salary information. How does that make sense on you can't direct an entity to take an action?
Yeah.
Well, I think it would
exactly.
be appropriate if our legal counsel spoke to this issue.
The ones that they didn't fire,
This is
or the
Gene
ones that they
Beeson.
had to hire lately?
The relationship between the convention and the executive committee is a different relationship than the relationship between the convention and all the other entities. And thus, what the motion asked for would require the president and a task force to audit an independent entity's financial records in a way that would not be permissible and contrary to the governing documents.
They're not independent. They're part of the cooperative program.
Yeah.
How are
And
they
so-
independent?
Oh, wow, man. This is
All right, the motions have been ruled
that's how
out
they
of
get
The
away with
purpose of
things.
the executive committee is to
Chairman
be
of
the
the
Southern
committee.
Baptist Convention while the convention is not in session.
No, it's they don't want
Committee on
people to
Order
know.
of Business
That's all.
recommends that the chair rule the following motions are not in order because they either direct the president or make a request beyond the scope of the president's authority. Brant Frost from Georgia moved the information of a task force to study all the governing documents of the convention and its entities. This motion directs the president to duplicate and usurp the work of the convention. Chris Whitney of Arizona moved the new president obtain all the records from Guidepost Solutions and turn them over to proper law enforcement.
Yeah.
This motion
That is
is
good.
beyond the scope of the president's authority.
So what are they going to do with it?
If it's not for the president, they make
Yeah.
a motion.
All right, these motions are not in order for the reasons given.
These are all conservative motions, by the way.
The
Yeah,
Committee on Order
yeah,
of Business
exactly. I
recommends
noticed
that the
that too.
chair rule the following motion not in order as it is a resolution in the form of a motion. Kirby Shepard of Montana moved that the SBC boycott the Disney Corporation.
Okay, I grant that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's proper.
Yeah.
This motion is
I
not in
agree,
order
yeah.
for the reason that was given.
Yeah, I agree.
That was a resolution.
Microphone 7A, what is
He was
your
told that at the
purpose?
time.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jonathan Whitehead again from Abundant Life Baptist Church. I made a motion to challenge the ruling of the chair, and I would like a vote on that motion. It is my
Yeah, good
opinion
call.
that the entities must remain accountable. And
Good
whether
call.
the legal relationship is different, they are equally.
Excuse me.
They
excuse
won't
me.
do it.
Hold on,
They
please.
won't
Thank
do
you.
it. The vote is good. Like, yeah, let the people decide, but they
I'm going to
won't.
ask Barry, our parliamentarian, to speak to this.
Yeah, they won't do it.
It is the unanimous opinion of the parliamentarians and the legal counsel
That is-
that this motion so clearly violates the governing documents
they won't
that
do
it
it.
is not subject to appeal.
Vote. Yep. Mhm.
Microphone 4A, what is your purpose?
Yes, sir. My name is Samuel Gillum from Woodlawn Baptist Church of Louisiana. I had a question regarding the issue that you were just speaking to.
Well,
The
looks
legal
like people have
advisor
left, man.
said that the relationship between the SBC and the entities are different. However, last year, repeatedly, we were told that we have sole ownership as the convention, as the messengers. We have sole ownership over our entities. And I'm wondering how
Yeah.
come we can't put
Yes.
forward an investigation? That doesn't seem right to me based
Good
on
question.
what we were told last year.
Yeah.
Good question.
The question has already been asked, and the question has already been answered.
It hasn't been answered.
No.
1A, what is your purpose?
Oh.
Hi, I have a question about the rejection of a motion I made. Can I ask?
Which
it now?
motion did you make?
I tried to make the motion. I'm sorry, I'm Jacob Jackson from Richmond, Virginia, Covenant Life Church.
I'm sorry, would you repeat your name again, please?
Jacob Jackson.
Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you.
He's wearing a
I
NAM
just wanna
hat,
say
so
thank you for all that you're all doing. There's no animosity here, any wiggle in my voice, just because there's so many people looking at me. I pastor a small church, okay?
So
I made a
what?
motion or tried to make a motion about helping equip gospel ministry happening outside of abortion clinics and other places where people are trying to minister to the lost and brokenness happening there. And as I understand it, that motion was struck down as being outside of the work of the convention. And so my question is this: how is trying to take the gospel to people that are in desperate need of the gospel in a very hard place outside of the work of the convention?
Well framed question.
Yeah,
That's why
it
I
is
get an
well.
applause, man.
But yeah, that will give it for the local church. They don't want convention to be
The
involved
Committee on
in
Order
that.
of Business has ruled that this is outside for the Southern Baptist
Yeah.
Convention. My brother, your
Yeah.
church has every right, and I think
Yeah.
responsibility in your community, like in my
Yeah.
community,
Yeah.
to take the gospel
Yeah,
to those
that's a local
sidewalks,
church
to love
responsibility,
people
not the
in those
convention.
moments of
I agree.
crisis, which you want to do. It's in your heart, and I commend you for doing that. What
They
the
can
committee
just
has ruled is
ask
that this is
funding
not the
for
responsibility
that.
of the Southern Baptist Convention to do this. It doesn't fall
'Cause,
within the
you know,
purview.
Yeah.
I don't
Thank
think,
you.
think
Ed
you-
Litton's wrong on that one.
Yeah, I agree with what he's
From
saying.
4A, state your point of order, please.
If they want
Mr.
funding,
President, my
they can
point of order
apply for
was
funding
wondering how
differently.
come the legal team gave a reason for why we can't make the same motion about the entities, but it didn't explain why when we have ownership, and I would like an explanation.
Fair question.
My
We
brother,
don't know the
question
answer. Will
has
you
been
please
asked,
repeat
and
the
the
answer?
question has been answered. And we are out of time for the Committee on Resolutions. I appreciate your concern and your passion, but we will do this in an orderly manner, so thank you.
And that is a filibuster.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So did you watch the
Stand by.
convention sermon earlier today?
Yes, was good. The first one.
Okay, Committee on Order of Business has one
John
last
Sanchez.
piece of business to tend to, and that is that we're
He
responsible
did a
for
good
bringing
job.
to the convention our
He
nominations
took a
for
swipe
next
on
year's convention
North
preacher,
American Mission Board.
alternate preacher, and music director. As far as the convention preacher goes, we are recommending Todd Unzicker. He's executive director of North Carolina Baptist Convention. As the alternate preacher, Jim Shaddix, professor of preaching at Southeastern Baptist Theological Seminary. And as the convention music director, James Cheeseman. He is
These are
the
the
associate
alternates.
pastor for worship at First Baptist Farmersville, Texas. Mr. President, on behalf of the Committee on Order of Business, I move that those be adopted.
So moved.
Of course.
All right, the question is on the convention preacher, Todd Unzicker. For the alternate preacher for the 2023 Southern Baptist Convention in New Orleans is Jim Shaddix. The music director is James Cheeseman. All those in favor, would you raise your ballots?
Looks like they are in favor.
You may put them down. All those opposed, would you raise your ballots? And the motion carries. Thank you. Now it is time.
Oh, we got resolutions coming. This is it. This is where the fight is, right here.
It's the time in the program that we have an opportunity to recognize the Committee on Order of Business. We're a 6-member committee. You haven't seen us.
Seriously?
We've been in the back, been working very diligently,
Not
not
bad,
only
but
during
it's
the
chairman.
convention, and it's been a busy convention. We've worked many hours before now, and I would like to take an opportunity to introduce you to the members of our committee, so at least you can see them and let them know that you appreciate the work they've done.
Yeah, like
Two
ruling
of our
things
members,
out of order that
myself
shouldn't
and
have been
Vice
ruled out
Chair
of order.
Joyce Hall, will be rotating off after this year, but the other 4 members will remain, and I'd like to call them out at this time. Dennis Garcia from New Mexico.
That's
Spence Shelton from North Carolina. Hayden Ratner from Nevada. And our
Handsome dudes up
timekeeper,
there.
Palmer Williams
Yeah,
from
young
Tennessee.
ones too. Okay, it's good.
Just one personal comment. I would like to thank the convention for working with us as far as the timing of our sessions, as far as handling of motions. I'm a layperson, and I haven't been to very many conventions, but you've been wonderful to work with. It's really been interesting. It's been a learning experience, and we'll turn it over to some next year. 4 of these guys will be back next year in New Orleans, so hopefully we'll see you there. Thank you a lot.
I now call on Bart Barber to come for our
Chairman.
resolutions report.
Because he is the chair of the resolutions committee and now
Yes.
the president of the Southern Baptist Convention. What a promotion.
Exactly. Yes.
He played the game and won.
Oh, yes. You obey the orders. That's all, you know.
Thank you, Mr. President.
He was a simp.
Committee on Resolutions
Absolute
is
simp.
prepared to give the second part of our report. I do need to make you aware that we have decided to change the order of our report. Last year, you may remember that we had an accidental attempt to bring Resolution 6 ahead of Resolution 5. This year, on purpose, we're going to bring Resolution 6 ahead of Resolution 5.
They're both on sex
And
abuse.
so I just wanted to make you aware
One's a
of that.
lament, the other's a call
The
for
reason
law.
we're doing that is because we would like to start
Consistent
the
laws
session
and states.
with this particular resolution.
Resolution
I do want to
5 is
mention
probably
to
more
you,
biblical,
I hope that
if I had
you'll
to
hear me,
guess.
that the resolutions contained in the second part of this report address sensitive subjects that are also controversial. And I hope you'll remember, you know, sometimes I think we're tempted to talk about things like we're talking about them, about somebody somewhere else. And we don't realize that sometimes we're talking about us. We're talking about people who are here in the room. So we're going to be talking about sexual abuse in these
Eric.
resolutions.
Eric,
There are
just bring it.
survivors of sexual abuse who are in this room. Statistics would tell us 1 out of every 4 women in this room, 1 out of every 6 men in this room is a survivor of sexual abuse. And so we'd just like to ask you, when you speak of it, to keep in mind that there may be someone very near you. I'm talking not only about things that people would say from the microphone, but also just maybe comments that you would make seated in your row. The person in front of you, the person behind you, maybe someone who has suffered under the hand of abuse. I'd also like to
but you
remind
were
as we
muting
talk about
mics for
abortion,
sex abuse victims.
very important resolution at a momentous occasion in the life of our country, that there are people in this room who have a past that has been broken by abortion. It's probably not something they don't tell everybody about. It might even be someone you know who's seated near you. And so I'd encourage you to be considerate and Christian in everything that you say in the session to come. With that having been said, I'd like to recognize Committee Member Jared Wellman to come and bring Resolution 6.
Thank you, Bart. Can we go to the Lord in prayer for just a moment before we present this resolution? Father, we thank you for this convention. I thank you for these Southern Baptists.
I'm not trying to diss prayer,
And as we
but I
enter
feel like this
into
is
next
manipulative.
moment,
No,
as we
it's
continue
fine.
to discuss these
So
matters
you can
before
mute
us,
it
I
for
pray
now when he
discernment
comes.
and wisdom,
Nah, it'll happen quickly.
grace and love. In Jesus' name, amen.
So okay.
I am
he's
Jared
using
Wellman
it
from
to,
Take Springs Baptist Church in
Yeah.
Arlington, Texas, and
Who
I
on
move
the
that the
hot
convention
spot?
adopt
yeah.
Resolution 6 on lament and repentance for sexual abuse.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're going to clear the board, just a technical thing. We're going to clear the board because I know you thought number 5 was coming up and we're looking at number 6. So we're doing that right now. Thank you. The question is on the adoption of resolution number 6. Are you ready for the question? 6A to speak for the resolution.
My name is Jason Sampler, messenger of Mercy Hill Church. Mr. Chair, I move the previous question.
Is there a second? There's a second. All those in favor of
He's getting
ending
told
the
what to
debate
say.
and voting immediately, would
What
you
happened?
please raise your ballot?
Looks like the debate is
Can you
closed.
put them
Why
down?
is
All
this
those in
camera never
opposition,
adjusted
please
to the light?
Yeah,
raise
so
your
we can.
ballot.
I know.
Just keep the camera pointed in that direction. Stop wheeling it back and forth.
The question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of resolution number 6. If you
These
are
people.
in favor of resolution number 6, would you please raise your ballot?
Yeah, so this would be.
And okay, no debate on it.
Yeah,
I didn't think
okay.
there'd be much debate on this one. Now they're going to get it 5.
If you are in opposition to resolution number 6, would you raise your ballot, please? You may put them
I
down.
see someone say
Proposition
point of
B.
order.
It is adopted. We do not make, we,
Yeah. Okay. That's it. I don't think you can do anything after that.
we do not make point of orders by yelling. I appreciate that, but please listen to me. We do not do that. I am now going to ask 4A to state their point of order.
Well, it's a little late now. I'm Lewis Johnson from Fairhope Avenue Baptist Church. I hope, brother from across the bay, that you accept this with the respect with which it is intended. The point of order was to be before Resolution 6 was discussed because it dealt specifically with Revelation 6, but it's also pertinent because it speaks to Resolution 7. I would like
You say
to
Revelation?
address this point of order.
He misspoke.
Because
I
it has
hope.
been the position
Or
of
maybe.
the chair throughout this convention that the names of specific people and churches not be used in discussion from the floor.
Right.
However, Resolution 6 and 7 both contain names of people. I would like the chair to waive his position against using specific names from the floor, since the resolutions up for discussion contains the names. If the chair will not waive his proclivity to censor discussion, including specific names, I move that Resolution 6 and 7 be struck from discussion because they violate the chair's own rules.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, look at that face.
The reality is the Robert's Rules of Order says that we are to not disparage the names of other people openly, publicly in the meeting. That is not being done. That is what I have tried to consistently keep for all parties involved at the forefront of this deliberation.
You disparaged the pro-life movement by saying that the
Point of order
ERLC
does
did
not
a great
rotate.
job.
Next
Oh,
resolution.
I mean, I guess that's not an entity, but still.
Good afternoon. I am David Sons, messenger from Lake Murray Baptist Church in Lexington,
The
South Carolina.
EC,
I move
the new
resolution 5
EC.
and adopt resolution number 5
Okay.
on support for consistent laws regarding pastoral sexual abuse, which can be found on page 19 of the Wednesday SBC bulletin.
Keep in mind, they've been talking about sex abuse as a convention for several
Question is on
years.
the adoption of resolution number 5. Are you ready for the question?
So that's the guy who got the vice
Microphone
chair
2A
for the
to speak
executive
for
committee.
the resolution.
Mr. President, my name is Griffin Gulledge. I'm a messenger from
He's the one who
Madison
made the
Baptist Church
resolution.
in Madison,
This one.
Georgia. I want to speak for the resolution because I think it's important that the messengers of this convention hear what it's about and know what that can be done with it. I'm also the author of this resolution.
Of
and I'm
course you
grateful
are.
for
I just
the
said that.
resolutions committee
Yeah, I read that.
and the
yeah.
language that they included to strengthen this beyond what I submitted. I stand today to speak for this resolution on the merits and to share with this body how this resolution constitutes a practical step towards combating sexual abuse
This
in
is
our
the guy
churches
that wrote an
and in our
article
convention of
saying
churches.
that we have to
We
pay
spent much time this
for the
week
sins of other
and in the
people
history of
with
our
cooperative
convention
program money.
discussing the need to resist,
And that you can't leave the Southern
rebuke,
Baptist
and expel
Convention and
wolves
use
from
guilt
our
tactics to do
midst.
so.
Mr. President, there is no more destructive wolf than those who destroy faith through sexual abuse. One of the most common phrases
Oh,
from sexual
man.
abuse victims who've been coerced into unwanted sexual contact by pastors is, I felt like I didn't have a choice, or I trusted him because he was my pastor. The relationship of a pastor to those under their care is one of sacred trust and responsibility. And when a pastor violates that sacred trust and responsibility and uses their influence to elicit sex with those under their care, they are by nature committing an act of sexual abuse, regardless of the age or consent of the victim.
What?
It is illegal
You
in
know,
many states for a
consent.
therapist to have sex with a client. It is illegal for a doctor to have sex with a patient. It is illegal
it's
in many
not.
states for a teacher to have sex with a student who is of legal
yeah.
age. And it
That's
should
true.
be
Like the
illegal
doctor and a
for
patient,
pastors
that's
to
allowed.
prey upon their own congregations. And this convention should have no problem saying so. We have rightly identified
It's
a
not
problem
abuse.
in
It's not
addressing
inherently
abuse in our
though. That's the
convention.
problem with what he's saying.
The lack of prosecutions that constitute a credible accusation leaves us in a position where sexually aggressive or sexually predatory pastors can move from church to church with a trail of victims behind them. And we simply say, he fell into sin. However, in many states, he did not merely fall.
Why is he
committed
having
a crime.
the whole
How
all
many
the time?
churches are
Reality
actually
is
doing
that in
this,
many
though?
neighboring states, no such laws exist. So someone can sexually abuse someone and be
This guy is over
charged
his
for that in
time.
the state of Texas, and then move to Alabama or Georgia, join your church
Come
staff,
on, man.
commit the same offenses there, and have no threat of
They would
legal
not
punishment.
fail a background
This
check.
ought not to be. We need consistent sexual
Is
abuse
this
laws
guy
from state
nuts?
to state. It is not.
This is the
good
You're on a
glitch.
sex
Look,
abuse
litigate
registry.
what those
torpedoed my
laws
Sex
are.
son
offender
But
convention
we,
last
we
time.
need to ask legislators to pass
Guys,
laws that are
his time is
consistent,
over.
that
Okay,
uphold
but they're
due
not muting
process,
his
that
mic
protect the
because
innocent,
he's
and
inside the
that
camp.
punish evildoers who prey on churches. And for every pastor in this room, if you're worried about this, you have nothing to worry about unless you're a sexual
I mean,
abuser.
Savage Cabbage
And then you
is
should
right.
have
When you
the
have two
fear of God in
consenting
you.
adults, it's not abuse; it's sin.
At the same time, the threat
The
of
church
a
doesn't do a
defamation
background check.
lawsuit and the potential financial
That's
risk
on
to
them.
the money we use to carry out our mission is the very thing that leads churches not to communicate information about sexual abuse with one another.
Okay.
This
The time is
resolution
still going
calls
on?
for a civil liability shield so that if someone commits sexual abuse at one church, that church can contact other churches and make them aware without the threat of civil litigation. We need to fix our hearts.
David say he will see
And
if
we
he can
need to
make
turn
it
to
and
Christ.
join us.
But we also need to fix the system. Today, I'm
His
asking
time
you to
is still
join
going
me
on?
in supporting the passage of this resolution so that we can
These are
protect
the
the most
people
vulnerable.
who
No,
fight
they would
water.
fail if
Sexually
they were
abused
charged. They would
predatory-
fail a background check because
Thank
that
you, Brother
charge
Griffin.
would
I
show up.
appreciate that.
And even if it's not abuse, if they have any criminal record, that would show up.
6A,
If it was
do
a
you have an amendment?
Harassment or assault, they would show up on a background
Yes, sir.
check.
My name is Sean Merrithew, pastor and messenger from Morning View Baptist Church in Montgomery, Alabama, and I would like to propose what I believe is a friendly amendment. This is very well written. You'll notice in the third resolve from the bottom that it speaks to the church directly. And so I would like to add one further paragraph of resolved at the end of this resolution. And it would read as follows. Resolved that we recognize Christ has given the local church in Matthew 18:15 through 20 a clear process for practicing accountability and discipline in the body. And
Amen.
therefore we call upon the churches in the Southern Baptist Convention to resume this biblical practice in order to protect the victims of abusive members, to hold perpetrators openly accountable, to keep these predators from quietly slipping away to other churches where they will harm others, and to preserve the purity of our congregations so that reproach is not brought upon the name of Christ. And I would like to speak in favor of this amendment, if I may.
Is there a second to this amendment? There is a second. Can you give an electronic version of that to us?
So
please?
resolution
It is already
6.
there, sir, on the screen.
Great.
Yes,
you may
resolution
speak to
6 actually should have been called
Sir,
to
I've been in
amend Jennifer
pastoral
Lyle to
ministry,
remove
senior
her
pastor
from the list
ministry
because
for
she was not an
22
abuse
years
victim.
Oh, there's no way they're going to do that, Ray.
That was on resolution
biblical
6. I was
church
just reading the
discipline.
text.
I've been
That
called
point of
upon
order
to
guy was
consult
right.
in many different arenas and many different situations. I remember one case in particular where a staff member at a sister church in another state had a staff member that was sexually abusing 2 young women in the church. I called this pastor as I became aware of it, and I pleaded with him, number one, to contact the authorities, that age of consent in his state might be such that this particular minister on his staff had broken the law. I also pleaded with him to bring things into the light with his congregation, to hold this young man accountable, to see that he got into some sort of counseling for what was clearly a sexual addiction, to keep him from going to another church
sex
and
addiction a real
recommitting
thing?
this crime and this sin.
Or is that just
And that
having
pastor, I know
libido?
he was a good brother, just trying to do what is best for his church. He said, I have to do what's best for my
Regenerate
people.
church
We're just going to give
membership
them a severance
might help
package
some of
and
these
send them
things.
away quietly. Brothers and sisters, we are in the situation we are in today because we have thought too much about our own congregations and not thought enough about the next congregation. We are in the situation today because we pass problems along and keep things quiet.
How many
rather than bringing
pedophile
things out
covering
into
up
the
people
light,
are there
as Scripture
doing
instructs
this?
us to do? We need to handle these matters at the local church level. And we need to act in such a way that protects the next church and that keeps there from being a next victim. And Christ himself has given us the process to do that in Matthew 18. I know it is hard, but brothers and sisters, this is precisely why these things were given to us by our Lord, so that we can keep our members accountable for what they do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I mean, even the sex abuse task force report had very limited instances of this actually
Yes, it
occurring.
is hard, but it is
Yeah.
not an excuse to do what is right.
It mostly
I'm
talks
asking
about
the
Jennifer
chairman
Lyle
of the resolutions
and Johnny
committee if they
Hunt.
would like to speak to this.
Two different
or if you
instances, not the
consider
same
this
case,
a friendly
though.
amendment.
Mr. President, a question of clarification for the messenger, if I may ask. I didn't see what microphone he was at. Is he still? Okay, I see back here.
Microphone number 6.
This is the friendly
does
amendment
not,
guy?
Preclude the actions taken of the convention yesterday regarding sexual abuse. This is just a question of clarification. This is an additional church discipline measure. Is that correct?
This is just an addition to the resolution that encourages us to use the biblical practice of church discipline to help this in the churches.
The committee has no objection to churches practicing biblical church discipline in the case of sexual abuse.
So you would consider this a friendly?
Yes, sir.
Of course. Do church discipline
Would-
and, refer to the
Would you
authorities.
approve this amendment? Do you have your ballots? If you approve this amendment, would you raise your ballots? Lower your ballots, please. If you disapprove, would you raise your ballots?
Not really a reason to really
And the
disapprove of that
amendment passes.
amendment.
Now we're back to the question of the amendment. The amendment, on the resolution. We're back to resolution 5. 8A, do you have an amendment?
Yes, I do.
Your name, your church, and express your amendment, please.
Thank you, President Litton. My name is Jody Duff. I'm a messenger from Plumerville First Baptist Church in Plumerville, Arkansas. And I would like to offer what I hope is a friendly amendment. In the 6th whereas, I would ask that we strike everything after pastors should be held to and replace it with the highest standard of ethics that exists, namely the qualifications for the office of pastor as defined by Scripture. And I would like to speak for this, if I may.
Is there a second? There is a second. Do you have a copy of this that you could get to us?
Yes, sir. It is on the screen.
Thank you. Yes, sir, you may speak to it.
Thank you. We all recognize that the state's authority in any civil law only exists because God has determined it to be so. For there is no authority except from God, and that they are called to act in accordance with what God has decreed. And so if we are asking the question of what is just and righteous and ethical behavior for our pastors, we know it is primarily found in what God has revealed. And so when we consider what this is getting at, comparing what standards pastors are called to with civil law is actually turning things upside down. And secondly, given that we seem to be struggling with what a pastor is, it seems that when it comes to what standard we are going to hold them to, we should look to only the standard which exists in God's word rather than what the world says or does. And as it is alluded to in the very beginning of this resolution, then overseer must be above reproach, the husband of one wife, sober-minded, self-controlled, respectable, hospitable, able to teach, not a drunkard, not violent, not gentle, not quarrelsome, not a lover of money. And so in calling the civil authorities to pass laws, let our resolution be to call them to do so according to the highest ethical standard we have for pastors.
All right, thank you.
I think that's a friendly amendment.
Committee wishes to respond now.
I don't think they're going to take it as
Well,
such.
thank you, brother, for reminding us about that very high standard. We affirm that. In fact, in the first whereas, we make a specific reference to the pastoral qualifications, which we believe in and agree that those are the highest standards. We do want to understand that the purpose of this resolution is to appeal to lawmakers who may or may not be Christians and appeal to them to give us consistency in the laws regarding sexual abuse across the various jurisdictions that the Southern Baptist Convention serves in. We think that it's important, after having affirmed the very standards that you're talking about, to make a comparison that lawmakers will understand. And so for that reason, the committee would request that you consider leaving this resolution as is rather than amending.
So you're taking it as a hostile resolution or a hostile amendment.
1A, does your motion pertain to this amendment?
No, sir, it is a amendment.
Thank you. 2A, to speak against.
Mr. President, this is Griffin Gillingham from Madison.
Back again.
Georgia. I want to speak against this amendment, not because I think that this couldn't be strengthened, not because it can't be amended to be better. The resolution I submitted and the resolution on this piece of paper are not the same. But the reason why we should leave it as it is because this resolution is not talking to you. It's not talking to the people in this room. It's talking to lawmakers. We have said over and over that the state has the sword to execute justice against wrongdoers. This resolution is attempting to sharpen that sword. It is time for fair and just measures, and they will understand.
Just thinking a little highly of yourself.
Of ethical standards for secular professions. When they make a law, they don't need to say, how do we codify the exact words of 1 Timothy 4? They need to do it in such a way that it can have comparable measures with other professions and be upheld in a court once it is adopted. And so I appreciate this. And frankly, probably one of the reasons we have so much sexual abuse is because the qualifications for the office of pastor aren't being upheld. But that's not the purpose of this resolution. And I would ask everyone in this room to vote against this amendment for that reason.
Oh, Pastor Bobby is in the house. Welcome,
You know what?
Pastor.
I'm going to allow that one. I'm going to allow Griffin Gullich's point to stand based on the scope of the resolution.
7A, does your motion pertain to the amendment?
Hi, I'm Matt McCraw. I'm messenger from First Baptist Church, Bartow, Florida. I'd like to call the question on it, minimally the amendment, if possible, on the motion.
You want to call the question on the motion?
Yes, sir.
You
On
mean
the amendment
resolution,
and the
though.
motion. Yes. Is there a second? There is a second. All right.
What do you think? They're going to reject or accept this amendment? I think they're going to
Pastor,
reject it.
It's
So-
confusing to me how they are mixing.
They need 2/3 to overrule the resolutions committee on accepting the amendment, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
We will
They don't have
proceed.
2/3.
If this call for the question passes, then there will be no more debate. We'll move to the amendment, and then we'll move to the motion. If you are in favor of the amendment, would you raise? I'm sorry, if you are in favor of closing debate, would you please raise?
I want to
your
get to
ballots?
resolution 7 already.
Thank you.
And resolution 8 is really weird.
If you are opposed to
So I'd
closing debate,
like
would
to
you
see
raise
that.
your ballot?
They might table that one for all I know.
The motion to close debate has passed. We move now to the amendment. If you are in favor of the amendment, would you please raise your ballot?
I'm
Wow.
confused about this one.
I mean, Griffin Gullich had a point that
opposed
the
to the
scope of the
amendment,
amendment wasn't
put those
directed
down.
towards
If you are
churches.
opposed to the amendment, will you now raise your ballot? The
Amendment
Is this the
failed.
same?
motion fails.
The same
We
one
move
that
now
ASCO
to the
wanted to
resolution.
separate,
If you
sin,
are
sin,
for resolution
crime,
number
crime.
5, would you please raise your ballot?
I don't think this had. Okay, so resolution
You may
passes.
put it down. If you are against resolution number 5, would you raise your ballot? Thank you. You may put that down. And the resolution number 5 passes.
Okay, let's see if our buddy David Morrill gets up to the mic on resolution 7. I'm rooting for him here. Resolution.
You will notice when they pan out to the convention hall how many more people it looks like they've lost now.
Yeah, I did see people.
My name is Dana McCain, and I'm a
Oh, they have a
messenger
woman
from
doing
First
an
Baptist
abortion
Church
resolution.
of Dothan, Alabama.
Yeah, that's how they do it all
Old
the
tactics.
That the
time.
convention adopt
Die
resolution
hard.
number 7 on anticipation of an historic moment in the pro-life movement.
All right, we receive the question.
Come on,
is
David.
On resolution number 7. Are you 6A? Are you to speak for this resolution?
His
Rob
mic is muted.
Collingsworth, messenger from Redemption Story Church in Fort Worth, Texas. Mr. Chair, I move the previous question.
Oh, shut down discussion.
Wow.
I don't know.
I mean, if a bunch of people are at a microphone at the same time, how do you let the person who moves it?
Messenger, do you wish to speak for this amendment before you move?
No, Mr. Chair, I do not.
So you shouldn't just shut it down. Is that an
the button that said you did? That's why I was kind of under the impression you wanted to.
I think I might have gotten out of order.
That's all right. That's all right.
So can I call the question?
So he's correcting himself.
We are concerned on the platform because we do not wish to for the debate to appear like there's anyone out there who's trying to fast track any of these resolutions without debating on them. So we recognize 6A first because he was first in order at the top to speak for the motion. The messenger, he can be for the motion and move the previous question, or he could have been against the motion and moved the previous question. But it's the messenger's choice. But we recognized him first because he was first in the priority. He's moved the previous question. Now, you have a chance to decide right now if you're all sold on the resolution and you want to go ahead and vote it yes or no now, you may do that. But if you would like to hear some debate on the resolution, then vote no. But it's in the power of the messenger. So the messengers get to decide right now, do you want to proceed, close debate and proceed, or do you want to hear debate? That's the question the chair is going to put to
Is that guy an ERLC staffer or something?
I don't recognize him.
In favor of closing debate, would you please raise your ballot?
Wow. That passed.
All right. Those opposed to closing debate, would you please raise your ballot?
That's embarrassing.
All right, it's 2/3 in the affirmative, and you are ready to look at resolution number 7. Excuse me. If you're in favor of resolution number 7, will you hold up your ballot, please? Thank you. You may put that down. If you are opposed to resolution number 7, would you please hold up your ballots? Resolution number 7 is adopted.
Wow. That was so anticlimactic. I was expecting debate on that, on the
President,
merits of
members
the
of the committee, we
ERLC.
noticed that the time for our session is nearly over. We wish to accomplish a couple of things, though. We would request the possibility of an extension of our time, perhaps by 10 minutes. What we'd like to do is lay aside resolution number 8 and not bring instead resolution number 9 on appreciation. And then we know that there are people who have expressed an interest in bringing out resolutions that have been declined. And so if it's acceptable, we'd like to.
There are like 2 resolutions on plagiarism.
For those who would like to
that would be interesting to see if those are brought out of committee.
We'll see.
If there's no objection, we will.
Yeah, Litton has church members monitoring all the microphones. Call the question on that.
I can't believe they allowed.
State your point of order.
Yes, my name is Larry Minga. I am a messenger from Woodlawn Baptist Church. I have a parliamentary inquiry. Why have several messengers these 2 days not been allowed to mention the names of victims they were defending, of which they were not speaking disparagingly?
Welcome, Professor.
Similarly to
hello, how are y'all doing?
In resolution
Good.
6.
Yeah, resolution 6 was kind of a joke.
Recognize our chief
But kind of
parliamentarian
serious. Like it should have not had the names in there.
What are they on to now?
Order
Resolutions.
do not have an absolute prohibition on mentioning people's names.
Thou shalt not
The
speak
rules
of another.
do ask for there to be a level of
The
gentle
11th commandment.
formality
There it is right there.
that in so much as it is possible to avoid using members' names. The chair has been attempting to be sensitive to the use of names and references to people that could possibly be attacks on persons or to be disparaging of others. It's a judgment call, but that's one of the reasons, that's one of the things that you elect the president to do, to make those kinds of judgment calls. So it's not a strict and fast rule that you're forbidden to mention a name, but you may not be disparaging. You may not mention anyone in any kind of a disparaging way, a way that insinuates the truth of rumors, impugns a person's good name, questions a person's motive. So the chair has
Rick
been
Warren
trying to
wasn't disparaging.
Yeah,
That's
but
a public record.
by mentioning
forum in
Jennifer
debate.
Lyle as a
In these
victim, they are basically
resolutions,
calling
certain people are
Professor
mentioned.
Sills an
They are
abuser.
not, however,
Yeah, I mean,
mentioned
this
in a
is such
disparaging
passive
way.
aggressiveness.
And so that's
It's
what the chair
amazing.
has been trying to do.
You know,
This is a human
Even,
organization.
Jennifer Buck and
full of
them,
human
Tom
beings,
Buck mentioning his
and
wife,
let's
the stuff
show
is
one another
public
a little
information.
grace.
So I don't see why they keep saying that.
yeah.
It's Jennifer Buck talking
To the
about
committee.
herself,
Exactly.
which is even
And they,
more
you know,
absurd.
Message of the convention. My name is John Nelson. I'm a messenger from Soma Community Church in Jefferson City, Missouri, and I have been tasked with redeeming resolution number 9. So I moved that the convention.
So now they're back
resolution
on
number 9 appreciation.
resolution 9.
Yeah, he said resolution 9. Wow, redeeming it.
What?
That's a nice joke he
Resolution
made
number
in there.
9, appreciation for the city of Anaheim.
Is that the
Ready
same?
for the
No,
Oh,
no,
no,
it's a
this
new
is a different.
resolution.
No, he said he was
Yeah.
redeeming
To speak
resolution
for-
9.
Oh
as
my
a joke.
gosh.
My name is Joel Askell. I'm a messenger from Grace Baptist Church in Cape Coral. I wanted to speak in favor of the point of order. Am I able to do that? I don't know.
That's Thomas
I'm
Cousin.
I'm afraid not. We've already moved on to this. Is there?
This is, I
anyone else
mean,
who wants to
what
speak
does
to
this have to
resolution
do with
number
the
9,
Church of
expressing
Jesus
appreciation
Christ?
for the city
I'm
of
just
Anaheim?
confused.
Well, appreciating Anaheim.
If not,
No, I'm saying running everything by rules of
vote on
order
this. Would you
and
please raise your ballot if you are for resolution number 9.
And then just shutting down debate just so it
Yeah.
can't
Them
happen.
down if you're against
and then
resolution
saying you
number
can't
9,
mention
would you
other
please
people's
raise
names, but we
your
can
ballot?
blacklist you all over town. We can call everyone
And
on the
it also
phone and,
passes.
and badmouth you from here to Kingdom Come.
All right, let's see if they have some resolutions they want to bring out of committee.
Yeah, yeah. Well, listen, I got to go because I'm about to join a prayer group, but
All right.
I'll see. Are you guys going to be on all night?
Yeah,
I'm
we're
sure we
here.
got more time.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye, guys. I'll be back.
Are there any
Yeah,
further
sure, see you.
motions related to resolutions? 3A, would you please state your name, your church, and your motion?
Plagiarism,
Hello, my name
plagiarism.
is Janice Wright. I'm a messenger from Grace Family Baptist Church in Houston, Texas. I'm making a motion that we take the Southern Baptist Resolution on equal protection of law for preborn children out of
Based.
committee and onto the floor for a vote and discussion.
Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second. All right. It's on page, it's number 24 on page 23.
How is this undebatable? They debated the resolution that they brought out of committee last year.
If you wish to order this resolution out to the floor for debate,
Okay.
vote yes. If you do not wish to bring this out, vote no. You have your ballots? All in favor of bringing this to the floor, will you raise your ballot?
I'm not seeing a lot of hands. Okay. That camera is never
ballots
adjusted to
down.
the light in
All
time.
Yeah, you can't
opposed to
see.
bringing this to the floor, would you raise your ballots?
Are they that many people opposed to it?
There are less than 2/3 in the affirmative, and the negative has it.
Wow.
Whoa, for real? Oh.
Well, that's a judgment call for sure.
Well, this would be
Wow.
a point of order.
All right. What is your point of
My
order?
question is, does she get to speak for bringing it out of committee?
No, she does not.
Okay,
That's
thank
Bill
you.
It's
Askell.
undebatable. 9A, what is your motion? All right. 6A, what is your motion?
My name is Jared Moore. I'm a messenger for Cumberland Homesteads Baptist Church, and I would like to make a motion to bring the resolution on rejecting pedophilia out of committee. If I get a second, I will speak to it.
Which page and which number?
You guys should know it's not that hard. Like I literally pulled this up earlier.
Yeah, that's the one you had.
Stand out for
The list.
Number 13.
That's
It's not that hard. There aren't that many
Call the
pages.
resolution's chairman to speak to this. Thank you.
Why does the resolutions committee get to speak to this motion? Shouldn't it just go to a vote?
which means they don't want it.
It seems like nobody should speak to it until they decide to bring it out or not. If they're not bringing it out for discussion, nobody talks to it.
They already rejected it, though.
Yeah.
They already spoke to this motion. And they already tabled resolution 8, which was their reason for declining it.
Yeah,
so I
that's
think
right.
this is really fair game.
Parliamentarian.
If you turn to page 21, the messenger who is just at the mic, his motion does not appear among the declined motions. His motion was included in resolution number 8 at the bottom of
I'm
page
sure his
21,
resolution was a lot
and
stronger than resolution
in the
8.
interest of time and giving you full opportunity to do what you're doing now, the committee chose not to put resolution 8 before you. So we're going to apply, in the interest of fairness, we're going to apply a similar rule to resolution number 8. So the question is going to be, if you wish to use the remaining time for the report to consider resolution 8, you should vote yes. If not, vote no.
They just
Depending, I'm not sure how much.
how does that make sense? They reject. He has a different
We have 2
resolution
minutes
that was
left. If you
rejected.
wish to
That's not
consider
his motion.
resolution 8, would you vote yes by raising your ballots?
Resolution 8 is kind of a
Put them
mess.
down. If you oppose considering resolution 8, would you raise your ballots? The affirmative has it, and it is recognized.
Okay.
I don't think his resolution on opposing pedophilia
President, we're
is
delighted to do that.
reconcilable
We were
with
just trying to give
resolution
you time
8.
to bring out resolutions that had been declined when we ran out of time. but I'm going to recognize Kristen Ferguson of the committee to move the adoption of Resolution 8. Thank you.
Good afternoon, messengers. I'm Kristen Ferguson from 11th Street Baptist Church in Upland, California, and I move that the convention adopt resolution number 8 on the Imago Day and the helpful content submitted in several resolutions. You can find this on page 21 and 22 in your Wednesday bulletin.
So how do we do this? Whatever amount we give.
All right, the question is adopting resolution number 8.
These people didn't want to talk about equal justice for preborn, but they wanted to talk about
Resolution number 8.
resolution 8.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I did, but in the interest of time, I withdraw that amendment.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ready for the question? 6A. Do you have an amendment?
Yes, sir. My name is David Terrell from Louisville, Kentucky, messenger and pastor, Emmanuel Baptist Church, and I rise to offer what I hope is a friendly amendment to Resolution 8. I move that the fourth to last paragraph of the resolution be amended by replacing the word sin with the word sinful, so that the revised sentence would read that we seek to love our neighbors as ourselves, standing firm on God's created order, which recognizes that any sexual desire or attraction outside of God's design for human sexuality is sinful, rather than saying that the attraction or desire is itself sin. And I'd like to speak to it if it is seconded.
Is there a second?
Weak sauce. Thumbs down on that one.
Before you speak to it, would you? I'm going to ask the chair.
He's trying to weaken it. He's not trying to grammatically correct it.
We don't believe that it has much substantive difference, so we accept it as a friendly amendment.
They accept it as a friendly motion. If you would prefer to speak, we would make time if we could move forward, since it's a friendly motion and considered a friendly motion. Is it okay if we move to vote for this? Good. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. If the question is on resolution of the amendment to resolution number 8, and so if you are for that amendment, would you please raise your ballots? Thank you. You may put them down. Or if you are opposed to that amendment, would you please raise your ballots? Thank you. That amendment passes. Now let's move to the question of adopting resolution number 8 as amended. Thank you. If you are for resolution number 8, would you please raise your ballot? You may put them down. If you are opposed to resolution number 8, would you raise your ballot? You may put them down. And that resolution number 8 passes. We are out of time. Bart Barber and your committee, thank you for your service and the very hard work you did. We appreciate it.
That was highly anticlimactic.
Sure was.
I was anticipating a fight on resolution 7, and I'm disappointed.
There is no previously scheduled business, so we're going to move right into our Stand for Life portion of our program.
Oh boy. So Stand for Life.
Is that the... Feels like it.
To stand out with what we think, how we vote, what we are for, what we're against. It's a game of my word versus your word. And for the enemy, this is his device and his delight.
What is this part about?
I think they're just doing a video presentation.
Such noise that we can't
Okay. The Church for a Post-Roe World.
exhausted by the dissension that we are too tired.
We want to skip this and move to discussion. We want to watch the presentation of Simba.
And yet, while the enemy defends his
No, we can do a discussion.
He knows that Jesus,
If we have to bring it back, right back up, we can bring it right back up.
breath, our King can overturn what appears as final.
Wow, we got a half
He
hour
has
devoted
the
to this?
authority. He holds the keys to life
Oh,
and
How
to
about
death.
how about
and
we
to all
pause
things
the
visible
stream and
invisible.
kind of discuss what just
Even the
happened there?
smallest
Yeah, that's what I.
Because
Yeah. Uh-huh.
they got the next things on the agenda is the ERLC is doing their report after this, whatever this is done. Like, are they really going to have a half an hour of this video? So let's address that comment. So homosexuality is about to be approved by the SBC. The attraction is sin. I agree with you, and the resolutions committee also tacitly agrees with you. Because her reasoning was she didn't see a difference between sinful and not sinful. That person who made that amendment, however, I don't think agrees with you. He was trying to downplay that. That's my read on that situation and that amendment. Anyone else disagree or?
I was confused myself.
Take out the Southern Baptist and blow us up.
Where are we?
Yeah, there we go. I feel like Restream might be better than StreamYard, but
Oh, you think so?
it might be. But anyway, yeah, I think I'm blown away by how unclimactic that was. I cannot believe there was no discussion on Resolution 7, and we're allowed to name names in some cases, but not other cases. We can't disparage people even by naming people as victims, which which is passively at best disparages someone else. So, I don't think, Professor Stills shouldn't be employed by an SBC entity, but I don't think he's an abuser. So I just don't understand. I don't understand why there was the inconsistency there. I mean, I understand that they're politicking, but I don't understand that why most people don't see that inconsistency.
Well, to be honest, the entire that entire business session was at the most very disappointing and anticlimactic. I think is the word you use there, Ray.
Yeah, certainly for the resolutions, and then we can talk about the motions. I'm sure you watched that part, the order of business report.
The whole thing, and it's one of the reasons why conventions, especially large conventions like this, are often tagged with the platform as manipulative, this, that, and the other. When we get around to talking about some of the motions, I've got a response from one of the parliamentarians about one of them. I'll read to you in a minute when you're ready to talk about that. But when we got to the resolutions, you're right. Some of those resolutions, well, to be honest, they deserve to have at least a few comments for and against. I mean, that's standard parliamentary procedure. But for some reason, there were people poised for whatever reason, whether it be political or some other reason within the convention, at the microphones, trying to get the attention so they could immediately shut that down and not be any discussion. And when you're in a deliberative body, it's only fair to have at least a few conversing.
Yeah, I mean, that was just savvy political maneuvering on the ERLC's part. I don't know if that person was a simp. I don't know whether that person was on their payroll or an ERLC fellow or something like that, has bylines or something like that, or whether he's a simp. But he was purposely trying to end discussion to avoid scrutiny for the Ethics and Religious Liberty Commission, because there had to have been at least one person. David told us last night that he was going to be at the microphone trying to, amend it to strike the language of the ERLC, but that was just, and then the people wanted to vote on Resolution 8, which probably was not anywhere close to the resolution that they rejected, other than the fact that it talked about sexuality, but Resolution 8 talked more about mass shootings than it does sexuality. It was a very scattered resolution in its focus. It talked about mass shootings, and it's like same-sex attraction is a sin. So it wasn't very pointed, I guess I should say. It's not that it was terrible, but it wasn't pointed.
Put it straight.
Let me give you a marketing phrase we use all the time, and it's perfect and great for churches. I say this to pastors and church planters all the time because we're in the communication business, right? But it's a real short phrase, and I'm going to say it. Then you tell me if it describes what we just saw in this last business session. And the phrase is this: it's real simple. When you confuse, you lose.
I like it.
When you confuse, you lose. So when you're communicating, if you are not saying or articulating what you're saying clearly enough, people get confused. I mean, I could tell you a dozen stories where just me as a pastor, leading a church through something, you get in a business meeting and people are confused about what's going on. They 100% will support it if they understand it, but they're confused. So everybody votes no. No, I'm not. I don't understand that. It's just confusion. But what we saw in that last, almost the entire business session, the way the platform was handling it, guys keep trying to come back and say, look, I just want to know why. Explain to me. No, I'm sorry.
Yes.
It's been discussed. We're moving on. Been discussed. Already been answered. And in a small, tiny church, or even a reasonable sized church, we're accustomed to being have some discussion. And even though we may know parliamentary procedure is you speak for and against. How many business meetings you've been in when the conversation just boom and everybody just starts talking and the moderator kind of just lets it go. And then when he feels it's time, he goes, okay, folks, we got, let's get it back together. We've got to get back on target. And then they, have a motion to approve or whatever. But people kind of need to vent. When you're in this size of a meeting hall to start with in a convention, somebody can literally scream from 3/4 of the way back in the room, and you can hear a noise, but you can't understand it up on the platform. Right. And so people are at microphones all over. And of course, Litton addressed that a couple of times, folks. We can't do business like that. Your point of order is not approved, screaming. He said that one time. But it's because of the confusion. So people are frustrated. So they're screaming out.
Or they're just screaming out.
Yeah.
I mean, what are the odds that the dude who called the question on Resolution 7 was actually the first person at the microphone?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I realize they press a button, but.
Well, yeah. And the technology is pretty cool the way the technology works. But there almost every convention, there's suspicion of do they actually follow the way the technology works. There are multiple buttons at the microphone. You press for, against, point of order. You pick which one you do. But on their board, what they're looking at, it puts in the order the microphones were pushed when they were punched and what they are. So they can go down.
I mean, can you push it too early, or can you?
Well, only if they clear the board. Everything stays there unless now as soon as they finish on the vote of something, they'll clear the board so everything goes blank. And so then the next guy to push the button, whoever,
so you just got to keep rapid pushing that button.
Yeah, because they'll clear the board for the new question or new motion or whatever.
So just keep mashing that button until they let you speak, I guess.
Right. Well, and that's why he said, well, we understand some of you were coming to the microphone for Resolution 5, but we're going to do 6 first. So we're going to clear it. So what happens is the buttons that are pushed, there may be 4 or 5 for, we want to speak for microphones come up, and then against, and then 2 more for. Okay. So he had whoever puts for, so the next person to speak has to be an against. So he skips over the first 4 microphones that are lit up because they're wanting to speak for. He goes to the no. So, but of course, nobody except people behind behind the board they're looking at can tell you. Yeah. So they might, and this is, if Bobby Lopez was on here, this would be his argument. I'll play Bobby Lopez for a minute. the skepticism would be that they have 4 lit up that are against. Let's just say against. There are 4 lit up that are against. They look the room and microphone 2. Nope, we don't want him speaking. 3. Nope, we don't want him. Okay, so we're going to go to the 3rd one down on no. Nobody out there knows who hit first, right?
Yes, that's true.
They could do that if they can see who's at microphone.
If someone speaks for a motion or resolution, in this case, they have to let someone else speak against it.
Right. Proper
even if
procedure is,
even if he's calling the question as he speaks in favor.
Yeah, the way the parliamentary procedure works is if an individual makes a motion, in the meeting, and that's brought to the floor, or if it comes from a committee. So you'll notice when something from the resolutions committee or whatever, it's put on the floor, it doesn't require a second because there's obviously more than one person that's a committee. So that's put on the floor. They are obviously speaking for it because it's coming from the committee. So the next one to speak is given 3 minutes to speak against, and then the next one to speak has to be for. And then against, if it doesn't, they don't have going back and forth, then they call the question and say, okay, we don't have anyone else to speak against it. So there's no dialogue. And in a huge room like that, you can't just say, well, whatever you think, because you've got to have people at microphones. So, so it's the 3 minutes.
So you're saying they violated parliamentary process by not allowing someone to speak against it?
Well, if somebody comes and calls the question, if somebody comes and called the question, when Barry McCarty came back to the microphone and explained, we don't want to give the perception that we're trying to shut down discussion. Remember, he said, we don't want to give that perception. So he said, as messengers, you have the right to vote on accepting this call of the question. But if you vote against calling on the question, that means we can have discussion, because he was the first guy to the microphone they called. And there's not a button that says, I want to call the question, right? So it's either for, against, or a point of order. So he hit for. They just happened to call on him first because he was probably the first light on the board. But he didn't really want to speak for it. He wanted to call the question. So, and that's what McCarty explained. It doesn't matter whether it was a for or against button, whichever one of those, whoever's at that microphone could call for the question. And then we have to deal with that first, according to parliamentary procedure. So we vote to accept the call of the question. If that wins by 2/3 majority, then it's through the discussion, no more. You vote on the whatever's on the floor.
That was depressing. And then not enough people wanted to talk about the abortion issue. Actually, when it came to that on equal rights, which was not addressed in Resolution 7.
Yep.
I've read Resolution 7. It's what they are doing in their session now is what Resolution 7 was about.
Oh, yeah.
Post-Roe world where we're making abortion unnecessary and ERLC stuff. It was
right.
So I guess we'll want to hop back on when the ERLC gives their report.
Yeah, we may. They said Brett Leatherwood is supposed to be doing that. But this isn't Brett Leatherwood.
No,
that's not
apparently
Brett.
They're devoting a half-hour block to this. I cannot believe that this is worthy of half an hour, that the resolutions were not worthy of.
Well, one of the I've got several threads of text messages going with guys that are there and not there, but are involved. And one of the things I said to them early on is, you've got to be kidding. We have such major things that need to be discussed. All of these resolutions. I mean, there's some huge things need to be discussed, right? And we spend 20 minutes with a group up there singing. And I'm not against worship, but this is a business meeting. The convention doesn't meet but 2 days a year, not even 2 full days. That's all the time they have. We're not gathering for the purpose. Right, and we're not gathering for the purpose of worship. That's not the whole purpose. And unless you're just trying to use it for emotional influence or whatever, but it's
whining and dining.
Well,
but in a passion.
Well, I'll be honest. Okay, I've planned lots of big events, not the size of a convention, obviously, but with hundreds and hundreds of people. Okay, through associations and all kinds of stuff. And we almost always will start with music. Right, because there are people in the halls talking. There are people,
get people ready.
So crank up the band or whatever, and whatever. And they, they're getting started. Okay, and so we would do that. Did I drop out? Oh, there I am again. And get them singing so people hear. But basically, it's to try to kind of go ahead and get people in the room and get people paying attention. So as soon as they finish that one song, or maybe 2, but really usually just one song, then me as a moderator or whoever else is in charge running the meeting, as soon as that song's over, they're standing by the podium. Song ends. Welcome tonight. We're glad to have you here. We want to boom, and you go right into whatever the business is. So it's just absurd to me to have so little time designated to business. Even some of the reports. Yeah, even some of the reports should have been cut back by. If you cut each report by 5 minutes, how much more time would you have for business? Yeah, go back.
So when we go back to the motions and how the order of business session talked about certain motions being out of order, How is a motion directing an entity to take an action out of order?
Yeah, well, let me read you. You're referring to the forensic audit.
That was one. I thought there was actually. Didn't you say there's supposed to be a vote on that today?
Well, yeah, that was that, and that's the one. David UM. He was the guy who came to the microphone. First one that came to the microphone actually, and he was the one trying to get it when he had been told. I'm told. I don't know him, but I had been told that a guy there had talked to him, and he said the parliamentarian talked to him, and it was good news that they were going to be able to discuss it. But when it came to the floor, they said it's out of order because the president cannot direct an entity to do something. But here's, and I remind me to get back and read this text in a minute from the parliamentarian conversation. But here's the issue: when a president is elected to the Southern Baptist Convention by virtue of his election, his position, he automatically serves on the board of trustees for all of the entities. Okay, he's serving as a trustee. So what that means is, if he's serving as a trustee on that board, he has the ability to call for a forensic audit. So the motion, and I don't have the full motion written out in front of me, but it was modeled after the motion last year to direct the EC to do the sexual abuse investigation.
So you could direct that entity to take an action. You could make a motion for the credentials. You can make a motion to disfellowship Saddleback Baptist Church, which is a motion directing the credentials committee to take an action. I don't understand how a motion isn't directing an action or an actionable outcome.
Right.
I guess, isn't it their job once the motion's submitted to direct the motion to where it needs to go, to triage it to where it needs to go?
And the best what I thought they may do was refer it to NAM, which is just idiotic. But that
they
would have put it in
themselves and found that they did nothing wrong.
Well, even if the new president serves on that board, which he does, he ends up being on the board. Bart Barber is not going to do that.
Oh yeah,
he's in the wrong circle. Okay, he's in the wrong circle. So let me read you the comment from the conversation with the parliamentarian. Okay, this guy said, "I just talked to one of the parliamentarians. I tried to make a point of order at the microphone, but they never would call on me." And that's, I mean, he could have been wherever in the line. They were shutting it down. They had 3 different people get to microphones, didn't they? David M., his staff member, he had a staff member came, and then there was, the lawyer, John Whitehead. All 3 of those were about that same motion. So anyway, this guy never got called on. He said, "I told the parliamentarian that what they are saying is that the messengers of the SBC annual meeting cannot hold an entity directly accountable. He said, that is right, that under the current bylaws, we can only hold them accountable by working through the trustees." So once you hold
that's a bad message
control of the trustees, absolutely. And and that's, the guy who came up, the bearded fellow, I didn't catch his name, but he came back twice. But when he came back, he's like, "Look, I don't understand. I thought the trustees, I thought the messengers of the convention, we're in control, but you're telling us we're really not in control. All of this we're doing."
That's exactly what they're saying.
There's only one thing. What they basically just said was, there's only one thing that you did as messengers this whole week that really makes any difference. That's when you approved the Committee on Nominations report for the trustees. That's the slate of officers. Slate of trustees for all significant is when you put that forward. Now the president is going to appoint the next slate, but as of what happened right now, all these other things you voted on, they're nominal when you say that we have 14 entities that as messengers, we cannot do anything that controls them. And then the trustees, we had a discussion last night about one of the things they pushed aside was about publishing the trustees' information.
Hold on. You're going to want to hear what this guy's saying.
Okay.
He just said that homosexuals are beating us to the adoption
Wife
line.
and I, for decades, have supported a
So
crisis pregnancies ministry that our church in
I
Louisville
can't
started
make her share the
decades
screen,
ago.
but
So we need those ministries, but we have to
are you able to hear
contend for
those?
the minds
Yeah, I'm watching it right here.
of
I got it beside.
abortion-minded women.
Is the audience
because there
able to
are
hear the
public ways
SBC?
Yeah,
have an
I can hear it.
abortion.
No, I wanted the audience.
Meta pills can be sent to someone's
But,
house. Various kind of just non-public methodologies are there. So we
Can you
must
put this,
contend
Riley, can you
for
put
the
this guy
thought
up?
process
I'll put the screen back on.
abortion-minded women.
He was
Finally,
basically just
we must
saying
think
that
about our congregations
gays are beating
on the
Christians to
ground,
foster care
salt
and
light
adoption
reputation.
agencies. He literally
in
just
our
made that claim at a Christian conference, which, first of all, is not
The
true.
sinners in Luke
I don't think it's
15
true at all.
were sinners. There's no confusion about the fact that they're sinners.
None at
So
all.
the religious leaders, the scribes and the Pharisees knew they were sinners, and Jesus knew they were sinners. So the issue is not, is there sin in verse 1 and 2? The issue is, Jesus responded to the sinners differently than the scribes and the Pharisees. And so as it regards abortion-minded women and men in our neighborhoods where our local churches are, I'm not talking about the steps of the Supreme Court. I'm not talking about the Congress where we walk through when we're doing the March for Life. The 3-mile circle around your church. Will abortion-minded men and women think of your church in the tone of Jesus or in the tone of the Pharisees and the scribes? May our churches be equipped.
He's talking about tone.
Post-Roe world.
He's talking about tone as if it's superior to what we're actually preaching. God's word is pretty clear on murder.
Yeah, they tone police.
God despises the bloodshed of the innocent. He who sheds
don't
innocent
take
blood by man, his
the
blood shall
abortion
be
thing
shed.
seriously.
This is.
They don't take abortion thing seriously.
They don't.
They always want to
Powerful
soften the
presentation.
language.
I now call Don Currens to the microphone to share the results of the race for second vice president.
Okay. Yay.
forgot
Meaningless
about that vote.
vote.
Yeah. Oh, because it was so
34%.
close.
We need to do this right now, then we will proceed to questions.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I need to get another
At
drink.
the time of our last ballot, there was 8,132 messengers registered. Okay. For the office of the second vice
I
president.
don't know. I
runoff,
like this guy.
Alex
He's
Sands
taking his job
received
seriously.
2,121 votes, representing 59.71%.
That's a major drop off.
Beautiful Pond, was, I forgot, Deanne's Ponds, received 1,426 votes, representing 40.15%. There was 5 disallowed, representing 0.14.
Now, was this a Conservative Baptist Network guy that just
Alex
lost?
Sands receives
Yep,
2,121
I think
votes,
that was.
59.71%.
Oh, CBN.
So I know.
Rodolfo Diaz Pons, 1,426 votes, 40.15%.
Because he was endorsed.
Alex Sands,
The guy
is
who
elected
endorsed him
second
was
vice
too.
president of the Southern
It's kind of like
Baptist
he's sleeping on the
Convention.
mic to me.
So what exactly is going on here that they
Question
can ask?
for the ERLC on 2A.
Okay, here we go. ERLC time.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Yep.
President. I appreciate that. My name is Brian Gunter. I am a messenger and the senior pastor of First Baptist Church in Livingston, Louisiana. Earlier this year, I worked with my state legislators to introduce House Bill 813 in the Louisiana legislature.
Here we go.
HB 813 was a bill that sought to immediately end all abortion in my state by providing equal protection to the child in the womb. Simply stated, If life begins at conception, then our laws should protect life from the moment of conception. So you can imagine my surprise when you signed a letter dated
Bro,
May
you could not have
12th
been that
urging
surprised
all
by that.
state lawmakers
Real
across
talk.
America to oppose this bill and others like it because it would make it a crime for a woman to kill her own child by abortion. I thought that Southern Baptists, when we say we're pro-life, we mean that no person should be able to murder an innocent child in the womb. So this is my question. Is it really your position that the mother who willfully kills her own child by abortion
Good question.
is never guilty before God, and she should never face any consequences under the law?
Good question. Let's see the dance. Let's see the dance.
Thank you, brother, for that question. We're in a little bit of an unorthodox format here because I thought questions were coming
Let
at
me
the end.
explain
But
first of
No,
all,
answer the question,
Chair made
Leatherwood.
a mistake in interrupting at the time we interrupted to give the report on the election for second vice president. There was, we moved on thinking the ERLC presentation was complete, and it isn't. It would
No,
be
the
best
ERLC is
if they
taking an
made
hour.
Their presentation and then come back to your question. Would you welcome that, sir?
Well, Mr. President, I'll take it now. I'll answer.
Yeah, take it now. Yes, exactly. We don't want him to be
Brother,
thinking
here's
about the
deal.
answer.
We agree on the bottom line. We want abortion ended. We want it ended today. We want it ended tomorrow. We want to end it as soon as humanly possible. But while we hold fast to that goal and continually shout, that is what we want, why not support legislation that promises to save one more life in any context?
That's
I will
not
say
what
this,
that's not what the
to
ERLC
get
did.
the record straight. No letter was sent directly to Louisiana about a Louisiana piece of legislation. Right after the draft opinion from the Supreme Court was leaked, National Right to Life approached us, as well as 75 other pro-life organizations from around the country to say, hey, this would make sense, since functionally, if this were to be law, or this were to be the final decision, abortion will be returned to the states. It would seem to make sense that we send a letter to legislative leaders in all 50 states to let them know what the principles of the pro-life movement are.
That's not. You're not
And so
answering
in a
the
state like
question.
California, for
No,
example,
he's actually lying.
Or he is answering the question, and his answer is no. I don't agree
They're
with
going to
you.
have this issue right in front of them. And in a state like California, they're going to have to take any available win.
That
where
letter
they
said
can.
that women aren't.
Here's the reality.
That letter said women aren't guilty if they
You're
get
not
abortions.
going to get me to say that I want to throw
Besides,
mothers
that
behind
bill was
bars.
already there in Louisiana.
Hold
The
on,
question
It
is
is not the
specific.
view of this convention. It is not the view of the pro-life movement.
It is the view of the pro-life movement.
That was proven yet again today. I believe the same principles that Jesus used in John 4 and John 8
Oh my
apply
God.
right here.
This is why we need to abolish
Instead
the
of rushing in
ERLC.
like a mob, we instead
Okay, first of all,
rush in
you're-
with the truth given to us by the author of
John
life,
4 has nothing to
showing
do
we
with
are
this.
able to
John
bear
8,
the
the
burdens
portion
of
that
others
he's using
and
is
offer
not
the healing that
is
comes
not
with
necessarily
grace,
canonical.
just as has been poured
Assuming
out
he's talking
for
about the
us.
stoning and that passage, the beginning of John 8. That's
I'm
not
going to
necessarily.
proceed with
That was
He did-
added scripture.
Report from, so the chair recognizes.
And he didn't even answer the question, by the way.
He did answer the question.
They
He
let
said,
them
"I don't agree with
do
you."
it. There should be time for people to respond back and forth.
He answered the question by saying,
before
"I don't
begin,
believe
I have
that
a point of
abortion is
order.
murder."
I should, and this goes to the Committee on the Order of Business. I should never again have to go after my vice chair, Kevin Smith. That's true. No, Mr. President, actually, I want to start my comments, the report for the ERLC, with just a quick word of gratitude to you, messengers. Our team is especially grateful to you for the show of support that you gave our entity earlier today. Thank you so much on behalf of the ERLC. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That foundational phrase has been with us since the beginning of our republic, and those words laid down an important marker in human history. They signified that this new national experiment that our forefathers were initiating would be unlike any other. Instead of a nation governed by the will of man or the wishes of a monarch, ours would be a society that prioritizes opportunity for each and every individual. Yet those lofty ideals have far too often been out of reach or kept out of reach for many. But thankfully, in many cases, the church has been there to point to a different way, a better way, and in doing so, prick the conscience of the state. There's a long Baptist history of doing so. And so it is to this present day. As we have just shown with our Stand for Life presentation, this convention continues to provide a needed word on some of the very fundamental questions that our society wrestles with. Over the last 50 years, the most vulnerable neighbors in our midst have been taken advantage of, dispatched without care, and discarded without thought. Over 60 million precious preborn lives, all made in the image of God, have systematically been robbed of their ability to pursue the very essential blessings of life, liberty, and happiness. All of this stems from a wrong-headed decision by our U.S. Supreme Court that was handed down in 1973. That year, the majority opinion in the disastrous Roe versus Wade decision contained a phrase that has reverberated down the years in American culture: the unwanted child. By affirming those words, the court allowed generations of preborn children to be robbed of their dignity and their lives.
I mean, if you don't believe that the mother is a murderer, you effectively don't believe abortion is murder.
Correct. And that's his point. Yeah. He just wants it unnecessary.
The brokenness that affects our relationships in a fallen world. But we should not fail to recognize the ways this opinion did harm here to relationships. It essentially created a permission structure that allowed the abortion industry to come between the mother and the child. Because of this, countless mothers have been sold the lie that their lives will be...
That bill, HB 813, was, I remember the date was 12. That's when the letter was also signed, on the 12th. The day the bill, a day before the bill went on the floor in Louisiana. So Brent Leatherwood just lied over here. Louisiana was already advancing that bill long before the Love You Word bill leaked. So whether
I believe you're right about that.
Yeah, so whether
it
the bill
happened
was
like
gonna
right
leak,
in tandem. So
yeah, it was a day before.
And that letter was directed towards them and every other state.
Exactly. Yeah, Louisiana. Exactly.
Will played an
So he
instrumental
just
role
lied
in getting
because
us to that moment.
if the Roe v. Wade
nearly
didn't
40
leak,
years,
the
I hope
bill
so-
was already
made advocacy
advancing
for
in
life
Louisiana.
priority.
I hope someone
Countless
gets up there
hours have
and
been spent
asks the
teaching
same
truth
question
of God's
again. Get him to
word,
keep saying that he's not
pleading
I
pro-life.
hope, yeah.
to end, serving mothers who have been
Yeah,
targeted,
no.
ministering
The
to
bill had
children,
already passed the
adoption, and foster
committee,
care services,
7 to
discussing
votes.
the
Now it
moral
was on the House
ramifications
floor
of the
in
destruction of life
Louisiana.
with our nation's policymakers.
So
and
pro-lifers
a consistent
actually
presence
killed
in
the bill.
corridors of our
I'd like to see a
Louisiana right
resolution
to
on
life.
Our efforts
I'd
will
like to
make
see
a
a
difference.
resolution on
By
in vitro
overruling the
fertilization.
Roe precedent, we will begin the process of saving a new generation
The-
of families
actually, the
from
bill
enduring these
Louisiana did
awful
cover
and
that. You
false
know,
It did.
narratives.
It was
So
a
what
pretty
I
good
said,
bill.
everything.
Begin.
Yeah.
While overturning
So
Roe
Brent
will go a
Leatherwood
long
is
way toward correcting
just
the
tricked
errors
on
of
us.
the past
You
and
lied, Brent
state.
Leatherwood.
It is up to
I
Christians
tweeted him
to
already
realize
right
that
now.
Such a decision, as momentous as it would be, is not the end of the challenge before us.
This is
Will represent the
Russell
starting
Moore
point for a
Timothy,
new
okay?
pro-life generation.
This is Russell Moore's
Because we
protege.
will not be satisfied with a
As they
post-Roe
say,
world.
an apple does not fall
We are
from the tree,
striving
right?
for a post-abortion world. For all the good that a favorable decision would do, there will still be mothers in crisis and families in chaos. It will also mean that the conversations we have before the Supreme Court or in the marbled corridors of Congress will now take place right next door. Your ERLC has been diligently preparing for this moment, whether it's with our Stand for Life event, pastor convenings, our forthcoming church curriculum, or the continued ministry of our Psalm 139 project. We have pursued every feasible avenue to both equip the church and continue our advocacy for life before a watching world. Let me expand briefly on one of those items. Over 20 years ago, under the leadership of Richard Land, your ERLC began the Psalm 139 project, an initiative to place life-saving ultrasound machines in pro-life clinics across the country. Because we use private donations and not cooperative program funding for this program, we typically place 1 to 2 machines per year. But 2 years ago, under the leadership of Russell Moore, we announced an ambitious goal to place 50 ultrasound machines by the 50-year mark of Roe versus Wade.
By the
in
way,
January
ultrasound machines don't
2023.
cost millions of
Behind me is
dollars.
a map. In
And that's what
pink,
their budget
you'll
is.
see all of the places where Planned Parenthood is located. In white, you will see all the places where Psalm 139 is striving to combat Planned Parenthood with a message of life.
Yeah, you should have signed the bill.
Because the technology behind these machines demolishes the lies used by Planned Parenthood to prey upon mothers, and as such, they are essential. And that is why today, I am pleased to announce publicly, for the first time, the ERLC has secured the necessary outside funding to not only meet our goal of 50 placements, but to exceed
outside
that
You
goal.
guys get
6 months.
You guys
ahead of
get
schedule.
millions of dollars a year. You could
Exactly.
do
You don't
this
need
in 1
outside
year.
funding.
You don't need outside funding. Your budget covers this.
And
I
here's the
know
great thing
the
about
20 billion they're
partnership.
sitting
An
on.
ultrasound machine is not
As
exactly
we
a
joined with the Southern
$10,000.
Baptist of Texas
You know, maybe the
Convention,
highest
the
end,
North
but
Carolina Baptist
you
State
get a
Convention,
rudimentary
the
ultrasound
Alabama
machine
Baptist
for like
Convention, and the
$1,000.
Florida Baptist Foundation to make this happen.
They have the
That
11 million
last
in
point is
surplus.
especially meaningful to me. When I was placed
Who
in
is this outside entity
authority
funding
became
that?
fortifying relationships
George
across
Soros?
the SBC. We knew,
Nah,
as the
it's
old
not gonna be
saying
George
goes,
Soros.
cooperation
Not this one.
rides on the rails of relationship. Not only did this staff of faithful servants set out to serve in that manner, they've done so in a way that ensures more children will be able to take their first breath outside the womb, an incredible victory. The fact is, we have a talented team at the ERLC, and it is such a joy to be alongside them in this season, however long it lasts, to come to work each day and know that I am laboring with such a gifted group of individuals who redefine the term joyful warriors. You see, it takes a special person with a special makeup to work at the one entity of the SBC where all of your work is carried out in the arena for all to see and to offer their thoughts. That comes with the territory in this role. It has been that way ever since this entity began receiving the sacrificial gifts of Southern Baptists through the Cooperative program. For 75 years now, the ERLC has been privileged to be a part of this framework, and we're grateful for it. To commemorate this, we've created this booklet about our 75 years of Southern Baptist advocacy in the public square, which we've handed out all week. And later this summer, we hope to send a copy to every church in the SBC as a token of our appreciation. Your giving has powered this organization, and without you sending this organization into the public square, none of this would be possible. In closing, I want to say this. I stand before you thankful for the actions taken at this convention related to sexual abuse. For too long, wickedness has festered in our midst, but last year you began the process of rooting it out and bringing it into light. Many doubted, and some even calculated, that when we as a convention were confronted with these horrors, we would flinch. You said no. You remembered the words from Isaiah and James that tell us to be a voice for those who have been rendered vulnerable. Your ERLC seeks to complement this course you've charted. Our Caring Well materials will be updated with new resources coming to aid our churches and new initiatives planned. And our ERLC trustee board has wisely decided to move forward with an SBC sexual abuse assessment that will be a cooperative look at how churches have responded to abuse and develop the resources needed to prevent it. All that I have recounted for you today is driven by the same spirit, a spirit that leads us to speak up for the vulnerable and the marginalized, those who are seen and those who are not, those who are with us and those who are to come. We shouldn't miss the parallels here. The same God who speaks to us about life also speaks to us about abuse, just as he does in so many other areas with the same authoritative voice. What a powerful witness this establishes for our church. For if we correct our errors, repudiate the misdeeds of our own past, and seek justice for those who have suffered, we will set a much needed example for a culture in need of the same. In doing so, I believe we will help establish an actual culture of life right here where God has called us, creating, if you will, a more perfect union where life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is truly available to every individual, born and preborn alike. Mr. President, it'd be an honor to take additional questions.
Thank you, Brent. Are there questions concerning the report? I recognize microphone 1A.
Yes, sir, Mr. President and President of the ERLC. My name is Paul Thompson. I pastor the Eastside Baptist Church in Twin Falls, Idaho. In the state of Idaho, over 1,600 preborn children will be dismantled, ripped, sucked, chemically burned through induced abortions, with or without a Roe decision. Of those 1,600 who will be murdered in my state, 287 of them happen in my city, the city of Twin Falls, Idaho, where they are murdered. My question to you is direct, and I desire a direct answer. My question is, in November of 2022, I'm running for Idaho Senate because no one in my city and few in my state will stand for the preborn. So I'm running for this office asking the citizens of the state of Idaho to appoint me to the state Senate. And I'm asking you, will you please not write letters to the state of Idaho to reduce the efforts and to eliminate the opportunity that we
Same
can
question.
speak
Just
for the
keep asking the
preborn,
same
and
question.
that not
Yes.
mothers, but that
Get it.
murderers can no longer murder children in my
Get him.
state.
I think as you have seen here today, our heart is for life. And I don't think that anybody in good faith can contest that. The reality is we're going to continue speaking for life just in the same ways that we always have. We want to make sure that
The
it is
ERLC has
illegal.
never been that pro-life.
We want abortion banned. And so we would join with you in that effort. But we also want to make it unthinkable and unnecessary. And we use that language.
Please.
It's very purposeful language that we use. We use illegal because that speaks for the child. We want it to be illegal to take the life of a preborn child. So we use that term. We are asking for the government to step in and save the life of that child. We use
That's not
unnecessary
the government's job, Brent Leatherwood.
others where they are. They are continually messaged by Planned Parenthood and the predatory abortion industry that preys upon them and sells them lie after lie after lie.
Romans
We wanna
1.
offer them a different way. And we also use the word unthinkable. And that word has been used for ages now by the SBC. We use the word unthinkable because we want to cast a vision for the culture, calling the culture to a better way to truly establish a culture of life. Brother, let me hear me say this. I am thankful that you are stepping up to serve the citizens of your state. Good luck with that. And we will be there with you to save lives, serve mothers, and ban abortion.
You want
and
what the
go
Christians in
after
Louisiana?
the abortion industry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Did you get a response to that?
We are out of time, but we would like to, if it's okay with the body, we would like to extend for 2 more questions. 8A, do you have a question?
Please ask the same question. Please ask the same
Yes.
question.
Thank you. I'm Wes Brown, pastor of First Baptist Plummerville in Plummerville, Arkansas.
He looks like he's from
The
a place called
previous
Plummerville.
Speaker rightly referred to a willful abortion as a sin. My question is it a sin before God by the mother who willfully participates in it? And if so, which law of God did she break?
Oh.
It'd be the 6th. Is it the 5th commandment's murder?
6.
6.
Yeah, thou shalt not murder.
10 Commandments,
Okay.
thou shalt not kill.
Oh, let
Okay.
Leatherwood answer those things. Oh, that's a good move.
Way to
Microphone 9A with a question, please.
Ask the same question. Just
Yes, Dr. Leatherwood.
I'm
My
not a
name
doctor.
is-
Yes.
Let me stop you there. I appreciate you. It looks like it's Jared. Jared,
Yes, sir.
I am not a doctor, so just call me Brent, please.
this is Jacob Jackson.
And
I
I'm
think.
Jared Moore.
Jared Moore.
Messenger
Jared
for
Moore.
Cumberland Homesteads Baptist Church. And I have a question about your slogan for Stand for Life. Making abortion unnecessary.
Yes.
If you believe that abortion is a violation of thou shalt not murder, then you're saying making murder unnecessary, which implies that it's necessary. I think you should change it.
His
If a
stutter
mother
is
sees
endearing.
that, she's going to think it's necessary. Unless she talks to y'all, it could cost babies' lives.
Thank you.
There's about a 2.5 to 3 second delay depending on where you are in the hall. So it's really weird to say something and come back in your face.
From my colleague, Elizabeth Graham, who has done an incredible job. Let me just take a moment to say this. She's done an incredible job as our VP of Life Initiatives. Dr. Moore, when he was president, gave her a very tough.
That's why we've seen a few people put
He wanted
earplugs
to
or sit
make
there like
sure that
this.
all of our life initiatives were housed under one office, and she has stepped up to lead so well, and she is leading our Stand for Life efforts, and she is going to respond more directly to you, Mr. Jared.
No, you need to be
They
answering
are
those
being
questions.
sold lies, but
I
it's
think
still
you
Romans
said you're at
1.
microphone 8. I can't really see you out
They
there.
traded
but,
the truth for a lie.
Thank you for that question. So one of the things that I want to talk about is the fact that we have the incredible privilege of partnering with other like-minded organizations
That aren't that
through a
pro-life.
collective impact alliance.
They don't even have to.
And so as a part of our collective impact alliance work, for the last 5 years, the ERLC has been the lead on church engagement for this work. It's 12 national pro-life organizations and ministries that work in various areas of the pro-life movement, representing adoption and foster care, baby rescue and intervention, legal and legislative. And we also, once a year, bring together a large group of pro-life organizations for that as well. And there's 100 ministries that are participating in that annually. And as a part of that work, we together have launched this initiative called Stand for Life. And the goal of Stand for Life for the conference and the agreed upon language is that we want to see, one, abortion illegal, which we discussed earlier. We want to see abortion unthinkable through seeing hearts,
Incrementalism.
minds, attitudes, and behaviors changed through discipleship and curriculum in the gospel of Jesus Christ. And third, we want to address the underlying systemic drivers for why women find themselves in a position that they feel that they have no other option but to seek abortion. And so there are many things being worked on, but this was the call to action agreed upon by all organizations for that.
You are Christians.
tagline.
Abortion is a gospel
So
issue.
we will do some
Why
work,
man.
on
Abortion's a
behalf of
law
Southern
issue, not a
Baptists
gospel
to
issue.
advocate to include
No, I mean like when they go to the
unthinkable and
abortion, where they
unnecessary.
administer
We
to these
heard the
people.
concerns. We have already made an
Mm,
adjustment.
yeah, you preach the
and I
gospel
appreciate
there.
you sharing
Yeah,
that with me
to
directly
the
and
to
having
to the
opportunity
mothers.
to respond to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, ERLC, for your report. I thank your staff and your board. God bless each and every one of you. The chair recognizes Ben Mandrell, the president and CEO of Lifeway Christian Resources, for a report.
Any excitement here to anticipate?
Maybe somebody might ask the
Good
question.
afternoon. It's an honor to be standing
the
before you with
LGBT
members of
books.
our executive team, our board
Very
officers,
interesting.
my wife Lindley here on the platform. And I especially want to
it
thank
hadn't
my
gotten near
four
the
children
interest
for
that
being here
it
today.
did last
Ava,
year.
Max, Miles, and Jack.
They got 15 minutes
Thank
according
you
to
for
the
being a
program.
rock for me in the years
Yeah, they'll
when I
take
was
it all.
supposed to be the rock.
The original program.
My daughter Ava reminded me of the words of President FDR.
I'm gonna get
who said,
another
"A
drink.
smooth sea never
Okay.
made a skilled sailor."
Yeah, I
Those
think
words resonated with me as I reflected
the
on the first 3
ERLC
years
just
of
played us.
my time at Lifeway. It has not been a smooth
They just,
sea, but I pray that
evaded
God
all
is
the questions
developing in
there.
me the faith to lead well.
Yeah,
Lifeway
Ben
recently brought
Mandrell
in the
was
legend
he
Jimmy
was a
Draper,
NAM
and
funded church
he came to
planter.
speak on the issue of leadership to our organization. And in front of the full team, he said, "I knew how to run Lifeway until I got there."
Okay, so now he's with
And he
Lifeway.
testified how frightened
Right.
he felt
Yeah,
when
he
took
lived
the
in
field
one of the
because he had not
houses that
done this
NAM bought
before, and yet
in
over
Colorado.
time, the vision began to come to him, and that
Probably
is
bought it
exactly
from
how I have
NAM
felt
and
at
then was
Lifeway.
elected to
Over
Lifeway.
time, the vision is beginning to come.
Yeah,
Lifeway is no
Lifeway
longer
has
a
fun too.
Nashville company. We are expanding the boundaries beyond the southeast portion of the U.S. We have a vision for serving churches everywhere. Within a year of my arrival, we sold a beautiful building downtown Nashville. That decision, supported by our trustees, quickly replenished our cash reserve and our pension fund. In addition, it sent a clear signal to our team that a new paradigm of ministry had begun. See, when I was a church planter in Denver with NAM, I used this map that you're about to see to shed light on the current state of things. Here you see the leading religious group in each section of the country. Purple is Catholic, gray is the Mormon Church, green Methodist, yellow Lutheran, and red is Southern Baptist, which, as you can see, is landlocked in the SCC and ACC. And in 2013, Lindley and I, this map moved us, literally. We picked up our family, resigned a large church in West Tennessee.
Oh, like some of the books that are being carried by,
Plant a church, and God gave us
women
favor
who
there.
have compromised in the
We established
SBC.
a work,
What is
raised up
the
leaders, moved the church into a
chartreuse
brand new building,
color,
and
that
then
light
God
green?
called us to Lifeway to lead in the
The dark
season.
green
And
is
though
Methodist.
my family now resides in Middle Tennessee, our hearts
It
will
says
always
Mormon
beat for
Methodist. I
frontier
didn't hear the
places
other one.
I don't
in
know what
highly
the
secular
light
places.
green was.
And Lifeway now has a model
was
of
big
work
in
to
Alaska.
support that vision. Without requiring residency in the South, we are drawing writers and editors and graphic designers and software developers from all over the country and world. They are staying in their locations and in their local churches, which is what we want, so that our products begin to feel more versatile. By the year 2027, Lifeway's team will be 50% residential and 50% distributed throughout. Multiple times a year, those leaders are flown into Nashville for vision casting and whiteboarding and relationship building. But Lifeway is moving from a Nashville mindset to a national mindset. But we're doing this in more ways than just within our workforce. We're doing this in our products. Today, I'm happy to announce that this time next year, we hope to be able to roll out a new line of curriculum, a next-gen curriculum for kids and students, informed, designed, and written in partnership with church leaders from outside the South. I wish I could show it to you, but this picture captures the idea of where it is today. We are building it today. When the Lifeway presidential search team reached out to me, I confessed to them that I was not a customer. Our church was not using Lifeway products, particularly in our kids space. It had worked wonderfully for us in West Tennessee, but the curriculum felt awkward for us in Denver. There are two great missions of the church: teaching and reaching. Most churches lean one way or the other, primarily based on the passion of the pastor. Historically, Lifeway has served the teaching-oriented churches well, but this new line of curriculum is designed to meet the needs of the reaching-oriented churches. In Denver, many of our people did not know Moses or Peter or Paul. They thought the New Testament was new and the Old Testament was weird. They needed help understanding the basic bones of the Bible, and Lifeway's products were not suited to be able to do that. So I'm proud to say that next fall, we plan to release this resources that churches in California and Oregon and Colorado and Minnesota and Maine are going to love, and Lifeway is on the move nationally. But I also want to share an international story. This is the Telugu Study Bible. You'll see several years ago, the leader of Lifeway India, Ashish Thomas, had a vision to build the first ever study Bible for churches in one region of India, in which there were 90 million people, those who spoke Telugu. India has 6 main languages spoken, and this prototype, if it worked, could be used to expand to other language groups. In order to pull off this project, pastors and church leaders and scholars from India were enlisted, forming a dream team that would write and edit and curate the study notes. And when it was released in 2021, pastors lined up by the thousands to get their first copy. The image you see here on the screen is a man named Captain who saw the finished Bible for the first time in his hotel room and wept that now 90 million people in his land would have access to this treasure. The lost people of India would now have someone to help. The Bible was released in 7 colors, with lime green being the top seller. And it has sold out.
Beautiful Bibles.
We placed it. It is the fastest growing study Bible in India right now, and we are on track to begin producing those for other regions of
This is
India.
actually
We
pretty
are
good
on the
news.
move nationally, and we are on the move
Yeah, real
internationally.
good news.
Because God is on the move nationally,
Yeah.
internationally.
And the Bibles, beautiful
Thing
Bibles.
called Lifeway, it has to make
Yeah,
money. We
those
don't take
are very
CD
pretty
dollars.
books.
But it's not about making money for us. It's about making resources that fuel the church everywhere. So as I close, I just want to ask that you would pray for Lifeway in 3 main ways. Number 1, I pray that God would send us the most talented leaders to dramatically improve our website. When I arrived at Lifeway, an employee told me that there was a saying among the ranks: "We are Lifeway, we make great stuff, and we dare you to try to buy it." We have worked hard to change that. Our online customer service is far better than it was. We were overjoyed to be named Newsweek's best online shops.
Yeah,
last
because they did
year
close a lot of their
for our
stores,
category, but
like
even with this
brick and
award,
Closed them
mortar
all.
stores.
long way to go. The
They did,
site
huh?
is under heavy
Yeah,
construction.
all of them.
They
And
fell
I
a few
hope
years
that by
ago.
next year, you will begin to see dramatic ease of use and functionality of our website. And
I
we are
remember
working
writing
hard
that
on
article
that.
too.
Promise you. Second of all, pray that God would send us talented global authors. The Spanish-speaking church in the U.S. and in South America is growing at a rapid rate. Our global team is building contextualized resources for that group. Rather than translating resources written by English-speaking Americans, we're moving to a model of raising up indigenous authors. In 2015, Lifeway had 0
Is Spanish
Hispanic authors,
indigenous
and today
to
we have
South America?
53 influential Hispanic voices.
I think
from
he's just
Latin,
meaning
South
it like in a local, like, you know, just
I think
for
he's
the
trying to
locals.
be a little
That list is growing.
politically correct
So if our
there.
mission is Southern Baptist to disciple every tongue, then we must build resources that roll off the pens of the people that live there. Third and finally, pray that God would bring a harvest this summer
Yeah,
in our
those
kids and
women.
in our camps.
That's true.
In the next 2 months, we have 100,000 kids going to camp, summer camp. Last year, we had 88,000 kids, 1,400 professions of faith in Christ, and collected $445,000 from concessions money for Lottie and Annie. And so we're hoping that this summer, with higher attendance, that we will see even more kids come to faith in Christ. In addition, pray for our VBS. It's underway. This summer, it's Spark Studios. Next summer, it will be Twists and Turns. We're getting great feedback about these themes, but the church is back to reaching the children, and we're so excited to be resourcing churches. So pray that the kids would come to faith in Christ, and pray that they would be safe. And on that note, let me just reinforce how seriously we are taking the Sex Abuse Task Force report. All of our camp staff must complete a sexual abuse training through Ministry Safe. We have guidelines in place that make sure issues
That's
at camp
good.
are reported and investigated. We have a trained expert on call at all times who provides our staff with additional support and direction. Background checks are performed on all Lifeway staff, and churches attending our camps have certified that all chaperones have passed a background check. We're doing
That's
everything
good.
we can
That's
to
actually
keep our
pretty
kids
good.
safe. But
Background
pray that
checks
this
are
summer is
the
a
best
summer
thing you
where
can
everyone
do,
stays safe
'cause
and where kids come to faith.
it'll flag
in
anything
Christ.
that's been
And with
criminalized.
that, I want to show
Yeah.
you
or
one
convicted.
quick highlight video before I take your
Yeah,
question.
they've been doing that for several years.
That's good.
Just people don't know it as much.
I know, so you got to repackage old material as fresh.
Well, I know even with their camp materials,
Are they
8,
advertising
9 years
fuge
ago,
camps?
that was part of what they were.
Fuge
They
camps,
would
okay.
promote, and you couldn't send a counselor unless they had passed a background check. So,
But that's good.
well, and it sets a good example for local churches when they do their own youth things. You know.
I went to fuge camps growing up.
Oh yeah.
So let's mute them for a second. I don't feel the need to
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
do the
It's good.
video.
Yeah.
Talk over the youth camp as they're screaming, sliding, and jumping.
Yeah, exactly. We can't compete with that.
No,
But
no.
yeah, I went to several years of Fuge camp because I grew up Southern Baptist tradition. So,
Mhm.
you know, I'm not going to like bloviate about the Annie Armstrong and what's the other one?
Oh yeah, Annie Armstrong and Lottie Moon.
Lottie Moon. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, Lottie Moon.
I can't like.
7A, what is your question?
Okay.
Oh,
Yes,
we're
sir.
back to questions.
Charlie Tucker from Rose of Sharon Baptist Church in
One
Georgia.
of 3 people left.
Yeah,
Does
people have
Lifeway have
gone.
any material
This is
for,
the last thing other than
mentally
presentation of
challenged or
officers.
autistic? We minister to some families with children or grown children really, and dealing with that. And I've not really been able to find like Bibles for them or stuff.
That's a great question. I'd love to have Bill Craig, who leads that area of our publishing and resources, come. Bill, could you speak to that question?
So for children who have special needs, we have in the Bible Studies for Life line of curriculum, Special Buddies curriculum for special needs. And we have various curriculum options that we recommend for adults with special needs. I'm unaware that we have needs for adults with autism. So we don't have that, but that's certainly something we should consider.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
think
good
so
question.
too. Yeah.
Say, simple email
Practical.
address president@lifeway.com. If you have suggestions or ideas on things we could do, we would love to explore that. I have a niece with special needs, and when we had a church plant in Denver, we began to recognize how massive the need is for those who are ministering.
I mean,
in
the
those
problem
settings.
with
So please
recommending a
give us
website
ideas.
is
We're
a
always
website
looking
portal
for
is how many
fresh
people
ideas
answer a
for
website portal.
3A, do you have a question?
Yeah, good luck.
I do have a question. My name is Daniel Tanguma. I'm from Mount Carmel Baptist Church in Tioga, Texas. I'm very thankful for what Lifeway and Mr. Mandrell and the staff is doing in providing us a sound and biblically based curriculum. I'm very thankful for that. But before 2019, we were able to go into a store and get that. And we were blessed for that. Now we have to buy that online.
Yeah.
And in that curriculum purchase of $272 was our last one. We paid almost $30 in shipping and handling cost. Amazon has spoiled us in free shipping. And I know we can't expect free shipping, but is there any way that our churches might be able to get a little bit of relief for spending over 10% of the transaction cost for shipping and handling?
Absolutely. That's a very
Great
important
question.
Thank you for it.
Yeah.
First of all, I say that
Over
Amazon doesn't
10%
give
of the
free
transaction
shipping. You
cost.
do pay for it. And we're trying to figure out a way for us to be able to offer that kind of service. We have also investigated things like Lifeway Prime for churches who could pay a fee every year and then receive free shipping. We're exploring that, trying to find a financially responsible way to do that. We understand that the cost is a significant issue, and we want to provide it in every way we can with the best shipping we can. It is a top shelf concern. And so we are studying every way that we can. We appreciate the question. I promise you, we're going to keep studying every way to get that shipping lower for you as we move forward.
Microphone 4A, what is your question?
Yes, Dr. Mandrell, Tim Post, pastor and messenger, Bethel Baptist.
There's a very
Pastor,
empty room.
Louisiana.
Yeah.
Quick question, is it beyond too much to ask that all of the writers we utilize through Lifeway?
Okay, Bart Barber
be-
does not have a bowling ball head. This guy has shine on him.
Well, your question is a good question.
Like whoever said that about
We
Bart
have
Barber
historically
earlier
sought
clearly
to publish the very
prematurely
best of Southern
said
Baptist
that.
voices without question, and are thankful for everyone from the Southern Baptist
That
world
is
who
a
submits
nice
ideas
shine.
that we continue to publish. Having said that, we do think that we all benefit
Like Walter White didn't even have
from
that.
listening to some voices outside our camp that on issues in which we do agree. So everything that we publish is inside the Baptist faith and message. We pray that you would never read a word inside anything we would publish that wouldn't fit in our confessional goalpost. But in addition to publishing Southern Baptist, we have found value to partner with various voices in the evangelical world to provide diversity of products and things for our churches.
I still have Beth Moore.
Microphone 6A.
That she had a different publisher.
Yes,
My name is Phil Glisson. I'm a messenger of the Leewood Baptist Church in Memphis, Tennessee. I'm excited about what
They
you're
have
doing.
Jackie
in
Hill
India. I just
Perry.
had a question.
Kind of
Are
looks
you
like Clint
familiar with
Eastwood.
the South Asia
This guy?
Bible
Yeah,
commentary
he has like the Clint
written
Eastwood
by South
jawline.
Asians?
I am not.
Maybe a
Well, if
little
not,
bit.
you might check into that and maybe partner with them.
He doesn't
I
sound
use this
anything like him,
commentary
but
along with others, and they seem very Baptist to me in their theology. And it's a work already done, and it might save some time and effort if you're seeking to develop something for South Asia.
Well, we are definitely looking for partners around the world, and when we have people in place that are like-minded, we would love to have their names and contact. If you would email me that information, we will definitely look into developing a friendly relationship and see what we might learn from one another. Thank you for suggesting that.
3A, what is your question?
Hi, I'm Timothy from New Hope Community in El Monte, California. My question really is in regards to, we do VBS and we like to have the shirts for our kids. We tried to reproduce, but a lot of the material was copywritten, and I understand that. But is there a way in which churches that are small like mine would like to have materials for our kids more affordable, or even maybe we can like copy it just for our own use? I know that Lifeway has to make money. They don't take CP dollars, but there are cheaper options, and we would like to keep it Southern Baptist.
We understand, and thanks for continuing to use Lifeway's VBS. If you would email me, I would love to pass that on to our kids team. We are always looking for things that we can add to the VBS bundle, so it's a full experience. That
I
team
like
does
his attitude. He seems to be welcoming
that a church might
to
need,
suggestions.
Vacation Bible School. And if you'll just send me an email, president.
yeah, I mean, I hope it's not a
I'd
facade.
love to pass that on to
But
the
I
team.
think
We'll
he's
get right back
actually
with you and talk to you
He's
about
doing it good if it is, but it
And-
comes across genuine though.
Time has expired for questions. Thank you, Ben and Lifeway staff, administration, and board.
they're going to do the presentation of officers.
Before I recognize Dr. Willie McLaren, I want to say a personal word of thanks to our parliamentarians. For Barry McCarty, Al Gage, Craig Culbreth, and Alex Ward. Did they not do a fantastic job?
I might have some objections there.
Dr. Willie McLaren.
I grew up on VBS as well, Lifeway VBS. They're not like all the way up.
Let me
but
express a personal word of gratitude for each of you making the way to Anaheim to be a part of this 164th
This guy's a preacher.
gathering of Baptists.
Oh yes,
Aren't
you know every
Get
time
ready
he
for a
talks, he starts
sermon.
preaching.
Amen.
Buckle up, you'll be baptized at the end
I
of
have the
this.
privilege on today of giving honor to a
We'll be
select
dipping you in the water of
group
baptism.
of individuals that I have the privilege of honoring today are our outgoing officers who have
Kept looking
served
sharp.
us so well in this past year. First, I'd like to recognize our first Vice President, Brother Lee Brand, who was a member of the Soda Hills Baptist Church in South Haven, Mississippi. Would you join me in
CBN
Oh,
guy.
nice. Yeah, Lee Brand.
I literally thought the Conservative Baptist Network would nominate him to be president. And who knows whether it would have been better or worse.
Also, we want to recognize
I think it could have been better. He has been good.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
better. They got-
His hands have been tied.
He would have
though.
gotten more than
the
34%.
brother Ramon Medina. Let's give
Quite
God praise
possibly.
for him.
Askell just had too many
As our
targets on him
second
from the
vice
beginning.
president.
He also
Have
had
been
more
all of us
inspirational
in this place
of bringing
for a
people there,
deep
though.
Word and a deep expression of
Yeah, his
gratitude
network for
to
founders.
Pastor Ed Litton, who has served us so well as our president.
Well, he copied J.D. Greer. huh?
Congratulations, my friend.
He also appointed Willie McLaren, right?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
he had
No?
to be elected.
Okay. I wasn't sure
And
how the
his
interim part
lovely
worked in
wife,
that.
Kathy.
Yeah,
And,
the
my wife,
trustees had to
Antonia, will
elect.
be presenting her
The
with some
bylaws
flowers today.
state that another staff member from the executive team has to serve as an interim, so they
Brother
can't
Ed,
just bring
we're
in
going to
anybody.
Get the gavel in a few moments, but would you like the privilege of just having another word before you transition as
That's a massive picture frame for a very much smaller document and a much
just good for presentation.
Well, it's a huge hall. Yeah.
It's been an incredible honor.
Oh, he's emotional.
Please don't cry.
I wasn't expecting to be emotional.
I wasn't expecting that either.
That you deserve the best leaders possible. Because of your faithfulness to the gospel, you will go back to those places and you will be strengthening people's lives and you will shepherd well. And you are not hurting, you are not harming, you are doing everything in your power to do what is right under God. And I am proud to have been your president. And I am proud of you for going into the storms and running into the hard places and not giving up for the glory of God. You were called by God, and I consider it an honor to be a part of you as we keep sending, as we keep giving, as we keep sharing, as we keep going. And I thank you for your kindness. And I praise the Lord and thank you. God bless you.
I gotta say, this whole convention, they've been painting themselves as people that just pass on sex abusers to the next church. So he's proud to be serving those people and how great they are.
God bless you.
What?
Anytime Baptists ask you to serve in any way, that's also an honor. But when Baptists asked you to serve in that way for a quarter of a century, that's an even greater honor. And so today we have the privilege of recognizing Dr. John Yates, who has served our convention faithfully for 25 years as our recording secretary.
Did no one else want the job?
That's nice.
His lovely wife Sharon is joining us.
No, he just always was put forth a lot of times unopposed. He and his wife Sharon's had a lot of physical issues, cancer, and a lot of serious physical issues.
Man, he wants to be the recording
It's a
secretary
blessing for her to even be there.
This
Yeah,
is your last
wants to do that
year
for
of serving
25
as
years.
recording secretary. That you have a word. To
That's a long time.
Wired. He is wired that way. You have to be around him. That's the way his brain works.
Well, normally I try to keep my head
special
down and
skill.
take notes. If I had a word for us as Southern Baptists, actually 2 words.
Goodbye.
It would be this.
Of course.
We must relearn, Southern Baptists, the art of washing one another's feet and whatever we're called to do.
Okay.
Second is that we must recapture holiness as
That's
part
good.
of our culture in Southern Baptist life. I am so grateful to
That's
God
2 words. He's on
for
the
the
third one
privilege
now.
of serving you during these years. And I want to ask Sharon to come and stand beside me, because we've been a team to serve you. Thank
Actually, I
you.
think if Ed Litton had run again, he would have won.
He would have been unopposed.
Because, he decided, not to do it, right?
Right.
To step, not to rerun
Well,
again.
it is
So I'm
my
saying if
honor
somebody had
he wouldn't have
challenged,
automatically. He wouldn't have automatically been
your
elected.
new
but,
officers that will be
it's
serving
kind of
you
been
in this
traditional.
next
The
year.
guy runs
To
the
save
second
2
year.
years.
Introduce you to Brother Don
He's an
Curry, who will be
institution.
serving as our
Yeah,
registration
and oftentimes they're not
secretary,
opposed.
and
But
we're
if
real
there's some
grateful
issues,
for Brother
he
Don
would probably
Curry.
had somebody
I want
oppose
to
him
introduce
if he
you
had run
to
again. So
Brother Nathan Finn, who will be serving as our recording secretary, and his lovely wife, Leah. And then want to introduce you to Brother Alex Sands, who will be serving as our second vice president, and his wife, Shauna. Then want to introduce you to Brother Victor Triasarisabon, who is serving as our first
He
vice
practiced how to
president.
pronounce that.
well, he had
His
to.
Who is the thief?
Teresa
Yana,
was
which
not
one
able
is the
to be here
thief?
today.
That's
And
the one
then
you go
last
and
but
introducing
not least, the
who's
servant leader who will be serving
Triisser
as
Visceron,
our
I think.
president of the Southern
He nailed that.
Baptist Convention,
He sure
Pastor
did.
Bart Barber and his lovely wife, Tracy.
But
Southern
Bob,
Baptist Convention, these are your officers that will serve you in this coming year.
And that's it. That's just the presentation of the officers.
Amen.
Yep,
Brother
got a
Barb, if
closing
you would
prayer.
come
Oh,
to
it's
the podium,
diverse.
and Brother Ed Litton, if you would come to the podium. It is our
We're gonna hand
custom
off the gavel.
as a network of believers that the outgoing president will have the privilege of passing the gavel to the incoming president after the outgoing president adjourns officially this session. And once Pastor Litton adjourns the session and transitions the gavel to Pastor Barber, then we're incredibly grateful that Steve Horn, the executive director of the Louisiana Baptist Convention, will come and give our closing prayer.
164th session of the Southern Baptist Convention.
It's now
adjourned.
adjourned. But Baba, the SBC president.
I figured he'd have smashed that mallet really hard. I'm done.
But he did good. I mean, Ed Litton with with everything. I think he he kept the composure.
Welcome you to come to New Orleans, Louisiana, this time next year. Let us pray. Our God, we are thankful for.
All right, looks like that's basically the end.
Yeah, what's your take, you guys? What do you think?
Well, day 2 is less exciting than I thought it would be.
I think in the morning,
Yeah. Let's get Bobby's take on what happened in the morning, because you probably followed that. I was out knocking doors for my campaign all day, so I'm hot and sweaty.
That's why.
And just talking to people that aren't very conservative, and then a few people that are like, we speak the same language. Yeah.
You gotta end their votes.
Yeah,
I did like Juan Sanchez. His message was good. I thought, what's his name, took a swipe on Tomasco, I think, and Owen Strachan when they were talking about their seminaries. It goes like, we just don't open seminaries, a strip mall, just so we should pay our bills.
that is a diss on Owen Strachan, right?
Yes,
For,
and I would even
the
suspect
strip mall
with
seminary.
Tomasco, with their new Institute of Public Theology.
Yes.
Yeah. So I was like, okay, he actually said that strip mall. So I thought that was like a swipe. And then, Danny Aiken saying, okay, he supports, signed Denver statement, the whole 9 yards, and affirming
Well,
the
Danvers
office
Statement's
of
a
the
Southern
pastor.
Baptist entity, right? Is a Southern Baptist creation or a project, correct?
Yeah, but what was
Council
funny
on
was
Manhood and Womanhood? Or
yes, the
biblical
big
manhood?
biblical one.
It's not an SBC creation per se, but it's created by SBC people. Yeah.
Or people, okay.
Yeah.
And so like he was saying that he believes that yes, the office of a pastor, right, is for men only. Because like he had that lady who graduated with a pastoral degree taking the pastoral classes, Erin Harden. So I was just like, okay, so you're saying, I affirm complementarianism, but you're doing something else. So it was just, I thought that was like, because everybody had to, say
hey,
what they're doing.
Theoretically, if you're a single lady, going to the seminary is a good place to meet a guy, right?
But she's already married.
Well, yeah, in that case, but in on the seminary campuses, it's always, the ratio, like when I was at Southwestern and Midwestern, but at both of the seminaries, your ratio is like one woman for every 12 or 15 guys, maybe even higher than that.
It's a competitive ecosystem.
Well, yeah, and the running joke is, you meet a woman, it's like, well, are you here for your MRS degree?
Oh, to be Mrs.
Has nothing to do with, are you here getting an education degree? It's like, are you here for your MRS degree? And my wife, one of her first, and we met at seminary, but when she would meet people, she said that used to make her so mad because a lot of people would say, well, are you just here trying to find a husband? And she's like, no, I didn't come to find a husband. It's like, that just happened. I wasn't looking for a husband, so, but anyway.
So the SBC is officially out of session,
right?
And what's your take on the ERLC vote and the vote to abolish or not abolish? Was anything there? Was there any discussion that stood out? I was gone during the afternoon, so I wasn't able to watch that
Yeah, and I had another appointment in the afternoon too, so I missed a good bit of the discussion around that. I saw some of it, and then of course, I heard the remainder, the vote part of it at the end. But when you stop and you look at the whole issue, in listening to the people talk, they gave Richard Land the last word. Okay. So he was given the opportunity at the very end, which I think was, a fair thing and a right thing to do. He'd had such a huge impact for so many years. But the debate going back and forth, they were able to move to microphones further back. I was going to mention just a second ago, then they got involved, but you noticed at the end there, almost every microphone was like microphone 3, microphone 4, microphone 5. Well, the way the convention hall is set up is going from the platform. Well, if you start at the platform here, those smaller numbers are along that front line. And then they go to another line here and another line. There's usually about 3 sections deep. And so all those people, they call them microphone 4A or B or whatever. And you look at it and go, there are no chairs behind them, which lets you know how many people have left. If it was a 9 or 10 A or B, that would be toward the back of the room, and you kind of figure that's going to be emptier. But dude, we were looking right at the front.
Right in front, it was empty.
Yeah. And I don't know, you don't have any idea how many messengers were actually in the room, but you had the feeling like, well, it may not be but 100 people left. More than that for sure. But that's the way it looked. But what I was going to say is the ERLC discussion, every time someone spoke for disbanding the ERLC, you'd get just a rage of applause. I mean, and it was just listening. And of course, everything's about microphones and placement and all that stuff in that big room. So you don't really know. But almost every time somebody spoke for disbanding, defunding, you heard a big explosion of sound with applause. And then somebody spoke against it. And it was just like a smattering, it sounded like. So I was thinking, oh, this is not going the way I kind of thought it would, as far as I didn't think they'd defund it. That's a huge, huge deal. And I think there was more momentum against that this year than there have been in efforts in the past. But I just didn't get the feel that there was until I started hearing some of the discussion. And it seemed like the applause was overwhelmingly defund, at that point. And ERLC has always been controversial because everything they deal with just about is controversial. Political. Yeah, you're in Washington, D.C. You remember the two huge religious liberty things that have happened in the last decade for sure. But one of them was when they defended a Muslim about building the Muslim mosque. Yeah, and people were just enraged. Why would you do that? Why? It's like, folks, wake up. You've got to understand they're looking out for religious liberty. If they defend or oppose them building a mosque, that's a religious group building a mosque. And if that wins, that shuts down their religious liberty. Well, the next one may be your church. I mean, the bottom line,
I understand your point, but you shouldn't be using Christian resources for that fight. That's not the fight to pick. But the fight to pick would have been during the last 2 years with COVID restrictions, and they were very silent, if not very supportive of the restrictions.
Well, yeah, and that was the other illustration I was going to give, the John MacArthur piece. Like or not like John MacArthur, he wasn't.
It's not about John MacArthur.
No, it wasn't. But he wasn't abrasive, in that he wasn't like you heard some people in some states, the pastor, I'm going to, they're screaming and hollering, government. That wasn't MacArthur. He was just like, look, you do what you have to do, but you're government and you're not telling my church what to do. We're meeting for worship. Praise God. I'm preaching the word, and then we're going to shut you down and we're going to do it. And the government kept coming at them in California. And you're right. ERLC didn't step up in that case and say, look, this is a religious liberty issue. And I think it's hard to know because you're not inside the mind of what's really going on there. But you look at that and I don't know if it's because maybe even Southern Baptists were so divided or whatever. ERLC hasn't typically, yes, like Greg Locke too, you're exactly right. But typically the ERLC hasn't tried to take a stand by, licking the finger, holding it up to the wind and say, well, let's see what Southern Baptists are thinking.
Yeah.
And they've tried, the effort at least has been to try to follow, scripture and do what the right thing is morally and ethically and all that kind of thing. But there's no question, like in anything else, they've probably made some wrong decisions. And I think the MacArthur deal with religious liberty was a huge deal.
I mean, especially when it's in their name.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And then Rick Warren took a swipe at John MacArthur,
Yeah. They were even on opposite sides. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and many of those big mega churches, you think about North Point in Atlanta, Andy Stanley, you think about Rick Warren. I mean, just a number of those huge churches. And they announced early in the summer, we've decided we're not going to try to come back till at least January of next year.
It was a Summit Church at, JD.
Yes, JD Greer was that way too. Yeah. But and I'm not saying that they got on a conference call, all these big mega church pastors say, hey, what are you going to do? But there was some networking, I'm sure. But when that happened, so many, like I know in the Atlanta metro area, Andy Stanley's, his announcement of that impacted churches all across our region. I mean, it was a ripple effect. And at the time I was the transitional pastor for a small, well, yeah, we were still small, but when I had gotten there before COVID hit, they were averaging about 17 on Sunday morning. Okay. Adults, youth, children, everybody. And my wife and I were in the youth group. We jokingly said that because the organist was 2 years younger than us. So we would have youth fellowships and be my wife, him, and this other guy. So, and he was late 50s and I've just hit 60 at the time. So, but anyway, a little small church, but the people were terrified. And then you hear this big church is saying, oh, this is so severe, church. It's not like you have this big sanctuary. I mean, we could seat in that particular church could seat with all the chairs in the room, probably 125, maybe 130, so we had no problem social distancing, even in a worship service. We could clump families together and spread out, have 50 in the room pretty easily. But man, they were terrified to do anything because of the ripple effect of some of those churches. So I think ERLC, if they had spoken out more against the Fauci effect of some of that stuff, but it's,
instead they promoted Francis Collins. And
it was
like that. And Francis Collins
well, and have you guys seen some of the interviews with Francis Collins where he's finally admitted that they consciously were targeting religious leaders to get the religious leaders on their side, So
I mean, I saw the Megan Basham wrote an article about.
Did
you see the article that she wrote about the Sex Abuse Task Force report and talked about how Rachel Denhollander being on the Sex Abuse Task Force report as a Sex Abuse Task Force as an advisor, while she was also legal counsel for one of the supposed victims, was a glaring conflict of interest. And that's basically what the article was about.
She's a sex abuse advocate plus an attorney. And advocates.
But nobody can touch her. She's like,
right? Is she a survivor too?
Larry Nassar. Larry Nassar.
Now see, I was in Michigan when all that happened with Larry Nassar, and I had several pastors involved in their churches that were in my region because that school, where the Spartans were and all that stuff, and the University of Michigan. Yeah, Michigan State. I went blank, but University of Michigan, I was the center of my
Michigan
area was
State
Ann Arbor.
is the Spartans. Michigan.
Right. No. I got that. What I was saying is the center of my area, my associational area, was U of M in Ann Arbor. So just north of that was Lansing, where the Spartans were. And so there were a number of pastors that had people who'd been engaged in some way with that whole thing of abuse. And it's different, but there are so many parallels when you study the way the grooming methods and all that other kind of stuff, the abuses of power and stuff. It's just downright scary, to be sure. But you were asking Ray, I think earlier, about the morning session. I didn't get to see all the morning session either. And I had another appointment that was from 3 to 4 on my time. So that kind of cut into a bunch of that toward the end. So the last thing I saw was as they were about to take the vote on the ERLC. And so I had seen some of that before that, but even not all of that. But, I think the tone that went into today had already been set by last night. and yesterday.
Yes. Yep.
Today was just more depressing. Like, wow, you
Yeah,
yeah,
that
there wasn't
kinda
even
what I'm
any
thinking.
fight on the abortion issue.
Well,
until that
not
one
even
questioning
fight.
of the
Wasn't even
Brent
a
Leatherwood.
dialogue. Yeah, it
Yeah.
wasn't even a dialogue.
Yeah.
Until Brent Leatherwood was getting trolled.
Do you think was that on purpose to put Brent Leatherwood all the way at the end because they knew people be bombarding him with questions? Because that's his.
Well,
This abortion issue is like fresh on
most
people's
likely,
mind.
yeah, most likely that wasn't intentional in that sense because this program is developed and put together 9 months or more in advance. So all this stuff that's happened recently with ERLC, you know, and I mean, they even go to press and all that kind of stuff months in advance because it's such a huge deal, you know. So my guess is that wasn't intentional.
Well, it wasn't intentional this time, but it might be like a culture of let's push this to the back because this program has had a massive target on it.
Well, the guys I've been dialoguing with today, when we talked about the motion about the forensic audit with the North American Mission Board, and as soon as that was pushed off, it had been announced it was going to be in that 11:45 session or whatever it was, and when that was pushed off, there was almost an immediate response that they're trying to push it as late as they can so more people will leave, because a lot of people leave for that final session, and most of the people that will be there are people who are required to be there who are denominational leaders. And it doesn't matter if you work at Lifeway, IMB, North American Mission Board, one of the seminary, it doesn't matter which one of those entities you work for, you're not probably going to be voting to have a forensic audit done of anywhere. You know, if they could bring it to the floor. So by pushing it later, and that's just total suspicion. That's cynicism, I admit, but those kind of things could be done. Why did we deal with something else in front of that, you know, kind of deal? But as it turned out, not available. No, we disallow it. So you know, it's kind of strange. But I'm not sure you want to read too much into the order of the program. But the way they handle putting things off, it's like Barber, when they came to do the resolutions, remember, he said, well, we decided we want to do number 6 before 5. Well,
I thought 5 was less questionable than 6.
Well, and they have the prerogative of doing that. You know, they have the prerogative.
Which is fine.
And that's fine. But when you look at 5, see, the 5 was on the support of the consistent laws regarding pastoral sexual abuse. Well, you know, obviously this has been discussed at length. And so they felt like going ahead and doing the lament, you know, and repentance was appropriate to do that before, you know, the follow-up to that. So, but they have a little wiggle room, you know, those committees with what they present. I mean, to the moment they walk on the stage, they can say, let's do it in this order. Or you represent, like you made the comment about the abortion thing. Oh, they got a lady doing it. Well, of course, that just makes sense. You know, you're dealing with an issue that's kind of, you know, been conveyed as a women's issue. You know, it's not about the baby. It's, you know, so to put a woman up there is a much smarter thing, you know, but I mean, they think through all of that. Anybody who's in front of people, you try to think through what's going to be the best way to make the best impact for the best presentation, all that kind of stuff. So, you know, I'm not going to harp on that at all. It's more about really what the content and are you using that manipulatively? I don't mind strategically, you know, using a certain person, but like last year, there was no question there was manipulation of the sex
because they
abuse
had
survivors.
the lady did the same thing.
There was no question that was done
Yeah.
repeatedly,
Yeah.
and that was very manipulative, and that's weaponizing a victim or victims in that case. So that's a huge concern. Obviously, when you're
the
weaponizing.
specific sex abuse survivor that was weaponized.
Yeah,
is hardly mentioned in the
Williams.
report. She's not really mentioned in the
Right.
report. Neither is her case. Which
Yeah,
just shows
yeah,
how
the Hannah
little
Kate one.
her case had to do with Mike Stone and the executive committee.
But she sued everybody now. She
That's what I was
sued
going to
all of
say.
them.
That's what I was going to say. It's Hannah Kate Williams, and she has sued that church where her dad was
The
pastor.
executive
That's
committee,
right. The
Lifeway.
executive committee, Lifeway, Southern Seminary, because some of it had the Southern
SBC
Seminary.
convention as well.
So I'm
sued
just, you know,
I don't think that case will get grounding. I don't think it'll. I think it'll might be summarily
she got
dismissed.
the hit.
Well,
I think so. Eventually, it will be. I think she just blanketed, just sue everybody, see which
well,
one is going to
anybody that had
land.
any connection. I mean, and
Yes.
that's the reason why the SBC, and I may have told y'all this at one point yesterday, but the SBC, because of the polity issue, there's not an ascending, descending liability. Every group is autonomous. Every church is autonomous.
Yeah.
So what happens in that church does not connect itself to the executive committee or to NAM directly or whatever. The changes that have been happening at NAM have started to look like they're trying to take control and be responsible, which is one of those huge issues for Southern Baptist autonomy. But in her case, just like with a lot of other cases where the Southern Baptists get sued every year, people sue and they go for the big pockets. You know, this happened
right
in my
now
local church. Well, think of this. I mean, think of this for a second, Violet. Somebody is at your church, okay, Southern Baptist Church, and you have this, and just a small deal, okay, a small maintenance problem you have on the stairs. You've got like 5 stairs go down off the kind of front porch in front of your church, right? Not a big deal, right? Okay. And so you've got this little porch out there. It's got a couple of handrails going down. Well, somebody comes out and starts walking down the handrails. It's a little bit sprinkly, you know. They reach and grab the handrail, but the handrail has gotten loose and it wiggles. Okay. And so it wiggles and they stumble, they fall, and they break a hip. Okay. This has actually happened, this kind of thing. So they sue the local church because they had not given proper maintenance, right? Okay. They'll sue the local association, they'll sue the state convention, and they'll sue the Southern Baptist Convention because they're trying to find anybody. They're trying to connect them like they would a Catholic church or Episcopal or Presbyterian or something. So they try to sue everybody. Well, the only people that actually can be sued is what ends up happening. All those other organizations go, that wasn't our responsibility. You know, we're not responsible for what happens. That local church may be, you know, they're going to be legally liable if it was significant enough, right? You know, but people, I mean, there are multiple lawsuits every year that hit the SBC, you know, and the executive committee for all kinds of things. It's just this has been so elevated because of the being sexual abuse, and then also it's such a sensitive topic right now with the Me Too movement and all that stuff, and the church too, and then the SBC too. You know, they've kind of picked up a lot of different things on that movement. So, but yeah, I'm like you, Val. Her case isn't going to go anywhere, I think, except possibly that local church, unless they can tie something directly. You know, there was a direct advice if person in this organization told them directly, this is what you need to do of some sort to hide the abuse, then that individual could be sued, but the entity he works for probably could not be successfully sued. Yeah.
Because I think Griffin Goodrich was, you know, also involved, like last time going to the mic during the Mike Stone. So it's so crazy. Like, yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, but you know, she had the lawyers. She did a press conference, the whole 9 years, and then when she was saying she's suing SBC, she's suing the executive, and I mean, like it's everybody and their mama.
Here's my pain. I'll tell you what my pain is. There's an old saying, and y'all forgive me, but I think it's a Rick Warren saying. But there's an old saying that hurt people hurt people.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah,
I believe
true.
that.
And so. When you watch the behavior, and this isn't true with all survivors, okay? It definitely is not true for all survivors, but you see the behavior of Hannah Kate, and I don't know her other just some online dialogue, okay? So I don't know her, but you look at what has happened and you hear her, any kind of interview or whatever, you can just about hear that pain. Okay. And she is still hurting deeply. She has not been able to get past it. I mean, I can't even imagine. I mean, really, your daddy's done this to you. I mean, I just can't even imagine. So, but she is deeply hurt. And so that's where my pain is. I see a lot of the things that she's doing and keeps doing in trying to kind of justify her behavior and her hurt, her pain, and try to find some healing. But she could win a case and get multiple millions of dollars and still basically feel the same, unsatisfied. Yeah, because it's not about the money, you know, what's happening.
Yeah, she just wants somebody to pay for it.
It's that inner hurt that's
I think
getting
a
her.
lawyer wants somebody to pay. Like, let's face
Now
it.
that is true.
She's getting paid.
You don't think her lawyer is
yes,
counseling her on let's sue these entities too?
Oh yeah.
Yes, big ones.
bigger pocketbooks for her. Like, I think
Well,
this is
yeah,
manipulation.
since the SBC report came out, I don't know if y'all saw my frenzied video I did with John Whitehead, the lawyer, but well, there's two of them, but the frenzied one is just kind of the last. It's a segment of the interview, but he's talking about the frenzy that is going to break loose, and I call it the piranha effect. When you put a fresh piece of meat into a pool of piranhas, buddy, it doesn't take long, and you pull out bone because they're attacking it. They smell the blood. Well, that's what's already had started happening within hours of the sexual abuse report.
Right.
That
You
night,
saw commercials air.
I just did a quick search, and man, they're popping up on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. I mean, I'm seeing all kinds of attorneys, and I just took 5 or 6 or 10 screenshots of these different organizations, and they're in big letters on their website. Have you been abused by an SBC?
Oh yeah, I had
pastor?
that commercial about it. Yeah, because they know these people waived attorney-client privilege. So
If you have been, better call Saul.
Yeah, better call Saul. Let's don't give them extra advertising here. But no, you're right, and it's going to be a frenzy, and that's why I called it the piranha effect.
They open themselves up.
Yeah,
they open themselves up. They open themselves up.
And the way everything's dealt with legally, and see, this is where the North American Mission Board has really hurt the polity issues, because when the ERLC and the North American Mission Board, first in the Fifth Circuit Court, the documents they filed there stating that they were a kind of a supervising authoritative organization
like
over Maryland, Delaware State Convention. That's right. And that they could use their money, over $1 million. They could use that to prevent them, if they didn't fire the Will McRaney thing. But they reported that in court documents, and then they wouldn't agree to straightening out the record when one of the attorneys accidentally answered a justice's question about the trustee board. He asked, well, NAM was trying to make the case that this is a ministerial issue. Court should not be involved. It's a ministerial issue. We're a ministerial organization. We're over this, right? Okay. So when it was appealed and they filed the paperwork, the court had to come back and say, oh, you made a mistake and you accidentally said it was 100% ministerial, when it's actually about 50-50. Lay people, business people versus ministers. And so that was presented back to NAM. Both sides have to agree. Oh yeah, that's truth. That's fact. And NAM refused to agree. They did not want it put back into the record that there actually was a split between laity and ministers on that board, because they were trying to convey the idea this is all about ministry. You can't get involved. Well, see, that's deceptive there. And then they go to the Supreme Court. They filed the petition. McRaney didn't, but they filed the petition. And then they have the amicus brief at the Supreme Court, where then they say we have a hierarchical organization, all these other things. And like Southern Baptists are going, what? That is nothing like Southern Baptist. Yeah, but see, now that stuff is in court documents. So when an attorney, he goes to build his case to file suit in a sexual abuse case or anything else, he can pull up those things and say, yeah, but in the court documents that were filed at the U.S. Fifth Circuit Court or at the U.S. Supreme Court, even though the court didn't take it, here the documents show ERLC amicus brief says this, and it's a hierarchical organization. They're connected. NAM has represented that they are. It's done like serious damage.
They don't believe their own documents. They believe that they are a hierarchical organization. Therefore, that's the case for building liability, is that they believe this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Go ahead, Violet.
No, I was saying, like, they know they are not. So I don't understand why they just decided at this point just to settle the Will McRaney case, because if they go to court, I just don't see how they're going to win that. And then you can come back from that. They have the money, they can settle. So
it's all about deflection. Yeah, it's all about deflection. And it's like any huge corporation, if somebody sues them about just about anything, the ploy is you continue to postpone, you delay, you appeal, whatever. Because it's very expensive.
Yes,
like
it
Will
is, yeah.
McRaney, he told me the other day, they have now gone through collection of documents, all that kind of thing. And so the next big step to come is deposing, depositions. And they can depose, I think it's up to 10 people, maybe 12 people on each side. So now from all the documents that have been submitted, everything's been revealed, all the attorneys are studying all this. Now they decide who are the best 10 people to depose to represent our
Kevin
case.
is be at the
to
top
represent
of
our
the
case.
list.
And so you do that. Well, McRaney said the cost to him, now most of his legal expenses have been donated to him.
Oh,
This
that's
huge law firm, Scott Crane, I think it is, in North Carolina, I think. I'd have to look it up. But anyway, it's a huge law firm, not even a Christian law firm. It's just they've seen the case and said, this is wrong. Okay.
Now,
They're
is he
looking
suing
at it
for defamation or wrongful termination?
well, basically what is called torturous interference. Yeah, torturous interference is the law, where they have interfered with hiring, firing. Even in Florida, and this is such a small thing, but it's reality. Okay, he had been terminated from Maryland, Delaware.
Yeah.
But he's well known in Florida. He'd been a seminary professor for I think 12 years or so, and been on staff as a church planting guy in the Florida Baptist Convention. So he's known all over, man. I mean, so the pastors conference president that next year had invited him to come, not to be a keynote speaker on at the evangelism conference or the pastors conference. One of them, I don't remember. I think the evangelism conference. But anyway, he'd ask him to come and be a speaker in one of the breakout workshops. Okay. So it's not like a keynote speaker, but they're going to cover your cost in travel. They're going to give you an honorarium, a couple of $100. I mean, it's not much, whatever, but they're going to pay you. It's a paid gig, right? Okay. So you don't have a job and dude, you're looking everywhere you can to make some ends meet, right? Okay. So they've offered this to him. He does. So now we find out that Kevin Ezell has made a call to his buddy, Jimmy Scroggins down in Miami. Is that right? Yeah, he's down in Miami, I think. And then because of his relationship with the president at the time of that conference, he calls him and levels in on him and says, look, it's just, you shouldn't use, McRaney. And he just keeps talking to him about, that's going to be a bad deal. He's got all this stuff going on with NAM, and NAM really doesn't want you doing that because it just reflects real poorly. And so they canceled on him. They pulled him. And so that's considered torturous interference. He was trying to do something to provide
for his family.
Right. And admittedly, it wasn't probably, it wasn't like thousands and thousands of dollars, but it was something.
But the principle still applies.
The electric bill or something, and then they directly interfered. Kevin Ezell used his phone provided by the cooperative program dollars. He said in his office chair, provided by the cooperative dollars. He sat in this big office provided by the cooperative dollars. He used his secretary to provided by the cooperative dollars. And he's calling to get people removed from a position, and so that's legally called torturous interference.
Okay.
So anyway.
That is a new word for me, or a new term for me.
Yeah, I didn't even know that was it.
I wanted to talk about something that you said last week on John Harris's podcast about how, at the Southern Baptist Convention, you have like the North American Mission Board. Usually they're supposed to give a good story about, some sort of inspirational story about church planting. And did you see that this year?
Well, very little. I think the one video was about the guy, in the unique church that we talked about briefly last night.
Right.
The tattooed up guy. But there weren't a long story. And oftentimes in their report, they've had multiple church planters and their wives or whatever come and tell some of their story in person, and then, usually do some video stuff as well. But yeah, you didn't see near as much this time. And you kind of got the heart of Ezell. Remember what I guess it was Litton said, okay, it's time for some questions. And Ezell turned away and said, no, he said, I think you guys are going to want to ask some questions or something like that. And he turned away and said something like, oh, I hope not. Just real
he said something
belly.
about how he hoped there was no questions.
Yeah. Like,
yes.
But,
seriously?
We did kind of see that from Lifeway. They did bring a more inspirational story.
Right.
Yeah, they did. I thought they had the
Bible
best one.
in a new language.
Yeah.
That was actually a pretty inspirational story.
Which on a good business model, economically speaking, that is a really smart idea. That's why they commissioned to have the originally it was the Holman Christian Standard Bible, and then the Christian Standard Bible with the update. But what it costs for them to hire the theologians, everybody else to do that translation, it took a couple of years to get it paid off for all the fees they were having to pay to NIV. Now, King James is in public domain, but they always did parallel, in all their curriculum and stuff. So it'd be NIV and King James. And the fees are enormous to have the rights to publish as extensively. I mean, Lifeway was the largest publisher at the time of any kind of religious literature. And so they kind of took a hit, in the short term, commissioned that group to be able to do that translation. And so within several years, they finally got out of the red, and now you own the translation. So now your profit margins are way better. So in looking at other languages, they've done the same thing with Spanish. And I think Korean, I'm almost sure they've got the Korean Bible that they do. So to do this and look at such a huge population globally, which India obviously is smart. He didn't talk about how much it cost him to do the translation. It was enormous. It was enormous.
I believe that it has.
But to have the picture of that pastor standing in the hotel room crying over seeing the Bible in his language.
Yes.
I mean, I've got chills running down my arms now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just emotional.
That's
It's like, wow. And he didn't talk about the money, but he didn't have to, because people look at that and go, that was worth it. And because they own the translation, now that can be published and distributed at a much lower cost. I mean, they'll probably set up publishing houses in India. It won't be shipped.
They can do that.
It won't be
does
shipped.
have the infrastructure.
Because there's no question there's the capacity in India to do it. So,
and I don't think that Americans or whatever are printing out lime green Bibles. So,
I guess that's what people like over
that's
there.
Gotta be
the color choices in that part of the world are always much different. I know when I was in Guatemala, we were missionaries in Guatemala, and I still have pictures with all of us in the native attire of the Indians in the part of Guatemala where we were. And it is like incredible, huge, beautiful flowering and bright yellows and bright reds and oranges, and even the blues are just like, bam, they just, so a lot of other places are prone to a lot of bright colors.
Just have like bright colors.
Yeah. Well, Ray, you were going to ask us something else. Oh, I'm sorry. I put him to sleep, didn't I?
No. I'm always sleep deprived.
I told you the AC went off in my house, so I've got a little fan down here blowing.
Okay. You've survived.
I did ask my question. I don't know if I have a different question of it.
Okay.
If I have a follow-up to that, but it's just like the Lifeway actually was able to communicate something rather inspirational and aspirational as well, whereas you definitely didn't see that from the ERLC, where they're like, we need to do something, we need to focus on a post-Roe, make abortion unnecessary, tacitly admitting that abortion is necessary in the process.
Yeah.
Well, let's go back to NAM for a second.
Okay.
I made just a couple of notes here on this. Let me see if I didn't put anything on that page. What we had in the NAM report, you're right. It wasn't as emotional. I mean, we didn't see those stories, but notice what they did. They used a lot of visuals and a lot of statistics. So, they didn't brag about the amount of cooperative program dollars they got. Okay. They didn't brag about the number of churches that are supporting them. Okay. It's not a number you want to put out there, because the number would be relatively small compared to the whole convention. But as Ezel has repeated, he doesn't really care about the church's money. There's only 11% of the churches he really cares about, because they provide 90% of his income. Okay. So as long as those churches are giving, and those churches, the majority of them are probably giving in direct gifts to NAM, not through the cooperative program.
Reprogram.
That's right. So he's building a lot of, that's why for the last several years, there's some of us that have really been pushing about, we're not real sure where anti-Armstrong offerings are going for decades. When you come around to the anti-Armstrong or Lottie Moon Christmas offering, and Ray, you probably remember this growing up in missions and other kinds of things in your churches, but the promotion was, look, we want to give to this offering because 100% of what we give to this offering goes directly to the field. That's why he gave the disaster relief, because it was a designated gift. It goes directly to the field. That money is sent out to church planters and missionaries and that kind of thing. And everything else that it took to operate the organization, pay staff, all that other thing, buy paper for the copy room, all that came through the cooperative program. So because we're already funding the organization through the cooperative program, everything you give. But now, see, all that's come into question because they now have in reserve, they put another, I think I saw last night, it was another 51 million into reserves. So their reserve account now is over $400 million. Now they're required to be able to meet the standards of all the retirees, pensions, all that stuff. There's a legal term for it, but every organization has to keep a certain amount in a reserve account. If something happened and the organization goes away today, okay,
so they pay their liabilities.
That's right. They have to be able to pay all of those obligations long term, right? So, and you can calculate all that up based on how many retirees you're supporting, all that kind of thing. So their number was under $70 million, 68 something, I think, but under $70 million, let's call it. But several years ago, we started noticing in the report of what they have in holding that they're no longer keeping in reserve the 70 million and not even just a little more. Say it's a little bit more. Okay, let's put 90 million in there. No, it was over 200. Then it was over 250. Then it was over 280. Now it's up around somewhere around 350 or 400. I don't remember the exact number. But the whole point is that's way more than that. And now you have them having invested tons of money into houses that have been bought across the country. Nobody can find out. They won't tell anybody exactly where all these houses are they've invested
So they need that forensic audit.
Right. Well, but think about this for a second, Violet. Think about this. If you had bought, let's just make up a scenario. If over the last 5, 6, 7, 10 years, you had bought a ton of houses, let's just say 10. Let's say you just bought 10 houses, okay? And you're renting them out or whatever, but you're still responsible for keeping upkeep and all those kind of things that you do. Well, then all of a sudden the housing market crashes. Okay, now we're in a situation where we're going to be upside down, most likely. And you have a lot of money there. You could pay it off or something else, but realistically, you can't sell that and get your money back. But what has been assessed was much of the purchase of these houses were an effort to try to hide a bunch of money because you pour it back into building resources, into those kind of resources. So back to your question, Ray, about the report, they're giving you all these numbers and statistics, but you're not. It's a very unclear story. Because,
can you repeat that?
You broke up in the middle.
I see it drops out of
said, they're giving you the numbers.
Part. Hang on a second. I'm going to double check, see if I got something running in the background.
No, I think it was just a glitch just to me.
Yeah, it's just like a one.
Well, I noticed it doing it a couple of times.
It's done it a couple of times, but
okay, yeah. And what did you say? I said
they're giving you the numbers, but I guess you were saying that they weren't providing the context or something like that.
Yeah, well, the thing they're selling you on numbers that sound good, and I told you a couple of things that they're not telling you, they're not highlighting, right? But go back to the statement I made that Ezel made in that podcast to Jimmy Scroggins I mentioned last night when he told him, he kind of joked and said, yeah, I had to blow everything up, when he came into NAM. And he said, we can't fix it until I blow it all up. Well, that's not going over real well now. But take the illustration of send relief. Mm-hmm. They already had disaster relief. Well known. They're called the Yellow Shirt Army. I mean, they have been the second or third largest disaster relief force in the entire world. Red Cross, Salvation Army, U.S. SBC, disaster relief. So the Red Cross is the top always because they have all the IRVs, the little trucks that run all over through the disaster delivering food, that kind of thing. And so they've always been at the top, the Red Cross. But then Salvation Army and SBC Disaster Relief have kind of done this over the years. But it's one of the top three, and usually one of the first on the scene. Why would you want to get rid of that? Well, when he found out that they wouldn't go quietly and he couldn't get rid of it, he stopped funding it for the most part, and they came back and created Send Relief. What he didn't talk about, you know, when they made all the big hoopla about Send Relief, they didn't talk about, and we received $6 million from the government because we spent $600,000 to work to lobby Congress to try to get grants from them. We spent $600,000 of the dollars that have been given to us by cooperative program dollars to lobby the government to try to get more money. Seriously? Okay. He didn't talk about all of the, you know, he calls all their missionaries. Well, they don't have many missionaries. They defunded most of their missionaries. They defunded all their associational missionaries that they had, all those non-South areas where they couldn't stand alone. Churches are spread all over, and most of them are small. Most of them are 75 and under. So he defunded them. He defunded community centers. You remember one of the things they talked about with the Send, when they're talking about the Send centers, he said, and we have these Send centers. He put the map up and he showed these Send centers where you can go and you can be trained and you can learn how to do disaster relief and all these other things. And these are big multi-million-dollar Send centers. Well, there's a huge legal fight that went on for several years right here in Atlanta, where they got in and they were fought by the city, by all kinds of other groups and organizations, because they wanted to buy this church property. It's a huge piece of church property pastored by a guy that I know over there. And they were wanting to buy that property to convert into this Send center. Okay. Atlanta obviously is a huge metro, and
area.
It's the largest, you know, international airport, basically, as far as traffic, amount of traffic of anywhere else in the U.S. So, you know, it's a great place to have that kind of a center, but they were going to spend millions and millions of dollars converting this church that had already set up a huge ministry center. They defunded the pastor who is paid to be part of that ministry center. And they defunded where I was in Detroit at the time, or around Detroit. We had what we call the Hope Center, and the Hope Center was there was mostly homeless all around that area. And right across from our Hope Center was another nonprofit, another organization that actually helped provide clothing and food and some other things on top of what our Hope Center did. And we had a small church plant that met in the Hope Center. We had somebody who lived in a small apartment in the Hope Center because it's such a dangerous area. Everything's got bars and alarms and, you know, all that kind of, it's inner city urban Detroit. Okay. I mean, do we need a gospel witness there? I mean, seriously, no, we don't need that. So within a year, they pulled funding for that. I have another friend that was down in Ohio, had a huge ministry center. It's just a community where they're reaching people that are underprivileged, you know, all that kind of thing in a urban area there in Ohio. Same thing. They defunded him. So now they've come back with this plan to say, hey, we've got all these great ministry centers and your church can be trained. Da, da, da. And you go, wait a minute.
Where the centers?
No, I talked to a guy just a couple of months ago who's in Kentucky, who started as a NAM missionary to be, he's built a community center mostly to youth. It's kind of a youth center is what it is, but they do training for parents, all that kind of thing. But it is in an area of Kentucky that is highly impoverished. And so most of the families are living on welfare. I mean, it's just a horrible kind of situation, but he has brought hope and life, and those kids can come and get tutoring help and all kinds of stuff. NAM defunded them. It's like, serious? You got a guy in the Appalachian Mountains and he chooses to live there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, who wants to live out there?
It's beautiful, but I don't want to live there.
Live there.
But he wants to live there, and he wants to live among these people. And you say, nah, we're not going to fund you anymore. So he's had to raise support, build support from churches. He's still there. Okay. But you don't hear those stories of what NAM has gotten rid of because they want to do something they had control of and were loyal to them.
Of
you know?
course.
So there are a lot of things like that where they've defunded all kinds of ministry. Oh, and I said about the missionary deal, they call everybody missionaries, but the real missionaries they had have been defunded. They started calling their church planters missionaries. And when they were first transitioning everything, they only had 2 positions they said they'd fund. They defunded all the evangelism staff they were helping fund. All the non-South conventions had ministry staff. I had a guy on my staff in the state of Michigan who was an African-American guy. He was our African-American, I can't remember exactly what his title was now, but great guy, Dexter Hardy. He lives right up North Atlanta here now, but he actually planted a church in my association. Okay. When I was in the Ann Arbor area, right there in Ann Arbor area. But he worked at the state convention too. They defunded him. And so I worked to try to keep him on. He was still planting the church. And so we tried to work out a deal. He ended up having to leave, and he ended up moving to Tennessee for a short time and now in Atlanta. But I mean, he was a sharp guy. Why would you look at a place that is in the heart of Detroit and say, nah, we don't want a black guy working up there? Seriously?
That's the guy you need.
I mean,
That's the guy you need out there.
I grew up in Atlanta. 3/4 of my best friends growing up were black guys. I mean, it's just kind of where we were, and I don't care. That was no big deal.
Right.
They were my wrestling buddies, football buddies. I mean, those were my friends. But I'll be honest with you, when I was driving an Uber or doing something else, and I ended up in downtown Detroit, I don't fit.
Yeah.
I just don't look good. So they only would fund 2 positions. One was what they called a church planter, and the other was the church planter strategist. They converted all the associational missionaries. They said, you have to convert to being associational strategist within 1 year. I mean, not associational, a church planning strategist within 1 year. Well, all of us in associations in non-South areas, part of our job description was church planting. I mean, 50% of what I was supposed to be doing was church planting. So we were real aggressive with church planting where I was. Every guy in a non-South area wasn't as aggressive in church planting, I know, as I was. But the reality is that wasn't their primary task. They were also called to be able to help in revitalization of churches. They were called to work in conflict mediation. They were called for all kinds of other things, right? I mean, that's part of what an associational missionary does. They defunded them. Well, you look now, and almost all of those guys, many of them had spent their whole life serving in that area. They know the context better than anybody. They've been defunded, and now those guys are either doing something else or totally doing something else. We know of one guy that got defunded who's a janitor up here at a school. Hadn't been able to get another good job in ministry.
So those are the things we needed on the platform over there, Bobby, to ask them those questions. Because you'll be like, this happened here, this happened.
They're showing you a map with all the dots. Look at all these. Seriously? So, but yeah, there's a lot of those kind of numbers and they're calling them missionaries because that's what Southern Baptists want to hear. They want to hear we're supporting mission, but they're all church planners. Now they have expanded some. They have started doing a few support of some evangelism people. They did finally bring on a full-time guy, Johnny Hunt. See how that worked out for him. They brought on Johnny Hunt for evangelism director. Other than a Johnny Hunt evangelism tour with him going around preaching all over the country, they still didn't do a whole lot, to justify supporting local churches. They want to support 7,000 of those churches that are giving the most. It's the other 40,000+ churches. They're not doing anything to support
about it.
It's just the church planters. And so when you get back to looking at the numbers, Ray, I mean, there's a lot of numbers behind the scene. And Violet, you're exactly right. Forensic audit.
Yes.
Their church planting budget. Yeah. The last couple of years, they went to a single line, and it shows church planting and 90,000, 92,000, 89, million, not thousand, a million, $90 million, $91 million. And there's nothing under it. And it's like, how do you justify that? And you ask them, well, what does that mean? Is that all money you're giving to church planters to help support them? No, it can't be. How many planters are we supporting? What else are you supporting? Are you buying those houses out of that fund? Or, you know, what are you doing with that kind of money? You know, so the forensic audit really, I mean, that's the question.
That's not going to happen because this year they'll be free to do whatever else they want because we have Bad Baba, right? So people have to wait till the next, you know, I'm sure
Well,
he's going to do his 2
Bob
years.
Barber is going to win re-election. Let's be real.
Obviously. Yeah, that's what
most
I'm saying.
likely
So
it'll be two.
So
Well,
after 2 years, then people can raise these questions.
I think most likely it depends on what they do strategically behind the scenes, but I think most likely the CBN is going to start hammering away way earlier. Okay. And they will probably put forward somebody to run against him. They don't want him to be unopposed, as has been kind of the tradition for decades. Okay. I think they're going to make an issue out of that. And so then, and the problem with that is that creates divisiveness and kind of, you know, the infighting and all that kind of stuff, where they, and I don't know for sure, but where they might be wiser to wait, not oppose it, but really build momentum and really work hard to be ready for that second year to really hit hard to try to make sure they get a guy, you know, in place from their, you know, their perspective, you know. So we'll have to see what they decide.
Along those lines, let's kind of circle back to the point I suggested about, you know, the Conservative Baptist Network would have been, in my opinion, creatively bankrupt to have nominated Lee Brand Jr. because they probably would have done so because he was black. But would he have fared better than Tom Askell? And let's kind of return to that question because, you know, Tom Askell got 34.07% of the voters, something very low like that. So 34%, if we're rounding, over under for Lee Brand Jr.
Do you remember what the percentage was he won the VP last year?
No.
Was it close? Do you remember? I don't even remember now.
He might have won cleanly. I don't know, but
I think he did want it clean. I don't remember. I don't remember the numbers.
Yeah.
But I don't think so. Remember, Lee Brand, from ever since, right? He hasn't been seen or played the game like everybody else because he was the one who hosted these guys. And they were able, remember, Russell Fowler were able to name names. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're naming these institutions. And Allen,
talking about the thing they did at Mid-America?
They didn't want. So yes, in Mid-America.
Okay.
So there was no way they would have. It would not have made any difference. Not
I think no, I'm not asking if he would have won.
I
mean, on a macro level,
better.
Yeah, would they have had a better shot?
Yeah, no, when I made my comment earlier, your response was, but he has some good support or something like that, or a good network. And the reality is
he's still a Conservative Baptist Network candidate.
Well, and and he said repeatedly, I'm not a member of CBN, but they want to endorse me. And so, but it was pretty obvious that he had, he had logged on to their strategic plan. I mean, there was no question about that. But
I mean, he was doing their forums on their response to critical race theory. He was doing their forums like that throughout the year.
Well, and his founders organization has tens of thousands of people connected to it already.
Oh, he's Founders Ministries?
Yeah, he's the one that helped found Founders Ministry. So
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and so because of Founders Ministry, he's the president of Founders Ministry. He does a regular podcast. I mean,
not Tom Askell.
Weekly.
You're not talking about
Tom Askell. Yeah, Tom Askell.
Not Lee Brand Jr.
No,
not Lee Brand Jr. Tom Askell.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I thought you were talking about Lee Brand Jr. I'm like,
yeah,
he's
exactly.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking about Askell and the benefit of him actually partnering with CBN. So, he brought a lot to the table. Anybody who is a big Calvinist supporter would almost hands down never think twice. Oh, Askell's my guy. And I know some pastors who, I've talked to and dialogued with. One of them is a YouTuber. He was there doing live streams from Anaheim, and that was one of his big disappointments, that he lost so bad. But I mean, he's been all about, Tom Askell. So I think if you were of that mindset, he brought with him a huge number of people, but it depends on how many people can actually get there. And Ray, I think you and I were the ones talking about it. Maybe it was somebody else, but maybe you and I were talking about it the other day about the funding. There were people trying to raise funds to help people get to California, for this.
In order to vote for Tom Askell.
Right. and Founders they were one of the organizations behind doing that. I don't know how many they sent, but it would have had to been many thousand more.
Either. Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
You know,
well, and that's a bad strategy. It's
going back to the vote.
Yep.
They were in the runoff election. They were nearly 1,300 votes short.
Yep.
Just to put a number on it.
I know.
And I don't think Brand could have closed that gap. I don't.
Oh, I don't think anyone
so
could have
either.
closed that gap.
And I'll be honest with you, I don't think Brand could have gotten the number of people that were the CBN supporters to California.
I mean, these were messengers that, yeah. So there's a catch-22, I guess that's the correct usage of that term. Tom Askell brings more people because he's more inspirational, but Lee Brand probably wins more people in the room, but he can't bring the same level of support.
People, yeah.
Well, and the truth of the matter is, once you're in the room, it doesn't really matter who your candidate is, except for that nominating speech.
I mean, the nominating speech for Lee Brand would have just said, he has served you faithfully as your first vice president.
Well, and it would have probably been a powerful presenter. I mean, no question. He's a good preacher. I mean, he's a good, strong presenter. Yeah.
Yeah, he does preach.
Yeah,
I think
so they would have
when
had
they're going there, they already know who they're going to vote for, to be honest with you. Because there's no way you're going to pay for the hotel, make the airplane ticket, make that trip, and you don't know who you're going to vote for?
Yeah.
For the majority of people.
I mean, some people like to go there to have a good time, and then they decide on the spot.
Okay, on the spot.
Well, yeah, and remember, you've got a good number. It'd be interesting to find out exactly. We've asked the registration secretary and group several times over the last few years, provide for us how many denominational people are registered, because that would be interesting to know. If you've got 8,000 messengers, or 3,500 of those denominational people from all the different entities and associations and whatever. I don't think it's that big, but they won't provide that primarily because when a messenger registers, he doesn't identify whether he works at NAM or he works somewhere else. He only identifies with the sending church, the church where he's a messenger from. And that's the only identification. So, but yeah, I think, and it obviously wasn't enough to make a difference in the room, but you always have a certain percentage depending on where you are. So the saturation of churches in California is very different than the saturation of Southern Baptist churches in New Orleans. So in New Orleans, when it's there again, and I've been to two conventions.
You might actually have the conservatives out there that in California.
Well, but what happens is there's so many. I mean, the state of Louisiana has more than 3,000 Southern Baptist churches.
That's
okay.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it's got, thousands. So, but you just take the metro area of New Orleans where you could drive back and forth easily. And the reality is there will be probably several thousand people that show up on the day of the presidential election only because they're close enough. They can do it. They live,
just drive,
in the area,
go vote, go back home.
So there's always a percentage, depending on where the convention is, that there are local people that will come that will never go to another convention, never have, never will again, unless it's back there, near their home. But in the South, that may be a much larger number. Orlando, New Orleans, Atlanta, all those places would draw much larger numbers of local Southern Baptists to come and be a part, because they're not having to buy hotels. They're not having to, get a rental car, all that other stuff. They'll eat out, but that's about it. But in a place like California, or if you were to go to Oregon or Idaho or somewhere else, and that's why so many people argue against having the convention out west. But
you got to give the West their due.
Yeah, historically, they've tried to rotate around among the areas of the country.
Which is fair.
Yeah.
You've got to.
Well, there was a big move last year to try to, and I think it was one of the motions that was put aside, but one of the motions, I believe, was to go ahead and just decide to have the SBC convention annual meeting every year in Nashville. It's the home of the executive committee. Just do it there every year. It's close enough to the middle of the country. Just let everybody come every time. But
Nashville
really
is not as great of a city to travel to. It's got an Uber shortage.
I like the rotation. It's fair for the rotation. That way everybody gets to travel.
The best conventions.
It's not as convenient as people make it
seem.
Seem.
The best conventions are places, you go somewhere like Phoenix, you go to Atlanta, some of these places that have really good rapid transit systems. You've got to have rapid transit systems because people have got to get on a tram or whatever. Because what happens around a convention, everybody doesn't stay at the convention hotel, which is in walking distance. Until I became an executive director where they were saying, hey, look, you need to be right close to the convention. I never stayed in a convention hotel. I was usually 45 minutes out in Motel 6 or something because I'm paying it. You know? And a lot of people are like that. It's so much cheaper because I could get a room out there for $95 where a convention hotel was $210 or $215 or something.
But that's with a discount?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's with the block discount. Easily over $200. And that's been true for a decade. So it's maybe more than that. But the reason that wasn't that big of a deal is because I knew I could walk just a short walk from my hotel, get to the bus stop. A bus would pick me up, take me to the next MARTA station or whatever MARTA's in Atlanta, but take me to that station. I'd get on the tram and it'd run me right into downtown. I'd get off at the conference center stop. And I'll tell y'all a little secret. This is funny. I love being in places, like I said, Phoenix or somewhere else. My wife and I would always do this. You buy a shuttle pass. They work out a deal with the city. And so for like $10, you can get a shuttle pass. You can ride the tram and buses anywhere you want to all the time of the convention, right? So we would come out, like say lunch on the first day, and we'd go down where the buses were, or the transportation of the buses taking you back to hotels. And we'd go, okay, we came in on the red bus. Okay, let's go on the green bus or whatever, by numbers. And so we'd go get on that bus and we'd just ride and looking for restaurants and stuff. Go, oh, we had to be, okay, we're getting off at this stop. And so we'd eat all over the city and travel all over because we'd just take different buses. It was a cheap way to do it. But anyway, that's a total aside.
Having fun.
Yeah.
Just having fun.
That just back to the location, the mass transit, all those things are things that they have to look at. And it's one of the reasons, honestly, why I hadn't been back to Detroit. It was in Detroit one time, but it hadn't come back because Detroit, the political climate in Detroit, for so many decades had been opposed to putting in mass transit because of the automotive industry.
Oh,
the home of the automotive industry. So the automotive industry lobbied hard with lots and millions of dollars to prevent putting in a rapid transit. So now what's happened in the last 15, 20 years, because Detroit doesn't have a good rapid transit system, the whole city was caving in. It was deteriorating. I mean, some classic landmarks like the downtown train station. Oh, my soul. You've never seen anything so pretty. Gorgeous glass windows and stuff. You see it now and everything's busted out and bricks are falling off. I mean, it's just horrible. But it's because once everybody had a car, the automotive thought, well, we don't want to do anything to keep people from driving cars. Yeah. And it's not an either or when you're in a huge city. You have to have the rapid transit. So they hurt themselves. There are a lot of conventions they don't get, and SBC is one of them. But but anyway,
just like in California, always traffic.
The last thing we should end, I guess, since we're wrapping up.
Yeah.
What is the future of the Conservative Baptist Network?
Well, that's a good question. I don't have a whole lot of ties, inside other than just I know a lot of people.
I mean, you're not on their 700-member steering council, like you said last night.
Yeah. Every time they want to elevate some recognition, they announce somebody else is on their steering council, which I'd hate to try to moderate that many people in a meeting to start with. It's hard to say. It's kind of like I said, I believe it was David last night that joined us, wasn't it, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like I said to him last night. I think part of the problem has been their strategic choice to outwardly admit to the politics and outwardly say, look, our strategy is to take over for the purpose of becoming more conservative.
Right. And then they wouldn't actually stress the fact that we're in conservative resurgence 2.0.
Yeah.
So they had a disconnect.
Well, and they've been trying to push, hard the leftward drift. And I'm not saying any huge organization, the natural thing of big organizations is they drift left. They always do.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean you don't try to turn it back. Right. That doesn't mean you don't try to turn it back, and you don't try to. You got to put some guardrails up. And one thing I learned as a denominational leader is in my association that was Ann Arbor and South, when I was there, I had churches that were Appalachian hillbilly churches. Okay. They worshiped like the Appalachian Hills churches worship. Freakiest thing I'd ever been a part of when I went there. Never been a part of anything that, and you got to understand, I've worshiped in churches all over the world. So for me to say that was kind of a strange deal. But it was a cultural thing. It was the culture of the mountains. Yeah, it's the culture of the Appalachian Mountains. So I had to learn, kind of how that was. Well, not too many miles up the road, I had a guy who was way, way far beyond Rick Warren as far as contemporary worship style and innovativeness. And I mean, all the, it's like, okay, they're side by side. Well, they're both in my association. And I'm trying to help them both communicate the gospel, be good preachers, all that other kind of stuff. And so I had to learn, this little church over here, the Appalachian Hillbilly Church, they want nothing to do with the Baptist Faith and Message of any version. They're going to hold to the 18 principles. And you go to an ordination of one of their ministers, that minister has to quote verbatim, word for word, in front of the whole congregation, the entire 18 principles. He has to memorize it and quote them. That is their doctrinal statement. Now, it lines up with the Baptist Faith and Message, so that's acceptable to Southern Baptists because, you need to believe something that lines up Baptist Faith and Message. Baptist Faith and Message is not a creed. It's a confessional statement. But this other guy on the other side, he had developed his own kind of confession statement, that was, here's their doctrinal beliefs. He had it on his website and in print for people to look at in their bylaws. But it wasn't the Baptist Faith and Message. He said, no, we don't do that because we don't want anybody to try to connect us with Baptists because we're more interested in reaching people, growing the kingdom than we are just being Baptists. And he was, yeah, I'm Baptist, no question, if you point blank ask him. But somebody visiting the church or something, they say, well, what kind of church are you? His response wasn't, oh, we're a Southern Baptist church, like a lot of people do. He would say, we're a Bible believing, independent, he would tell you, what they believe that kind of response.
I mean, every Baptist church is technically independent.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But and the way he words it.
Well, and see, I did much the same thing when I was planting in Ann Arbor, the church I planted in Ann Arbor. We really appealed to homosexuals, lesbians, a bunch of others, because our marketing and our advertising was so much. It was so strong on, look, it doesn't matter who you are, man, you can come here. We'll accept you. It doesn't matter who you are. So we had gays and that wasn't the majority of people who came by any means, but we had gays and lesbians come and they'd sit through a worship service and get through, and afterwards they'd catch me as the pastor and go, man, that was so encouraging. I love the worship music, da, 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 da. And I wouldn't know they're gay or lesbian, there's not many of them wear that on an ear tag. And so we'd get to talking, and then usually after a couple of visits or in a phone call or something else, they'd say, well, can I ask you something? And then they would ask about, our acceptance of that. And I said, well, we have to stand by the Bible, and the Bible condemns that. It says that's sin, and there are lots of sins. I know we're all sinners, but you'll never hear me say that's an okay sin. And so I had to tell them, we're going to preach the Bible. When you come to our church, you're going to hear the Bible, and we're going to teach what the Bible says about all sin, including homosexuality. And of course, most of them then kind of faded off and lost touch with us for that reason. But what I was going to say is, in a denominational leadership position, what I learned was you've got to try to work with and help people in the wide realm. It's when they those guardrails, when they get outside of that, the ordaining of female pastors,
too close to the line.
Yeah, and
now they want to know the definition of a pastor.
Yep. Yeah. So that's where the line has to start getting drawn, at that point. So that's hard.
Here's my prediction for the CBN. I think that it'll become a giant grift, and it'll just become a profit organization because they can't win. So they're just going to be the opposition party, lose, but collect a lot of money and get rich in the process, or elevate their own prestige.
What do you think? Part of their biggest influence is Rod Martin. And Rod Martin has advised several
and he's
political
not going
candidates.
anywhere.
Well, he's advised many political candidates, in Florida.
Right.
He's in Florida.
And he has his own, I don't want to say foundation, because it's more like an enterprise.
Yeah,
an
investment
firm.
Yeah, and he's got a far business. Yeah, it's a far business firm. and does, I mean, he does quite well. But one of the guys that's in one of the groups that I work with about all this Southern Baptist stuff is a Southern Baptist layman. He's in Florida also. So he and Martin know each other. You know, they know each other, and have not really worked together like on campaigns. But this guy I know, he worked with Jeb Bush when he was running for governor, helped him win that. He was on the team that was working with Jeb Bush when he tried to run for president, which obviously didn't work out that well. But I'm just saying he's a guy that's well up in political circles as far as that. So he knows a lot about Rod Martin. And some of his assessment as they've talked, even like last year when Randy Adams was running, I'd talk to this guy and he would say, well, you know, Rod and I were just talking. and they're basically competing. They're advising different guys who are in the SBC political landscape, but they would still talk because it's all a strategy. It's all, well, how are you thinking? What do you think you might do with this? Well, if you'll partner with me and if you'll give me this, well, then we'll try to do this. I mean, it's all behind the scenes negotiation playing, you know. So that's why I wonder with Rod Martin so deeply ingrained in CBN.
I think this organization's getting away from him.
It may be.
Because, you know, he's actually kind of a realist. Like, he'll talk to someone, you know, like me he's not above talking to, say, quote unquote, discernment bloggers.
Yeah.
So I think he's more like down to earth, and he's actually a believer in the mission. In my assessment of him.
No, I think you're right. No, I think he fully believes, and we need.
I think there are enough people in there, and I'm not naming names because I just don't know who this would qualify.
Well, Ed Litton told you couldn't. Ed Litton said you couldn't do that.
But I'm actually honestly not naming names because, you know, look at the Tea Party movement for the Republican Party, and that just became a giant grift.
Oh yeah,
for political enrichment. I think the future of the CBN is that they will become said grift where they can't win. They have 34% of the Southern Baptist Convention, or at least a convention that shows up, and that number is not going to increase because a lot of churches will just up and leave. It's especially when you got the, you know, Brent Leatherwood saying that he doesn't really believe abortion is murder. You know, especially when you have
I don't want to hear Brent Leatherwood.
So it's or especially since they don't know what a pastor is and they refuse to disfellowship a church that's not in cooperation with the confessional statement.
Yeah, so, but that's not a CBN position, right?
That's what?
That's the ERLC.
Okay, ERLC.
That's
the CBN, they hadn't said.
No, I'm saying churches are going to up and leave for these various reasons.
Right, I got you.
Thus, the CBN will be more symbolic opposition than real clear-cut strategy, and symbolic opposition is just a grift. That's how you just make money, just being a voice of opposition.
I agree.
And
gentlemen, I gotta go.
You gotta go.
I don't know, like can you
Nah, I mean it is time.
No, we need to wrap it up. No, because we can just sit here and keep talking over and over.
I know. I did put on the chat. I guess you didn't see it 10 minutes before.
Yeah, I saw it. That's why I was like,
you saw it?
That's why I was like, final question on the CBN.
Right.
No, you love talking SBC. Pastor likes talking about SBC. I like talking SBC. It's never going to end. But I guess, like, you know, after this,
it'll
can,
end.
you know.
The SBC is burning up right now. It'll end.
Yeah, I think we should do another one, talk about the aftermath. You know what I mean? So
maybe
these people are so tired.
When my channel returns.
Yeah, when you
you need to do that. Well, I've already got lined up. I've got lined up a couple of interviews. One with the Korean pastor who made the motion, you know,
yes,
about
I remember him.
The fiduciary responsibility.
Yes,
and then another one with John Whitehead, who actually came to the microphone to defend that. But he's the one that helped me with that interview before. So I'm hoping we can get some people on and maybe even gather a group. Some of these pastors
maybe we can just stream it in all the channels, you know? Yeah, you know what I mean? When you come back online, stream it in all the channels. We can do the SBC aftermath, you know?
Yeah,
like right now, people
may
are
not
so
be a
tired.
bad idea.
I think next week's also PCA if you're interested in that.
Oh, yeah, like because they also have their drama going on.
Well, and
I don't know how live streamable that
come
is.
out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, I don't think
mean,
PCA will get you near as much interest.
no, it will. No, it will.
I
Because
got, I got like 100 plus subscribers at a time when I was pre-monetized from covering the PCA because I covered it better than professional Christian media. It's like I wrote this nice piece on Overture 23, and then Christianity or Christian Post is like, we just got a bunch of quotes from people that were there. It's like, well, you didn't really explain the context or what it was about. Like someone got paid for this.
Yeah.
But anyway,
yeah. So no, let's make it happen. We can stream it.
We'll
all
see.
The lines and just
I'm like super busy, so we'll see how much we can make it work.
Yeah,
Violet, I have the ability to kind of adjust my own schedule depending on when I'm doing some consulting and training kind of stuff.
Okay.
So just let me know. What we may can do is look at some different times. Yeah.
Yeah, put your email in the thing, in the private chat, or if Ray, you have it, you can forward me the email, so at least I have your contact.
Oh yeah, just do that because he has my business email. So Ray, just send her my email so we can connect.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, because I'm already following both of you on YouTube. Yeah, I've already followed both of you.
And if you're not subscribed to Evangelical Dark Web on YouTube while we're down,
yeah, I am.
Don't expect to subscribe to us when we're up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If anybody's watching out there, they can't tell.
Down, right?
Since I am locked out, I can't even post. The most I can do is reply to comments.
Okay.
Oh, really?
No, you'll be
they
right
lock me out of posts. They lock me out of video uploads.
Yeah, I checked you a while ago before I sent you that email. About it. So of course I didn't know Violet was going to host it for us. But anyway, guys, let's wrap it up. So good to talk to you.
Yeah, thank you, Pastor.
Have a good one.
All right.
All righty.
Everybody watching, follow us all. Subscribe and like,
plug it in. Whosoever is going to wait till 6 hours.
Maybe we should have put our YouTube channel at the bottom. Well, actually, Ray did.
Put it in the link.
Yeah, I did.
Actually, Ray did. Yeah.
Yeah. Put
all
it
right.
in the link.
Talk to y'all later.
All right. Bye, Pastor. Good
we'll
night.
see you. Bye-bye.
This was good. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've made it. This has been SBC. I know you're tired. I'm tired too. But whosoever is out there, I appreciate you guys. This has been nice. It's always fun whenever you have you guys. I hope you find this very helpful to you. Don't forget to share, subscribe, and like. Okay, we'll do more the aftermath. Okay, because right now everybody needs to rest right now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you find this to be informative to you. Until next time, remember to be in the know.